In 2 months, a legendary tier dungeon is going to drop, and our guild was supposed to be the first to conquer it, but what the hell? Just because the game hadn't had any new content for a while, our team's healer decided to enlist in the military. My name is Sung Cha-hyun, and I'm the one who created this globally beloved game. Unsurprisingly, I'm also the top-ranked player on the entire server, but I'm also the most unfortunate person in this game. Because my damn best friend picked this exact moment to enlist, Sung Cha-hyun had no choice but to post an urgent notice to recruit a healer. We're in a real bind. But his criteria were unimaginably picky. There were 21 conditions. He even rejected people for smoking in real life. This made Sung's guild, Cha-hyun's guild, unable to find a healer. But luckily, not long ago, a member managed to recruit a priest. But of all things, it turned out to be a complete newbie. His name is Choi Subin. Because he was so desperate, Cha-hyun had to grit his teeth and train this greenhorn properly in time for the dungeon. It was because of an incident that day that the two of them became inseparable friends without even realizing it. The story begins there. Inside a video game, characters are currently fighting with firepower. Then from within the flames, a winged dinosaur appears accompanied by a deafening roar. Immediately after a game character's voice announces, the names of the heroes will be recorded in history. Asta Chronicles update, the mythical difficulty raid is coming soon. Next, the game system displays a notification, Asta Chronicles update. The mythical difficulty raid is coming soon, and the game began running advertisements. Furthermore, an LED screen was even placed in the subway station with the words, Asta Chronicles update. The mythical difficulty raid is coming soon. The game's founder was also standing in front of this advertisement. At that moment, he nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, it's finally here. He clenched his fist, silently celebrating his own success. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. All the money I poured into this was worth it. The current hit game is Asta Chronicles, a title that has been highly sought after. 2 years ago, the game captured the hearts of many players with its complex customization settings, captivating storyline, special combat mechanics, and fiery PvP battles. It even introduced mysterious dungeon raids that stimulated the player's spirit of adventure. Once the game was officially released, it won the Game of the Year award, and it has maintained its popularity for the past 2 years, holding its position as the best game of this era. At the center of this legendary gaming community is Sung Cha-hyun, the elite among elites. His in-game ID is GGA. Currently, Sung Cha-hyun is sitting in front of his monitor, continuously typing on his keyboard. And because he's in a good mood, he was humming a tune. Sung Cha-hyun is equipping his in-game character. In the game, he gives himself a pair of glasses, with only a single lens. Then the screen displays, GGA has logged in. Sung Cha-hyun's character is standing in front of a church. Seeing him, a player named Ovo laughed and said, "Hey, Tin Can Robot is here." Finally. "Hey, welcome." A second later, Chi Powder is here. Hey, Gigi. Hey, have you read the update announcement yet?" Gigi A quickly replied, "Not yet, I was about to check it now." Seeing the players so excited, Sung Cha-hyun looked pleased, saying, "Glad the semester just started and there's no homework." Meanwhile, he was thinking to himself, drinking a cold beer while reading the update announcement. This is the life. A few minutes later, Sung Cha-hyun received a notification from Rin, the Game Master. "Hello everyone, this is Rin, your trustworthy Game Master. In Asta Chronicles, an MMORPG where new adventures are always happening everywhere, have you found the recent major updates? A bit boring. Well, we have something to show you that will definitely give you a fresh perspective on our updates. The newest raid update for the bravest warriors. A new difficulty has been unlocked, Mythical Tier Raid. Prepare for unprecedented challenges as legendary creatures step out of myths and appear before you." Receiving the notification, he smiled brightly, thinking, finally, it's been so long since the last update. Also, this game has a rule. Asta Chronicles raids require 9 players to cooperate to take down a single boss, just like a group project in college. 2 tanks in the front absorbing damage, 2 healers in the back keeping everyone alive, and 5 DPS continuously attacking the monsters. All team members must fulfill their roles to complete the raid. Of course, arguments sometimes happen, and raids don't always succeed on the first try. But we quickly overcame the difficulties, and that indescribable feeling when you finally achieve your goal makes raids more irresistible than ever. Inside the game, everyone is incredibly excited, greeting each other. First, Tin Can Robot is here, then Up is here, then Ovo. Hello. Just then, Clueless Healer walked up. Hey everyone, but no one paid any attention to him. Meanwhile, Chi Powder asked, Gigia, have you read the announcement yet? And he replied, yeah. Hip Disco casually made a suggestion. We're still going to be the first team to clear the raid this time, right? Hip Disco said again in an angry voice. Everyone. But Ovo couldn't care less, busy talking to him. We know you're excited, you don't have to worry so much. Chi Powder replied, save that spirit for the first attack. She laughed loudly and replied, of course. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Clueless Healer shouted, hey everyone! His shout annoyed Chi Powder. What the hell is wrong with him? Giga glanced over and said sarcastically, well, I'm ready to help. Immediately after Clueless Heller started crying and whining, now's not the time for that, I've been totally screwed over. Instead of comforting him, Chibata sneered, pathetic, you're overreacting. Ovo then said, cut the crap. Is he worse than Letta? Seeing them all gang up to curse him out, Sung Jae-hyun just stared at the screen, laughing endlessly. But it didn't stop there, when he heard what Clueless Heller said next. He was so surprised he did a spit take. Clueless Heller said, no damn it, I just got my military enlistment notice. Sung Jae-hyun shot up from his chair in shock, and immediately yelled, what? In the game, the player God of War advised Hip Disco, all right, this is actually serious. This was something that scared even him. Even he was so scared he screamed internally, an enlistment notice. My partner is going into the military. Then what about the mythic difficulty raid? What about being the first team to clear it? This idiot. Why did he apply for enlistment without telling me? In the game! Giga screamed when he saw him crying a river. The player Lata laughed and said, I bet he's just kidding. Ovo quickly spoke up. We're about to attack the mythic difficulty raid. Why would you enlist now? Seeing Clueless Heller shaking from crying so hard, Tin Can Robot suddenly asked, how are we going to find a healer now? Letta replied thoughtfully. What about large-scale recruitment? Tin Can Robot quickly added, with Giga's impossible personality, I don't think that'll be feasible. Then it was Clueless Heller's turn to suggest, hey buddy. Giga angrily shot back, I told you never to call me your buddy. And so Clueless Heller apologized. Buddy, I'm really sorry. At first, I just applied for enlistment for fun because the game hadn't been updated in a long time. Hearing this, Gonlam quickly scolded him. Who the hell is stupid enough to enlist for fun? Hip Disco started scolding Gonlam. Clueless Heller felt lost and said, oh no, should I just kill myself? Chibata replied, thinking of taking the easy way out, are you? Hearing that Ovo also started scolding him. Seeing the three of them arguing, Giga cursed under his breath. Damn it, what's so funny about this? One more thing in raids. The role of the healer whose job is to maintain the party members' morale and stamina is extremely important. In other words, the completion progress in the game, whether it goes smoothly or not, all depends on the synergy between the two healers. Furthermore, Cha-hyun was an alchemist-type healer, a special class with all sorts of complex mechanics. Most importantly, he had found a healer who suited him. He had been playing with Clueless Heller for the entire past year. No matter how skilled a healer might be, it takes a lot of time to get used to a new person's playstyle. But how could I possibly find a new partner who meets all my criteria in such a short amount of time? Right? Tin Can Robot suddenly asked, what's the plan? Giga could only stay silent. In front of his computer screen, Sung Jae-hyun grabbed his head and screamed in frustration. Out of options, his character in the game put up a recruitment notice. Zizia is posting a recruitment notice. A lot of players came to see it and it became a hot topic. On top of that, a post by Tin Can Robot also went viral. Haste is recruiting new members for its progression team. Posted by Tin Can Robot. The post's content was as follows. Hello, I am the Vice Guild Master and Raid Leader of the Hater Guild Tin Can Robot. We are recruiting members for our raid team with the goal of becoming the first guild to clear the Mythic Difficulty raid, which is scheduled to be updated in early December. The criteria are as follows. 4. Recruiting DPS non-warrior, must be over 21 years old. Male must have completed military service. 1. Must use level 360 gear that has been enhanced and enchanted. 2. Must be confident in attending 100% of the time, be diligent, and accept feedback in a timely manner. 3. Cannot fail a test more than 4 times during the trial period. 4. Must have cleared all 21 legendary raids. Non-smokers preferred. Unacceptable behavior. Leaving your current guild to join a new one. Profiles will be checked for form and incidents. Maximum recruitment. 3 individuals will be selected for interviews, after which 1 person will be chosen. Recruiting a priest class healer, max level, direct interview with Giga. Down below, curious players immediately left comments. Top comment, I thought the requirements for DPS were the highest, but look at the ones for the healer. It must be great to be a DPS. An anonymous player whined, a direct interview with Giga. How the hell is anyone supposed to pass that? T quickly added, I guess the hater members are about to quit as a group. Anonymous said bluntly, "Look at those healer requirements." Haste said sadly, "They should just give up on trying to pick someone. Why do they only want a priest anyway? I'm a sage," and this anonymous player agrees. It's because their other healer is an alchemist, so only a priest can support him. That's a pretty important piece of information. Then why didn't they just put that in the announcement? Who even is this alchemist player? It's amazing, Gigia. Gigia? What kind of name is that? I'm dying. Gigi, hiding behind a nearby wall, heard this and thought to himself, feeling anxious and miserable. Fine, go ahead and laugh all you want. No matter what you say, I'll find a suitable healer who's 1,000,000,000 times better than that traitor who's off enlisting. A few minutes later, Gigi was still there, silently observing them. And when he saw them leave, Gigi cursed under his breath. He then went to find Tinkin Robot. Gigi said, "Hey, Tinkin, I need you to become a priest." Tinkin Robot replied in surprise, "Huh?" Tinkan Robot felt awkward and said, "But how can a robot know how to heal?" Chi Powder chimed in, "He's got a point." Gigi suddenly realized his past mistake and thought to himself, "This is what I get." After all those years of treating them well, suddenly Healthy Jor walked up and took the initiative. "Hello!" Healthy Jor smiled brightly and extended an invitation. "Does anyone want to join a raid with me?" Tinkan Robot exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, look who it is!" Ovo shouted in astonishment while Gigi looked at him and silently wondered. Who is that guy? Right after the game system helped Gigi out. Healthy Jor. About a month ago, a new member joined the guild and won over countless other members. Not only were his skills far superior to that of a typical newcomer, but he also had a good approachable personality. Gigi muttered to himself, "He has nothing to do with me. I have no intention of dealing with a newbie." Ova walked up to get acquainted with him. "Healthy Jor, you want to join the Edwin raid? I know it's the easiest of the legendary raids, but at a glance it's not exactly for newbies, you know." Healthy Jor smiled brightly and replied, "You're right. I'm not exactly people, you know." Hip Disco also joined the fun, that's right. He's nothing like a newbie at all. And so Gigi hid behind a lamppost watching them talk. Tinkin Robot loudly announced his requirements. "I need 1 tank, 1 healer, and 5 DPS. Chi Powder laughed heartily. Seeing them like that, Gigi grumbled to himself, "They look so happy." With an average of 100,000 players online, is it really impossible to find one good healer? When there was no one left in sight, he screamed in his head, "Where is everyone?" Back in the real world, Sung Cha-hyun fell into deep thought. If that's the case, then classes like damage dealers or melee mages can cause damage just by breathing. So who would even dare to be a healer? Besides, if there really was someone that good, they would probably already have a partner. However, our ancestors used to say that if life is too easy, what's the fun in it? I just need to watch and wait for what happens. I will definitely find the best healer. After thinking everything over, Sung Cha-hyun had to admit one thing: every field has its own stars. Asta Chronicles was no different. There are players so famous everyone remembers their names, especially the troublemakers who frequently cause scandals that appear on the bulletin boards. There are players who pursue a certain concept and have extremely bizarre playstyles, and those who spend all their time seeking profit in the trading district selling 5D owls. Amidst the countless names of innumerable players, the Hater Guild shone with an unparalleled reputation. Champions of guild battles across the entire server, the raid team with the most first completion achievements, the most in the 6th era. Even the guild members themselves are famous for their skills. Despite being a renowned guild in the Asta Chronicles player community, the guild only had 2 healers who could participate in high-difficulty raids at a master level: Jigia and Clueless Heller. And with his former partner now offline to enlist in the military, Sung Cha-hyun was now all alone. At that moment, Clueless Heller was crying pitifully, saying, "It's because they haven't had any cool updates in so long. It's just been repeating the same events and dungeons with the same old layouts. Because it was too easy, I started to get bored. That's why I decided to enlist. How could they update with a difficult raid now? A myth difficulty one at that. Why didn't they announce it sooner?" Gigi, with a look of dissatisfaction, said, "Hey, you idiot, you should have at least tried to study and apply for the Air Force. I hear they get to take leave pretty often." Clueless Heller cried even more pathetically, "Dude, don't you get it? Even if I studied really hard, there's no way I could get into the Air Force with this brain of mine." Knowing all this, Sung Cha-hyun, sitting in front of his laptop, angrily slammed his desk and cursed, "Damn it!" He felt completely stuck, grabbing his hair as he thought, what am I supposed to do now? All the high-level healers I know are already paired up. I've scoured the forums and couldn't find anyone who meets the criteria. With a dazed expression drenched in sweat, Sung Cha-hyun screamed internally, All that's left is a mistrust of humankind. Just curses and an ever-growing block list. But in the game, Gigi had told Tinkin Robot, I've asked the Vice Guild Master Tinkin Robot to be a healer several times, but that guy is one stubborn tank. He wasn't even pretending to listen. Instead, he covered his ears, refusing to hear. Sung Cha-hyun stared at the screen, annoyed. He watched the game ad and mumbled to himself, should I join this raid as a DPS? It's too hard to find a priest that suits my preferences. It's easier to recruit a pair of healers who've been playing together for a while. Considering the Hater Guild's popularity, all we need to do is post an ad and applicants will come flocking. Sung Cha-hyun had also considered a last resort. If all else failed, he would destroy some other guild and steal their healers. With that thought, he immediately logged into the game. The moment he saw Jijia Kutui Ut said, he's here. Chabater complained, what took you so long? While Tinkin Robot grumbled, he never checks his messages or the group chat. Seeing his angry expression, Jijia, looking confused, asked, what's going on? Dragonflame awkwardly replied, I'll be gone in a minute. Chabater suddenly said, take a deep breath. Inhale. Exhale. Hip Disco angrily shouted, that's not the trick. Isn't that the breathing technique for pregnant women? Not understanding what was happening, he stared at them blankly for a moment. Jijia laughed and asked, what is all this? Ever since Clueless Healer left for his military enlistment, I don't think anything you're about to say can faze me. Tinkin Robot hesitated, struggling to get the words out. Jijia urged him on, come on, hurry up. Just spit it out. I need to craft some more gear for my DPS. Tinkin Robot finally told him the truth. It looks like Gilbert is aiming for the first clear on this raid. Immediately, Jijia's face filled with shock. Tinkin Robot continued, someone posted screenshots of the old Boss Guild members lurking on the forums. On their characters, too. Qtioff quickly added, my items were selling like crazy, so I checked the transaction history and all the buyers were familiar nicknames. When Sung Cha-hyun learned of this, his anger flared. His hands flew across the keyboard as he immediately clicked on a hot link titled, The Boss Guild is Back, with pictures attached. Sung Cha-hyun went through the attached images and then checked the comments. The top comment read, they're starting to come back just because they think they can get the first clear on the raid. Are you kidding me? What kind of mentality makes them come back like that? That's unbelievable. How could they even think that it's probably because Gigi's partner just enlisted in the army? Everyone was talking about it non-stop. He's been scouring different parties ever since his partner left. That's scary. Is he looking for someone? I don't think so. No one can stand his crazy temper. Someone who didn't understand what was going on asked innocently, what's the Boss Guild? Then someone shouted, Speedwagon, help us out. Speedwagon quickly appeared. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Speedwagon, the king of all rumors. In the early stages of the game, the Boss Guild spread false information, monopolized hunting grounds, and used that information to gain enormous benefits. That turned them into the biggest scumbags of that era. No matter what they did, they only got banned for 2 months and would come back amidst a torrent of curses. Click the post for more details. After saying that, he immediately left. See you again. Meanwhile, everyone waved non-stop, saying, thank you, Speedwagon, thank you so much. But it didn't stop there. Hip Disco even held a press conference to attract attention. I am currently a member of the Hater Guild, even though the guild leader's block list has been filled up twice. But he still asked for more space on it. Right after Hip Disco's speech, everyone burst out laughing. They kept discussing, I wonder how many healers there are in this game. You think he only blocks healers? He blocks anyone he doesn't like, whether they're a tank or a DPS. A guy with rabbit ears looked pitiful as he cried and complained, Jigia blocked me again. But without those jokes, he would never even notice me. Someone sympathized and shouted, I'll block you too. The only people Jigia doesn't block are high-level healers. Guild members or his lover? I agree. After learning this, Shibodare looked furious and said, our guild leader doesn't discriminate like that. He even blocks his own guild members, so don't you dare talk bad about our leader. Others, looking bewildered, quickly joined in. He must have been blocked before. He looks like a seasoned veteran. Sung Cha-hyun watched the players chatting, getting angrier as he thought to himself, that's them all right. Those nicknames. Damn, it's been so long. But I still recognize those moronic bastards. He continued looking at the blurry pictures in the link. Finally, Sung Cha-hyun realized something, the deep-seated hatred between the Hater and Boss Guilds. To be more precise, the guild boss was the one who caused the trouble, but the haters were the ones who suffered the most. Of course, the haters wouldn't just lie down and accept their fate. Just as our forefathers used to say after the third strike, the haters declared war on the boss and set out to destroy them. They didn't hold back in any form of combat. From open-world PKs to arguing on the forums, whenever the two guilds clashed, the haters would do their best to strike at the weak spots of the boss guild members, especially Cha Hyun. He used the suspension of players who reported the boss's tyrannical behavior as an excuse to launch a frenzied attack. That's how he earned the nickname the Head Reaper. Seeing Gigi's relentless attacks, other players' faces twisted in fear, thinking to themselves, I can't believe it. The ones who swore they'd never come back. Veterans of Asta Chronicles were slowly starting to return. Gigi suddenly called out to them, Hey everyone! Which startled Hip Disco so much he mumbled incoherently while Gigia beamed with a bright smile. But his soul was that of a cheerful white tiger. He said, We're going to be the first guild to clear it right. Dragonflame broke into a sweat and replied, But my partner already enlisted in the army. Gigia casually said, It's fine. I can take on the DPS role. We just need to find 2 more healers, Ovo said in a panicked voice. But all the high-level healers are already in guilds. Giga didn't care and just gave a firm order. Who cares? We'll just destroy some random guild and take their healers. Hip Disco said sarcastically, a new trick to get on the warning board. At this point, Ovo understood his intention. So you finally want to debut on the warning board, huh? Tank and Robot even advised Gigia to give it up. Hey, get that idea out of your head and just join the party. Gigia immediately shot back. Why should I? Tank and Robot quickly gave a reason to convince Giga. We're guiding a newbie through the Edwin raid. We need 1 more player to have enough people. Just then, Healthier rushed over, smiled brightly and said, It's a pleasure to meet you. Gia looked at him with surprise. Regarding Edwin, Tank and Robot looked surprisingly awkward, just humming and hawing. Even so, Gigia knew exactly what it was. Raids in Asta Chronicles are divided into normal, hard, and legendary difficulties. Among the 10 legendary raids, the one called DS Cares is famous for its brutal difficulty and complex mechanics, earning it the nickname the Nightmare Dungeon. Edwin is the first boss of the DS Cares raids. Then Gigi asked him about the newbie. Are you telling me a newbie who just joined last month is participating in a DS Cares raid? Tankan Robot put his arm around his neck and whispered in Gigi's ear, That's right, but he's really good. Gigia was also concerned about gear, asking, So what about his equipment? Tankan Robot wasn't sure, but he had faith in the newbie, replying, I gave him some advice and he figured it out on his own. I bet one day he'll become really strong. Gigia still had some doubts, so he asked, What about his skill level? Tankan Robot praised him. His control is really good. He has a solid foundation from being a high-level player in another game. Gigi glanced at the other player and thought, Wait, this feeling. He seems a little embarrassed. He still felt uneasy and muttered to himself, My intuition. The one I had when the guild boss scandal was exposed. It's acting up. I don't know what it is, but I know it's onto something. An inexplicable hope was slowly rising within me. Despite that, Gigi joined the party right away. The party members were extremely excited. The first to speak was Dragonflame, let's go. Then it was Gigi's turn to say hello, while Healthier said, Thank you all so much. God of War said excitedly, It's been a while since I fought Edwin. Sung Cha Hyun took a sip of his soda and thought, I have no reason to pay attention to a newbie, but what if he's really that good? What if he could become my partner healer? A few minutes later in the game, Tank and Robot spoke up. Is everyone ready with their mics on? Just turn on your mic if you want. Healthier. This is your first time, so you have to turn on your mic. Healthier immediately agreed, Yes, sir. Jabounder then asked, Who's leading this time? Tank and Robot started to volunteer. Of course it's me. This made Gigia confused, and he thought to himself, We're calling this training. Hey, Tank and Robot. Gigia's interjection surprised him. Huh. In the real world, Sung Cha Hyun suddenly had a thought. That word is mainly used for raising pets or at the workplace. However, I'm using hey in a different context. Just like that, he decided to have his character take command. And so Gigia said to the other members, I'll be leading the party today. Tank and Robot replied in surprise, What? Did the sun rise in the west today or something? Gigia smiled brightly and revealed his plan. I'm going to use Edwin as a test for my future partner healer. It was the first time he'd seen him think like that. This confused Tank and Robot. Then Tank and Robot angrily yelled, Are you insane? Gigia ignored him, laughed loudly, and said, Everyone, let's talk on voice chat, okay? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Got it. He felt satisfied, thinking to himself, he's a priest with excellent healing abilities, a newbie strong enough to have made it this far. Without help from other players, and is now participating in the Edwin raid. If I train him properly, he could become an outstanding healer. A healer tailored to Sung Cha Hyun's preferences. What could be better? The legendary difficulty raid is in 2 months. I'm going to train this newbie, becoming a healer who specializes in nightmare difficulty, playing only the way he wants the kid. Jigia imagined the pained expression on Tinkin Robot's face as he said the words, "My deepest condolences." After that, they fought their first battle since forming the party entering the raid of Edwin Lee Winha, Knight of Radiance. The system provided guidance, teleporting to the garden of the Lee Winha family. Activating additional effects increased stamina, strength, agility, intelligence, and spirit. In front of the team was a long, endless corridor. Seeing the sight before him, Jigia felt a bit nostalgic. The 10 legendary difficulty raids are made up of content unrelated to the main storyline. I remember reading that. The developers put a lot of effort into creating the setting and lore for these legendary raids, but that's all I can remember. That's right. Cha Hyun skipped the entire story. Sitting in front of his laptop, he looked bored and said, "This isn't fun at all." After that, Sung Cha Hyun immediately started up his laptop and said, "All right, let's go." Very quickly inside the game, the players had joined the battle. Dragonflame spoke first with an excited voice, "Let's go!" Lita was right there with him. "Time to fight." Chi Powder ran out in front. "I just ordered some fried chicken. If we don't finish this raid fast, I'm ditching you guys to go eat," he yelled excitedly, calling out, "Call of the Wild." The place they arrived at was Lee Hyun's sealed garden. Seeing the terrain before him, Sung Cha Hyun devised a plan in about 12 seconds. Around 20 types of plant monsters will spawn from both sides of the garden, and so he decided on a new strategy. Forget the usual tactics. We're going to attack with everything we've got, while Tinkin Robot used Sacred Shield. Inside the game, Lita said, "Copy that." With 18 years of experience as a healer, Sung Cha Hyun had become a master of efficiency, taking on the role of controlling the pace of the battle before some leopard could ruin it. His goal was to kill the boss before the team's tank was taken down. That meant that as a healer, he also needed to contribute damage to the boss. That's why Cha Hyun chose the Alchemist. It was often considered the worst healer class. Although alchemists lack healing abilities, they can deal the most damage in their class branch. Sure, this meant having to come up with incredibly complex plans and execute perfect skill chains better than anyone else, but for someone who had spent his entire gaming career healing, this wasn't a problem as long as Cha Hyun's partners could make up for the alchemist's lack of healing ability. As he thought that, Jigia turned to look at Healthy Sir and hesitated internally. Suddenly, he remembered what Tinkin Robot had said. "I just gave him a few pointers," and he figured it out on his own. So, Jigia thought to himself, for a newbie collecting a full set of Applefish gear isn't half bad. I thought he was just another new player wandering around the main square. I'll keep an eye on him. If he's not too bad, I could make him some better gear. I can't have my slave, my partner healer, getting looked down on because of his gear. Right after that, Hip Disco shouted, "Hurricane!" However, Hip Disco suddenly grew sad and said, "If I were a necromancer, I'd be dealing more damage than Dragonflame." "That's because you used to main a necromancer." Dragonflame grinned and taunted him. "Upgrade that potato PC of yours first. Don't let your game crash on us now, this piece of junk PC." Hip Disco was too sad to speak. Next, the system announced, "Great Enemy Contagion." Jigia turned to look at Tinkin Robot and saw his health bar was almost empty. He grew worried, thinking to himself, he's about to run out of HP. Is the newbie not paying attention to his status bar? He's going to die if he doesn't get healed soon. Jigia looked at the potion in his hand and thought to himself, well, it is his first time in a raid. He must be overwhelmed. Let me show him how it's done. A second later, he was stunned. Before he could even heal him, Tinkin Robot's health bar was suddenly full. Startled, Jigia muttered to himself, "What the?" He suspected Healthy Sir had done it, so he looked at him and thought, did that newbie just perfectly time his heal? And right before the tank died. Is he a genius? A few seconds later, HX said, "Damn, that was close. Tinkin Robot would have died if you were 1 second slower." Tinkin Robot casually said, "Tell me about it. I almost pissed my pants." Lita quickly jumped in. "No wonder it suddenly stinks over here." Finally, Edwin the boss here appeared. "So you've made it all this way?" "My dear rookies," Edwin shouted his challenge. "Now it is my turn." However, Jigia completely ignored the enemy and thought, I don't give a damn what you're saying. "Skipped," Edwin scoffed. "How rude." At the same time, Sung Cha Hyun was a little surprised, saying, "A DPS king, a DPS that deals direct damage that can't be resisted by our magic or armor. A melee type that deals direct damage. So we'll need to sync our attacks with the buff's timing. During the summoning process, use the buff for 15 seconds right when the fight starts." But in the game, Chi Powder was the one to take the lead, challenging Call of the Wild. HX quickly activated a buff for 10 seconds. Lita immediately followed Me Too. HX used another skill, Blizzard Target, locked and tracked. Edwin, hit by HX's attack, screamed in pain. At that moment, Jigia gave an order to his teammates. Everyone follow up right after the tank makes his first move. The tank uses his defensive skill. All right, Healthizer, get ready to heal. He immediately shouted, Divine Blessing, which surprised me a little. Seeing Healthizer's quick reaction, Jigia was very pleased, thinking about his timing. His reaction is impressive. Or maybe he was prepared. Surprisingly, he did a great job. A second later, Tank and Robot cried out, Ow, that hurts! Healthizer used a revival spell, sacrificing his own health bar to save him. This timely rescue delighted Jigia, who thought to herself, Oh my god. His timing is absolutely perfect. What a talent. Since this was his first raid, I was prepared to clean up the mess. But with a performance like this, I can just focus on dealing damage. Awesome! Seeing me look at him, Healthizer got a little shy. Edwin became enraged and shouted, I will destroy you with light, hit by his attack. Both Hip Disco and Jigia were shocked and confused. 2 seconds later, Hip Disco fell, still muttering, Wait, why me? Seeing her teammate go down, Jigia grew worried and thought to herself, I knew it. The boss is in a frenzy. I guess I have to resurrect him. And as his health bar refilled, Hip Disco asked in confusion, Huh, I'm not dead. Healthizer immediately grinned and replied, I used revive on you. Jigia couldn't believe her ears and screamed internally, Wait, seriously? He didn't just revive him, he healed Hip Disco instantly. While he smiled brightly, Hip Disco was so happy he started crying, Oh my god! This made Jigia think seriously about Healthizer, this new healer. Could he be someone the developers sent me as an apology for not expanding my block list? I say heal, and he does it instantly. It's like he's the AI assistant on my phone. Siri, Bixby, Alexa, move it aside. Healthizer has arrived. After escaping from Edwin Godagua, said cheerfully, Great job, everyone! HX was also very satisfied. That was really interesting. Dragonflame loudly praised the entire team. Great teamwork. Then they started praising Healthizer. First up was HX, Hey Healthizer, you're really good. Then it was Dragonflame's turn. You can take all of this stuff. None of us use it, Healthizer. Receiving the items from Dragonflame, Healthizer smiled brightly and said, Thanks a lot. A moment later, Jigia walked over to Tankan Robot. Tankan Robot looked confused and replied, Huh, Jigia said in a sincere tone, I swear this raid was definitely meant for me. Tankan Robot was skeptical. You all right, lady? Jigia replied confidently, The developers were very impressed with the way I play this game, so they sent an AI character just for me as a reward for my dedication. Tankan Robot casually retorted, Do you need me to call an ambulance for you? Jiggy got angry and used his real name, Hey Minhyuk. We're going to get the first clear achievement, aren't we? After hearing this, Tankan Robot replied in a surprised tone, Why are you suddenly so friendly? Are you really considering using Healthizer for the Mythic difficulty raid? Jigia gave Tankan Robot a few choices to make it easier for him. All right, I'll give you some options. Option 1, you can create a new priest account. Option 2, infiltrate Division 5 and kidnap Lewin's Lila. Option 3, get your name on the warning board for destroying a raid party. Option 4, train Healthizer for the Mythic difficulty raid. There, you choose. Tankan Robot was in a bind, hesitantly replying, Huh. Then he silently cursed her, Damn her. I can't pick any of the other options. Kidnap Lewin's Lila? I'd definitely get banned for that. And me become a priest? Impossible. I know she's not kidding about destroying a raid party. She'd become the talk of the whole game the moment her name gets slapped on that warning board. It would happen in an instant. So there was only one option left. Tankan Robot had to give in. All right, I'll tell him. But Jigia said, No need. I'll handle this myself. With that, she turned and left, leaving Tankan Robot stunned. What? He asked as Jigia walked away. Tankan Robot thought to himself, She's really serious about this. Tankan Robot even knelt and silently apologized. Please forgive me, Healthizer. I've sold you out. Jigia went to find Cutie UIOP. Cutie UIOP looked surprised and asked, What is it? Jigia got straight to the point. Do you have any items for a healer? Kuchiyop was a little surprised and teased her, Well now. Jigia ignored him and continued, I need 1 Cloak of Justice, 50 high-grade Awakening Shards, 500 Faith Stones, and a set of crafted gear. Kutuyov quickly quoted a price. That'll be 60 million gold. Jigia immediately agreed. Deal. Besides, Jigia knew that Kutuyov was his current nickname, which was as meaningless as making your password. the owner of this unremarkable ID. He's a top player from the first server of Asta Chronicles, famous for trading items. Not only is he constantly on the featured user list, but there's also a widespread rumor that if Kwatuyop were to quit the game, 1/4 of the auction house's inventory would disappear. I'm sure it's more than just a rumor. Of course, Kwatuyop just scoffs at this. Furthermore, Kwatuyop said that if getting rich from gaming were that easy, then we'd be seeing gaming forums popping up in Silicon Valley. People were shocked to discover that Kwatuyop was nothing like what was said in the comments. Regardless, he was so famous that everyone eventually just called him the Merchant. A little later, Hip Disco came to find him. "My dear Merchant, what are you up to?" "Isn't that priest gear?" Hip Disco asked in surprise. "How do you plan on selling that?" Kwatuyop simply said offhandedly, "It's not for sale. It's a special order." Dragonflame, stunned, asked back, "Who ordered it?" Kwatuyop didn't hide it. "Our guildmaster Zizia Godogwar." Still finding it hard to believe, God of War asked, "Don't you already have a full set of gear?" At that moment, Gigia looked at a test tube and replied, "Of course I do. I already gave it to Healthizer." Hearing this, HX yelled in a panic, "You gave it to Healthizer!" And so they immediately started whispering among themselves. First, Hip Disco said, "I think my monitor's broken or something. I'm seeing strange things in the chat window." Ovo immediately confirmed, "You too, same here." God of War looked stunned and said, "Unbelievable." Shibata lost his cool even more. "Oh my god, I was so shocked I accidentally threw away the piece of chicken I was eating." And so many new recruits had come to hate her and then left. This was mainly because the Vice Guild Master Ton Can Robot had a habit of bringing in new people, mentoring them, and then letting them grow on their own. After all, Gigia wasn't interested in new members and never bothered giving them equipment or other items. So what was Gigia's motive for giving an item to a newbie? And it wasn't just any piece of equipment. It was also an expensive cosmetic set. Most of the Hater Guild members quickly realized his intentions. Moreover, the whole group assumed he had ill intentions toward Healthizer, thinking to themselves, "This is definitely not right. That inhuman monster Gigia is planning to turn our adorable newbie Healthizer into his new partner." A few seconds later, Hip Disco spoke up again. "It can't be. Is he seriously planning to let Healthizer join a mythic difficulty dungeon raid?" Chibata, who knew him best, replied, "If Gigia had even a shred of conscience, there's no way he'd take someone who's only been playing for a month into a dungeon that hard." And God of War, feeling indignant for the new player's sake, yelled, "Maybe he's just trying to be nice to a newbie for once." Meanwhile, Dragonflame laughed and said, "That's what I was thinking too." God of War suddenly brought up the recruitment issue. "It's been a month since the recruitment notice went up. There's no way he still hasn't received a single application, right?" Gigia. "I haven't received a single application." Ovo paused, then admitted, "Seriously?" God of War quickly added, "Holy crap," Dragonflame in disbelief stammered, Not a single one." Gigia admitted the truth. "None." He thought for a moment, then said, "But there are a lot of applicants for the direct damage dealer or DPS positions." "I'll start the interviews soon." Ovo completely lost his cool and yelled, "Who cares about the DPS position? Do you really mean you don't have a single applicant for the priest role?" Gigia replied bluntly, "No." Ovo was silent for a moment, then said, "I think we should start planning to kidnap Clueless Healer from his guild hall." Gigia, not knowing who he was talking about, asked, "Who's Clueless Healer?" Dragonflame ran up to him crying and complaining, "Tancock, I have a feeling our new recruit is going to leave us again." Tancock Robot immediately refused to help. "I've got nothing to do with this. I already tried to talk him out of it. But that bastard blocked me." Gigia didn't deny it, but he did say, "Hey, I unblocked you ages ago." Hearing this, HX got angry on Tancock's behalf. Gigia, even though it's true that he successfully cleared the Edwin raid. She recalled how Healthizer had used a resurrection blessing to help someone. So HX argued, "But he only started playing a month ago," Gigia said nonchalantly. "That's precisely why we have to train him." Tancan Robot was completely taken aback by this. Then Gigia explained, "Like I said, he has a lot of potential." The others still didn't understand. Gigia continued his analysis. "I forgot to mention this earlier, but I didn't do any of the healing. During the entire Edwin raid, Healthizer kept everyone alive all by himself." Ovo made an awkward face and replied, I kind of thought that might be the case, but I can't believe it's real." Hip Disco remembered the moment he fell on the battlefield and replied, "But I was already dead." "The least you could do is save me." Gigia bluntly criticized his teammate. "That's your fault, not mine. Give me 2 months and I guarantee Healthy will not only be able to beat raids, but even participate in mythic raids." Gigia also acknowledged the fact that he had successfully cleared the Edwin raid despite only playing for a month. Don't you guys think he wants to join the Mythic Raid too? Ovo replied with a dissatisfied look. I wish I could say you're wrong, but Hip Disco immediately gathered everyone and whispered, Everyone, it looks like we can't get Healthy out of this. So let's try Hip Disco, at least stop him from quitting. Dragonflame immediately agreed, sounds reasonable. There are many reasons why training Healthy is the best option here. At least it's better than trying to secretly kidnap Glue's Heller from the army, or having our leader's name honored on the warning board for the crime of, sabotaging another guild. Right after that, everyone agreed in unison, I agree. Seeing everyone actively isolating him, Gigi asked, What the hell are you guys doing? Just then Kwatuyup brought over a box and said, It's all done. This made Gigi respond in a surprised tone. After receiving the items, Gigi didn't forget to say thanks. Kwatuyup smiled and replied, It was a pleasure doing business with you. A few seconds later, Gigi disguised as Santa Claus approached Healthy, but he recognized him and replied with a smile, Hello, Guildmaster Gigi. Gigi smiled back brightly and said, Hey there. Furthermore, the system displayed a notification, Gigi wants to trade. This made Healthy say in a surprised voice, Huh. Gigi gave all the items to him. They're all for you. Healthy was extremely surprised. Wow, what is all this stuff? Gigi honestly explained the reason. This is to congratulate you on successfully clearing the Edwin raid and to welcome your debut. The system announced again trade successful. The teammates started talking amongst themselves after seeing Jigia give the gift. In addition, Healthy hesitantly asked, Isn't this stuff expensive? Jigia replied loudly, Not at all, I guarantee it. Healthy hugged the pile of gifts in his hands and said with a smile, But I only got through it thanks to the other party members. Isn't this too much? Gigi treated it as normal and replied, Of course not. You did great today. On the other hand, he felt annoyed inside. He screamed internally, What are you still standing there for? Meanwhile, his teammates were extremely surprised by how well Jigia was treating Healthy. HX chuckled and said to them, He's right. You were on fire today. Hidosco looked at Jigia with an admiring gaze and said, Back then I thought I was about to kick the bucket. But you saved me. You moved me to tears. And Ovo didn't forget to praise him. Your character control is insane. So damn impressive. God of War also chimed in. There's no way you're a newbie. You're a genius, right? Finally, Healthy admitted, You're right. Actually, I'm not a new player. Jigia acted interested and asked, Did you find this raid difficult? Healthy scratched his head in confusion and awkwardly replied, I was a little worried at first. Maybe it's because I had the right gear or because of the other guild members, but I felt it was really easy. This made Jigia feel satisfied, and he thought to himself, Oh my god, did you hear that? He said Edwin was easy. Healthy once again thanked him. Thank you so much for the gear. Will you join me for the next raid? I'll try to practice even more. Jigia did not refuse this offer. Just call me if you want. Inwardly, he was getting excited. How can he say all the right things? He hit the nail on the head every single time. Everything was going according to Jigia's plan, so he smiled and thought to himself, From gear to buffs, he has everything I need. His skills are perfect too. The only thing left to do is build trust with the new healer, and I'm set. Training my very own healer. This will be a piece of cake. While he was daydreaming about the future, idealizing his time with the newbie Sung Cha-hyun, had completely forgotten that he was still a university student. At that moment in class, the professor announced loudly, By the way, I have an announcement before we end today's lecture. Starting next week, we'll be having group presentations instead of lectures. This announcement made Sung Cha-hyun break out in a cold sweat. The whole class fell silent, and he thought to himself, What the hell did he just say? The reason I pay this sky-high tuition and drag myself to this class is to listen to the professor's lecture, not some other students. Especially in my senior year. I finally found a solution to my partner problem, and now reality throws this mess at me. What is this? Sitting in class, Sung Cha-hyun was silently cursing the professor. The reason I pay such an absurdly high tuition and drag myself to this class is to listen to a lecture from the professor, not from other students. Especially not in my final year. After that, he was forced to form a group. The first person immediately introduced himself. Hello, I'm Gu Seung Bin. When it was his turn, I'm Sung Cha-hyun. In his head, he was still thinking, I really thought this class would just be about coming to the lecture hall and listening. Not all these group projects. And the course is even called The Science of Happiness, of all things. Yeah, real happy about that. A fucking pain is what it is. And so everyone introduced themselves one by one. I'm Park Min-jung. I'm Lee Gina, a computer engineering major. He looked at everyone and suddenly had a thought. Then again, The people here are nothing more than pitiful victims who fell for the professor's scam. Out of curiosity, Sung Cha-hyun glanced at their books and muttered to himself, "The covers of their textbooks are still stiff and new. That means everyone here except for me is a freshman. Let's exchange phone numbers." From that, he figured they would definitely vote for him to be the group leader. But if we present in numerical order since we're Group 7, we'll have more time to prepare. I'm sure I was full of energy this morning, so why the hell am I so drained? As Gu Seung-bin was leaving, he happened to run into the professor. Later, Sung Cha-hyun returned to his apartment to take a shower, but while drying his hair, he couldn't stop muttering to himself. So damn tired. The first thing Sung Cha-hyun did was sit down at his computer, launch a game, and mutter to himself, "Do these professors think we only take their classes or something? I hate group work. It's such a headache." And with that, Ji-jia logged into the game. The moment he appeared, HX greeted him. "Welcome!" Chibauder did the same. "Hey there!" And finally, Pico. And even Healthy Jar walked up. "Hello?" Seeing him, Ji-jia was a little surprised. Healthy Jar beamed, saying, "Ah, you're here too." He looked at that bright smile and thought to himself, "Just looking at him makes me feel so much better." That's right. I have Healthy Jar now. I need to cheer up. He'll keep growing and become the perfect pawn for me. I just need to focus on that and hang in there. Soon enough, they were in the Beloved Healer Training Guide. Step 1. Build a good relationship by participating in activities together. Ji-jia cracked a sinister smile and said, "I spent a whole day putting this perfect plan together, casting aside all conscience." Next, Healthy Jar hesitantly spoke up. I have a question," Ji-jia asked in surprise. "Huh? What is it? Go on," Healthy Jar asked in an awkward tone. "Do you know how to play a priest?" Ji-jia told the truth. "Of course I do. It's not as strong as an alchemist, but I'm pretty good at playing one." Healthy Jar then made a request of Ji-jia. "In that case, could you teach me?" Ji-jia smiled brightly and asked, "A priest?" Inwardly, though, he was thrilled. On the other hand, since Sung Jae-hyun was a long-time veteran player, he had played many different classes, but he usually avoided traditional support roles like the priest. And why's that? Because it's incredibly mind-numbingly boring. Since a priest's healing skills are so stable, you don't get to experience the thrill of managing your party's health like an alchemist does. With his god-tier mindset, Cha-hyun always used a priest as a teammate to cover his own weaknesses, them during the healing process. Like that one guy, for instance. He was thinking of clueless healer who had gone off to do his military service. Even without playing the class in depth, the knowledge he'd gathered from coordinating with them was more than enough. A few moments later, Ji-jia had a thought. If the newbie wants to learn, then why shouldn't I teach him? Of course I can! Ji-jia promised him, of course I can. I'll teach you. Healthy Jar was overjoyed and beamed. Ji-jia smiled back and instructed him, "All right then, just wait for me to switch accounts, okay?" Healthy Jar gently agreed. "Okay." This left everyone else there confused and over-whispered to Dragonflame, "I think Healthy Jar is actually into this." "This isn't our fault, is it?" Dragonflame just replied nonchalantly. "I told you he was into it. I wasn't joking, but you just wouldn't believe me." Tank and Robot even posed a hypothetical. So what if Healthy Jar wants to quit the game after spending an hour playing with him? Seeing Tankan Robot's message, Sung Jae-un sat in front of his monitor and began to wonder. When was the last time I played a priest? It's been so long I can't even remember anymore. He decided to become a priest and the system confirmed GGH has logged in. Now that he was a priest, another problem arose. Sung Jae-hyun couldn't remember the keyboard controls. He thought to himself, "Let's see. What's the skill hotkey again?" Just as I remember, though, the equipment is a bit dated. In the game, Ji-jia let out a confused, when he saw Healthy Jar staring at him while the others surrounded the poor guy saying things like, "Oh, our poor Healthy Jar, we're going to miss you." Ji-jia turned back and glared at them, thinking to himself, "How dare you mess with my precious newbie?" Meanwhile, they were screaming in mock terror. A few seconds later, they came over to tease him. Dragonflame said, "Oh my god, look at this, it's been ages. I just saw our guildmaster in his priest form." Hip Disco chimed in, "I never thought I'd get to see that again. You'd really do anything for the newbie." Lata added, "Oh my, didn't someone say they'd delete their account if they logged in as a priest again?" Gigi yelled a warning, "Stop spreading rumors." Seeing that he was angry, Lata simply replied, "Yes." Afterwards, Gigi looked at him, smiled brightly, and said, "Healthizer, shall we get started?" Healthizer obediently answered, "Okay." Where are we going? Gigi took him to the training grounds and said, "We have a practice arena inside the guild castle. We'll train there." Gigi demonstrated slowly. "This skill is a little tricky. Just one swipe and then another whoosh." After finishing, he turned and asked him, "Easy, right?" Healthizer replied with excitement, "It does sound easy. Let me give it a try." After doing it, Healthizer asked for Gigi's opinion. "Did I do it right? This is really fun." He didn't answer but looked at him with a satisfied expression which was beyond his own expectations. Sung Cha-hyun never thought he could teach someone else. However, after training Healthizer, he started to feel strange, as if he could become one of the best instructors here. And it was no surprise. Even when Cha-hyun gave a vague explanation like, "You just do a little swoosh here and there," Healthizer, being a genius, could replicate it perfectly. In the game, after seeing what Healthizer could do, Gigi was so happy he could cry. He covered his mouth and thought to himself, "Good heavens, where did this precious gem come from?" A second later, he said to him, "Now let's do a practical test. It seems you can quickly apply what I've taught you." Healthizer immediately followed his command. "Yes, sir." Before he started, Gigi said to him, "All right, wait for me to switch to my alchemist class." In the real world, Sung Cha-hyun leaned back in his chair wondering which dungeon is suitable for Healthizer, the corrupted spirit of the Velvet Antler. Or the Snow Forest Guardian raid. Now those are too easy for him. Meanwhile, he became an alchemist, which was confirmed by the system. Gigi had logged in. As soon as he returned, Healthizer quickly said, "Hey, Gigi!" Although he hesitated a bit, he gathered up all his courage to ask, "By the way, can we raid the second legendary dungeon today? I practiced a lot yesterday." Instantly, Sung Cha-hyun crushed the can in his hand and screamed internally, "This is insane! How is this possible?" He looked at the computer screen and kept grumbling to himself. "I tried not to even think about doing a legendary raid since it's too hard for a newbie. My conscience is killing me, but look at him. He's asking me himself." But then he managed to calm himself down. He mumbled in his head, calm down, Cha-hyun." Just then, Dragonflame approached. "Heard a rumor that someone's about to raid Fendi." Hip Disco, smiling brightly, asked back, "Who mentioned Fendi?" Healthizer just smiled without answering. HX was so happy he stammered, "Healthizer, are you for real?" Ovo suddenly burst into tears and said, "I was just about to go take a shower." Hearing that, Letta covered his nose and said, "You stink, go shower quickly." Ovo angrily yelled in his face, "Are you trying to piss me off on purpose?" Finally, Gigi made a bold decision. Recruiting 2 tanks and 5 DPS for the Fendi raid. Just like that, everyone formed a straight line. Gigi commanded loudly, "Now line up straight, right here." He was irritable with the others, but his tone was gentle with him. Gigi then turned and said to Healthizer, "Hey, are you ready?" But Healthizer, as always, was very agreeable. Of course. At times like these, Sung Cha-hyun was too lazy to talk, so he rarely led raids, let alone turn on his mic. But for his adorable partner, his perfectly suited Healthizer Cha-hyun was more than willing to talk to him. In the real world, Sung Cha-hyun was also smiling with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "My healer can definitely do anything he wants." Back in the game, Gigi said, "All right, let's begin." Chibutter excitedly said, "Let's go forward." Dragonflame loudly urged everyone, "Let's go." Next, the system made an announcement. The Balanced Knight, Frederick Adrian, is entering the raid. Legendary difficulty. The screen displayed the text, "Entering raid legendary difficulty." Sung Cha-hyun yelled, "Binding chains, blizzard, target lock." He continuously unleashed his strongest skills. Gigi thought, this pattern is old, so it's not too difficult. You just have to try and memorize the attack patterns. Sung Cha-hyun's character, Gigi, had a determined gaze, and his voice was firm and clear, just like a leader. Ovo said, "You're right, but I suddenly forgot what the attack pattern is. Was it an area of effect attack?" She rubbed her eyes, her voice a bit embarrassed. Chibutter said, "Of course I don't remember either, haha." He scratched his cheek. Biko said, "I'm sure muscle memory will kick in soon enough. Let's move forward." His hand clenched into a fist and slammed down on the table. With a decisive shout, a beam of light in the shape of a balanced scale appeared. On the left plate was a sword, and on the right a shield. The system's voice rang out. Those with the shield icon moved to the left side. Everyone followed his command, gradually moving to their correct positions on the scale. The side of the scale with the sword icon is an area where even tanks can't survive, as they'll take double damage. A shield icon appeared above their heads. Some party members announced they had a defense buff. The system said, "Everyone get ready. In 5 seconds, we're switching positions." Frederick, repent. Heidegger's side is the AoE attack, so everyone just needs to dodge it. My side is the all-out attack, so I'll be in charge of healing. Hearing the signal, Hyudiger announced loud and clear, "The area I'm responsible for is the all-out attack, so it only needs one heal and it's done." But for Healthy, it's different. Healing on the sword side is much more complicated. Of course, the enemy's attack range is limited, so you can dodge it from a distance, but Hip Disco and Chai Powder specialize in close combat. Everyone charged forward, attacking the monster relentlessly and with great excitement. For melee fighters, giving up on dealing damage and retreating is a great dishonor. Hip Disco gently brushed back his hair, a triumphant smirk spreading across his face. A true warrior knows when to deal damage and when to dodge. That's what makes them truly strong. His long, curled eyelashes highlighted his eyes, which curved up happily in victory. The DPS in the Haste Guild are all seasoned veterans, so they can execute their attacks and dodges with masterful skill. The robot boss launched an attack towards Hip Disco, startling him. In a split second, he failed to dodge the blow, sprawled on the ground, looking pained and a little pathetic. Hip Disco cursed. "Damn it! How did I still get hit when I did exactly what Ovo said?" Healthy was still in a panic. "You're still just a rookie kid, ahaha. Serves you right for being stupid." Iris Buller stood with her arms crossed, proud and fearless, while the red-haired guy laughed mockingly. The whole scene was a picture of hilarious chaos. It was a situation so painful yet funny that anyone watching would have to laugh along. Hip Disco, fuming with rage, yelled, "You tricked me on purpose. You gave me the wrong instructions, didn't you?" Ovo covered his mouth, snickering with an amused look in his eyes. "Well, I succeeded on my very first try, so I had no idea you were that bad. My apologies." The more Hip Disco heard, the more furious he became. He grabbed Ovo by the collar and yelled, "You're dead meat." Gigi, watching from a distance, thought to himself, "All those guys know how to do is deal damage. So of course they're causing trouble again." A purple light flared up, seeming to signal that some kind of power had just been activated. Behind his glasses, Gigi's sharp eyes glinted, showing his intense focus. He looked as if he'd just realized something or was preparing to act. With a cool expression and a determined gaze, he looked up and thought, "However, angels whisper." Healthy held his staff, causing a sparkling light to surround Hip Disco, apparently healing his wounds. "Ugh, that feels so good. This is so nice. Having a teammate heal you continuously before you even need to use a potion is fucking awesome." Sung Jae-hyun was laughing out loud. Sung Jae-hyun, who both in the game and in real life, preferred to be a passenger rather than the driver. Healthy was spreading his wings, flying gently as if weightless. He held on tight to the man in black floating below him. Below, Sung Jae-hyun laughed, enjoying the ride. He felt this situation wasn't just strange, but also quite fun. "But you know what?" Ovo said. "You've improved a lot since last time. Back when you first started as a swordsman, you couldn't even fight and chat with people at the same time." Hip Disco, his face weary and exhausted, grumbled, "Just you wait until this battle is over." "You're so dead." Gigi chuckled softly. "I can't help but laugh hearing this ridiculous conversation. Is this some kind of rich people's hobby?" Chi Powder looked at his thumb. "Ouch, that hurts." Healthy was now healing him in the same way. His smile was gentle and warm. "God's touch, victory pose." A player said, "We have a healer who can do everything. Aren't you jealous?" Dragonflame raised both hands and shouted, "Heal me too!" Gigi, standing beside him, gave a friendly smile. Then, without a word, Gigi took several colorful potions and threw them one after another at him. Dragonflame didn't even have time to react, he just screamed in terror. "Ah!" Gigi turned his head back to the giant boss, his expression stern, and said in a firm voice, "This is the most annoying attack phase. Everyone except the marked person should run from left to right. Watch out for the boss's combo attacks." A continuous ringing sound was heard. HX had a weary look on his face. A desperate voice cried out, "I'm marked!" Hip Disco sighed. "Damn it, what terrible luck." Dragonflame cheered, "I'm not marked this time, heh. His mischievous laugh only made the other two more frustrated, one groaning in misery, the other gloating in triumph. The scene was like something out of the world's most chaotic raid party. A narrator's voice announced, "The range of this next attack is extremely wide. Therefore, the best strategy is to let the marked members take the hit by themselves." The scene shifted to a tactical map with dots representing the party members. The other dots quickly spread out with arrows indicating their direction of movement, showing their synchronized coordination. The word dash appeared, emphasizing the team's retreat speed. The dash was both tense and a little comical, as if everyone was in a race to see who could outrun death. HX frowned. "At least you guys have a dash skill." Hip Disco added, "I wish battle mages had that skill too." Dragonflame issued a challenge, "If you can beat this boss with just that magic staff." I'll call you my master, Gigi commanded decisively. Everyone move in an orderly fashion to the right side of the arena. The boss suddenly leaped up, ready to attack anything in its path. The narrator's voice explained that an area of effect attack just went off, but I used a damage reduction skill so we wouldn't take too much. Significant damage. Gigia smiled slightly. Suddenly a bright flash of light went off. Gigia froze and immediately turned around. Behind him was Pico, sprawled out on the ground. Did he trip during our hasty retreat? Gigia saw the panic on Pico's face. Healthizer. The atmosphere froze. Just as the word post echoed in his mind, his entire body went rigid. Healthizer could only stare at his fallen teammate, torn between running to save him and the fear that a rash move would get him killed too. His face twisted in panic as he screamed. I'm sorry, the narrator's voice continued, but unlike a DPS or a tank who can just focus on moving, a healer has to manage the party's health bars while on the move. It's incredibly difficult to balance healing and movement at the same time, which makes mistakes very common. Hearing this, Gigia's expression grew tense and sweat beaded on his forehead. He thought to himself, that could happen. Doing both at once is really tough. A voice suddenly boomed like thunder, Call of the Wild. The whole arena fell silent for a moment. Then a brilliant light suddenly flashed in midair and Chibata appeared, striking a heroic pose. Wind billowed and light swirled around him, making him look like a god. Healthizer, still next to his fallen comrade, could only stare in astonishment at the scene. Gigia looked towards the flash of light, his hand holding a fuming sea-blue glass bottle. A moment later, Pico shot up, his face dirty and bruised. He sighed in relief. Phew, I'm still alive. Gigi just sat there, scratching his head with a bewildered look. After that, a guilty-looking Healthizer bowed his head and said quietly, I'm truly sorry. Gigi quickly raised a hand to reassure him. It's all good, I already handled it. Don't even worry about it. Healthizer still looked tense and anxious. He hesitated, but then Gigia walked up to him, knelt on one knee, and put a hand on his shoulder. He gave him a gentle smile. This is your first time, right? His expression was bright, though tinged with fatigue from the long battle. His voice was deep and warm as he calmly tried to comfort his teammate. This was a difficult raid to begin with, and you didn't make a single mistake until that happened. Healthizer looked at him, his eyes welling up with tears of gratitude. Gigi? Seeing this, Dragonflame started rubbing his arms and shivered. Man, I'm getting goosebumps. HX stared in disbelief. She stammered, Is that really our guild leader? The tension in the room suddenly broke. Just as the black-haired leader finished comforting him, the rest of the team couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter. Hip Disco teased, usually when Healthizer messes up, Gigia would be like, what did your keyboard break or something? Or, did you accidentally unplug your mouse? The whole group erupted in laughter, the sound echoing through the hall and easing the awkwardness. The one being talked about ducked his head while the other bowed repeatedly in apology. Everyone, I'm truly sorry, Healthizer said. Chibata had a wistful expression as if lost in a memory, letting out a long, dramatic sigh. I miss my beloved old guild leader so much. The whole team got laughed at by the fans again. But after all, they're still a team getting through this hardship together. A ferocious tiger suddenly appeared, shattering the cheerful atmosphere. It roared like thunder. You bastards, stop giving Healthier a hard time. Now get your asses over there and do some damage to the boss. The whole group was startled. Exhausted, everyone dispersed. It seems like that's the boss of this game. Inside the castle, the lively chatter of people echoed outside. It was bustling. Gigi enthusiastically praised everyone. You guys were amazing, Dragonflame added. Absolutely perfect. Ovo frantically ran off. I need to take a shower right now. Let's just close our eyes and see each other in the next life, okay? Hip Disco angrily shouted after him, Should I report him? Letta laughed loudly. Ha, I think you should. Healthier bowed his head slightly and said softly, Thank you, everyone, for helping me today. GX Powder gave him a thumbs up to show encouragement and praise. You did great, Healthier. HX's applause from beside him also served as thanks and encouragement. You're definitely not a newbie anymore. God of War's voice rang out. Did you guys just finish a match? HX turned, saw him, and replied cheerfully, That's right, Healthier just defeated Frank today. When God of War heard what she said, his eyes filled with amazement and admiration. Wow, for real. At that moment, Healthier walked over to where Gigi was standing. Gigi. Hearing someone call his name, he turned in surprise to look. Healthier bowed his head slightly, his voice trembling softly, almost lost in the wind. I'm truly sorry for what happened. Because of me, everyone... His gaze fell, not daring to look anyone in the eye. Gigi quickly waved his hand dismissively, stepped forward, and gave a reassuring smile. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I mean it. You did a great job. You know I can't lie, right? Healthier looked up, momentarily stunned. The gentle light in Gigi's eyes made his heart flutter. Healthier thought to himself, why would he need to lie? When he's already said everything I wanted to hear. He hesitated. But, Gigi thought to himself, I really don't mind at all. But what am I going to do if my partner, without getting my approval, decides not to join any more legendary grade dungeons just because of one small mistake? Healthier suddenly spoke up. Excuse me? Gigi, who was deep in thought, was startled by his voice. He asked awkwardly, What is it? Healthier's eyes were red and his voice trembled slightly. Could I have your personal message? ID. Hearing this, Gigi was a little surprised. My message, ID. Healthier explained, I plan to practice by myself, but I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Gigi paused for a moment, then chuckled, even though he appeared calm on the outside, but his eyes wavered slightly. The narrator's voice cut in, Sung Chan-hyun always hid his face during offline meetups. He had never given his personal information to anyone. As a rule, a clear line should be drawn between the game and real life. Seeing Gigi's slightly awkward reaction, Healthier said shyly, If you don't want to, it's okay. I'm sorry I've already bothered you so much today. Gigi suddenly thought, I can't just stand by and watch my future partner be sad like this. Sung Chan-hyun sat in front of his computer typing rapidly. Gigi's message appeared. It's no problem. I'll send you my ID and a message later. On the other side of the screen to the user, Healthier. The light from the monitor was just enough to reveal the corners of his mouth lifting in an amused, calculating smile. He typed, Whoa, for real, hey. Gigi quickly replied, For real. The scene returned to the game. Thank you so much. Healthier was so happy he jumped for joy. Gigi patted his head, his gaze gentle and stirred. He thought to himself, wow, just look how happy he is. Of course I could give him my ID. A coffee shop bustling as usual. The sounds of laughter conversations, scraping chairs, and the clinking of cups and glasses blended into a noisy but familiar symphony. Sung Chan-hyun sat in a hidden corner holding a cold drink and quietly taking a sip through a black straw. His eyes, rimmed with dark circles, were glued to his computer screen. One hand held the drink while the other tapped lightly on the keyboard. His messy hair and gloomy face radiated the exhaustion of working for hours on end, his mind fixated on a pile of deadlines. Research report. Group project. Research report. Group project. The narrator's voice began, 26 years old this year, majoring in business administration. A senior in his final semester before graduation. He muttered to himself. While my classmates seemed to be breezing through the semester, easily my university experience has been nothing short of a nightmare. His hand clenched into a fist and slammed hard against a wall where the words Asta Chronicles were displayed. The letters obscured by his fist symbolized his determination and effort to reach his goal. The narrator spoke again. The reason for this whole mess is Asta Chronicles, which released a new update just 2 years ago, right after Sung Chan-hyun was discharged from the military, a time when even chewing on ice felt exciting. The first announcement. The legendary game Asta Chronicles has officially launched. Amidst a crowded street, the buzz of people echoed everywhere under the gentle afternoon sun. Groups of people gathered around stalls, trading and bargaining, their lively chatter and laughter filling the air. The narrator continued, his friend Merchant was a beta tester who had participated in both the open and closed betas of Asta Chronicles, and he was convinced. Dollar signs appeared in his eyes as a smirk spread across his face. Nice. I bet I can make a fortune in this game. As a trader. And so he lured Chan-hyun into trying this unbelievable game. He leaned in and whispered in Sung Cha-hyun's ear, and because Cha-hyun was a true gaming addict, he didn't hesitate to download Asta Chronicles the moment he heard him speak. Sung Cha-hyun happily gave a thumbs up to show his approval for the Holy Knight tin can robot whom the merchant had met during the open beta. In the game, he looked like a sturdy but somewhat cute green robot bringing along the warrior god of war from another game. This character had a strong and proud appearance. He stood with his arms crossed, his broad shoulders and firm arms clearly showing well-defined muscles, the mark of someone who had undergone extensive training. And finally, with the alchemist Jigia joining in, we see the image of a young, calm-looking boy with a monocle holding vials of experimental potions in his hand. Portraying intelligence and quick-wittedness, they held hands in a circle and danced with smiles on their faces. A perfect team of 4 had been formed just as the merchant had promised. This game was truly a legend, and Cha-hyun was balancing his gaming and real life with incredible efficiency. Cha-hyun sat in front of his computer screen on his head, wearing a headset to focus better. A faint smile played on his lips as his hands typed on the keyboard, exuding a confidence that showed his work was going smoothly. But everything was perfectly normal until May. Suddenly, the previous image turned black and faded away. When he first returned to school, Cha-hyun was filled with determination. He raised both his hands and clenched them into fists, his smile brimming with confidence and hope. "Study hard, finish all your homework, and get high scores." The person who introduced the game suddenly appeared, giving a forced smile. "That's not going to happen, my dear Asta. Asta Chronicles has updated its guild-ranked battle system, so the newly formed Haste Guild began its journey into the harsh world of ranked matches." The scene opens dark and tense. Against a sky thick with dark storm clouds, purple and white lightning tore through the air, casting a brilliant light down onto the churning sea below. The group of 4 seemed to have lost a lot of matches. Even with too many essays, group projects, and research papers, Cha-hyun still gritted his teeth and farmed guild points like a dog. Around him now were stacks of thesis papers. Pages of text were flying chaotically through the air, creating a sense of disorder and urgency. His tense, tired appearance and messy hair showed he was exhausted from his ambitions. If Cha-hyun were only in 10th place, he wouldn't have cared so much, but he couldn't give up because Guild Hater was at the top of the rankings. "I bet you all didn't see that coming, did you? Just you wait." He gritted his teeth, raising his fist in anger. And just like that, Cha-hyun continued to grind the game even though his nose was bleeding. Of course, he also finished his essays. He sat hunched over, typing furiously on the keyboard, his eyes completely lifeless. During that time, he had no energy left. A player revealed that the guild boss had secured the top spot by playing dirty. A mysterious, shadowy figure appeared. Most of the accounts in the boss guild were suspended. Those guys were all arrested and escorted to the station for investigation and processing. Haste had claimed the top spot on the leaderboard, but it wasn't an achievement earned through skill and effort. Gigi and Tin Can Robot stood and watched as those guys were led away. Their eyes were filled with anger and frustration. It drove a perfectionist like Cha-hyun insane. Jigia stood there, his eyes sharp and cold behind his slender glasses, his stern face betraying no emotion. Back in the present, "Just thinking about Guild Boss makes me furious, but now's not the time for that." Cha-hyun was still sitting at the coffee shop, his hands typing on the keyboard even faster than before, his eyes filled with anger. "I need to use every second and every minute to finish this report." That determination made the scenery around him seem to erupt in flames. A fiery will burned brightly in the heart of the passionate young man, even though he had dark, tired circles under his eyes. But his eyes were still filled with desire, blazing with a persistent and enduring will. He thought to himself, "I have to submit this before midnight. I guess I can't play the game today." Suddenly, a ding sound came from the inbox on his computer, startling him. Gigi, when are you logging into the game today? I've been practicing a few things and need your advice." The message was from Choi Subin, also known as Heel Thigh Now. After reading that message, his eyebrows furrowed slightly and his mouth parted, letting out an that carried both hesitation and a hint of surprise. The screen displayed the message he sent in reply. "I have a report due tonight." On Subin's end, a message notification chimed. The screen lit up. "So I don't think I'll be able to play the game today," Jigia replied. Subin paused for a long moment to think, feeling a bit let down. On Cha-hyun's screen, a message from him appeared. "That's a shame. Well, I hope you finish your report soon, Gigi. I'll be waiting for you," accompanied by a cute dancing emoji. Cha-hyun looked at the screen and smiled. He let out a soft sigh as if his friend's encouraging message had eased some of the stress and fatigue he'd been feeling. "I'll be waiting for you." Cha-hyun replied to the message with a pitifully crying peach emoji. He slumped his head onto the table, his face twisted in a pained expression as he looked at the screen regretfully. He thought to himself, "My personal healer Heel Thigh Now is waiting for me, but I can't log in right now." Suddenly, he sat bolt upright, quickly shaking off his feelings. "No, I have to focus on this report." The scene was gentle and peaceful. Under a soft light, a watering can was sprinkling cool water onto a bed of blooming pink roses. Hip-Hop Disco called out from a distance, "Hey, Tin Can Robot, what are you planting?" Tin Can Robot casually replied while watering the flowers, "Azaleas." Hip-Hop Disco looked puzzled. "Oh, are those expensive?" Tin Can Robot said no. "I'm planning to use them to make an accessory for Heel Thigh Now." An accessory for the healer. Heel Thigh Now chuckled. Haha, you don't have to do that for me, Tin Can Robot insisted. I'm sure you'll find them useful in our next raid. Cheerful Boomer placed a hand on his shoulder, chuckled, and said, He's right, you know. Newbies like you should take whatever you're given. Hilthenow said shyly, Hee, but I'm not a newbie. Hip-Hop Disco wondered, Speaking of which, has that kid Dragonflame grown up yet? Dragonflame made a strange sound, growl growl. Cheerful Boomer wondered, a worried look on his face. But why is the Guildmaster so late today? Dragonflame added on. For a gamer like him to not be here by now. That really is strange. Hip-Hop Disco frowned, his face a little pensive. He usually logs in at 6:30. But it's already past 8 p.m. and he's still not on. Keltis, hearing this, let out a surprised, ah, and then added, He told me he has a report he has to submit by midnight, so he won't be online today. Hearing that, Chibadair was extremely puzzled. Huh. Did he text that in the guild chat? Healthy Zero, no way. Heh, I asked him directly. He replied cheerfully. Chibadair, shocked and surprised, asked, What, are you serious? He calmly replied, That's right. The three of them, Chibadair, Tin Can Robot, and Hip Disco, gathered and looked at each other, their faces tense and surprised, sweat beading on their foreheads. Gigia doesn't mind showing his face, but he never shares his ID with anyone. Not just longtime guild members, but even his former partner. Clueless Heller was no exception. And yet he gave it to the guild's newbie, Ha. He must really like that kid. Hip Disco lowered his head slightly and sighed. But I feel really bad for Healthy. There's more to this game than just raids, you know. Ovo continued, I know right. Hip Disco quickly chimed in. Everyone, why don't we show Healthy Zero the other parts of the game while Gigia isn't here? Ovolo asked, Like what? God of War walked over and said fishing, for example. Ovo said disdainfully, That's just for old geezers. As boring as you. God of War and Holiday Party frowned. The two of them said in unison, What's wrong with fishing, huh? Tell us. Ovo stammered, well... Kutiuyos came up from behind and said, If you catch any grass carp, sell them to me, okay? Holiday Party cheerfully replied, You bet I'm going fishing right now. Dragonflame watched the scene and said helplessly, He used to be a brilliant merchant, but now he's completely become a slave to the nation. For real. Hip Disco pointed towards Healthy Zero and said, Anyway, should we teach Healthy Zero how to PvP? Tin Can. Robot nodded slightly. HX walked over and called out, Hey, Healthy Zero. Healthy Zero turned around surprised. What's up? HX asked. What are you doing? Healthy Zero gave a small smile, his eyes curving behind his bangs. His tone was a mix of shyness and cheerfulness. Oh, I'm just watching some YouTube videos. Hearing this, HX was extremely surprised, her eyes filled with a bit of admiration. The cute newbie is self-studying and watching tutorial videos even when Gigia isn't here. He's preparing himself to be devoured by Gigia even when Gigia isn't around. She imagined a blender and a happy banana. He's like a banana that peels itself before being put in the blender. HX suddenly shouted, Kaya, and then disappeared in a flash. Do you want to join the party? Narrator Holiday Party sat on a swan-shaped vehicle smiling. He looked both goofy and strange. Hip Disco complained, What kind of party is this? Holiday Party said cheerfully, Just join? Tin Can Robot was bewildered. Huh? Pico still didn't understand what was happening. Above their heads, a huge accept sign appeared. Everyone was still looking around confused. Ovo, what's this for? Holiday Party. Just accept and you'll see. Holiday Party confirmed with satisfaction. Everyone accepted, right? As he spoke, he tore a brown paper scroll in his hand. Hip Disco's jaw dropped in utter horror as if struck by lightning. Tin Can Robot didn't say anything, but inside he was probably in turmoil. His face pale, Ovo shouted, Wait, are you insane? Hip Disco panicked. What's happening? Chibadair screamed, what scroll is that? Dragonflame was so surprised he swore, This can't be happening. A circle of light began to form around them. Their bodies blurred with the light. Ovo yelled, That damn bastard just tore a deep-sea fishing boat teleport scroll. Only Kutiuyos was left standing there alone, casually leaning against a pillar. If you guys catch any grass carp, remember to give them to me, okay? The water's surface reflected the sunlight sparkling like shattered crystal under the brilliant blue sky. The boat's shadow was cast upon the sea like a tiny speck of black ink. In the middle of nowhere, a dazed Hip Disco looked up at the sky. Ah! He shielded his face from the sun with his hand and grimaced. The sound of these seagulls is freaking annoying. Then he glanced to the side with a look of despair and helplessness. Over there were Kutiuyos' farming alts, all different colors lined up neatly and fishing. Hip Disco looked back at them. He felt so lonely and desolate. A narrator's voice rang out. The original name of this area is Ocean Discovery. A ridiculous poster appeared before his eyes. A large boat floating in the ocean, a person in the left corner dancing and screaming their head off. Another person, just their face wore a friendly smile with the words, a one-of-a-kind exciting experience. Just from the name you'd think it was a wondrous ocean expedition. Right. But no. The cruel reality is that its content is more about fishing than exploring the ocean. Narrator, image of a man holding a fishing line with a single fish on it. His eyes were blacked out, but he was probably staring sinisterly at the fish. Once you get on the ship, you'll be stuck there for an hour. Even if you try to use a teleport scroll or even force quit the game, you can't leave this place. The ship drifts solitarily on the open sea. Amidst the desolate space, a faint blue light emanates from the screen, dimly illuminating the faces of two men sitting silently fishing. The distant sound of waves mixes with the gentle hum of the boat's engine. The narrator's voice echoes slowly as if explaining a mystery, and so instead of calling it by its real name, people often call it the deep-sea fishing boat. The boat only sets sail once every hour in real time, but with an ocean expedition teleport scroll, you can board the boat at any time. Unfortunately, this has been abused by some rule-breaking players. They tricked other players onto the boat using this scroll, much like what that holiday party guy just did. The voice continues to explain, to fix this bug. The game operator started selling these teleport scrolls in the shop for 9,901 per scroll, a pretty steep price for a single-use item. The game guide cheerfully chimes in. If you want to buy this, you'll have to shell out some cash. Basically, Holiday Party spent 9,901 just to kidnap his own guild members. That's how dedicated he is to fishing. An image of him happy and beaming showing off the huge fish he just caught appears. There are two reasons why this controversial feature still exists. First, the grass clamfish. A type of fish that can only be caught on the deep-sea fishing boat is worth a lot. The fish looks very colorful. Second, stat points can be upgraded through fishing, which makes it special. If you catch a few hundred fish, your stats in every class will gradually increase by a percentage. No matter what playstyle you choose, fishing is still something you have to go through against the fiery red sunset sky. The sea's surface reflects the light like a giant burning mirror. A figure stands silently on a cliff holding a long fishing rod, casting the line far out with a decisive motion. Ending all that narration is a tired and helpless gaze. Hip Disco thinks to himself, I don't give a damn. He screams internally, someone please get me out of this! Behind him, Holiday Party has just caught a big fish. He yanks the rod back hard, and the fish flies into Chipao Duo's face, making him fall backward and cry out in pain. Ah! The fish seems bigger than we thought. It struggles on top of Chipao Duo, causing him to panic and yell, what the hell is this? Are you crazy? Holiday Party watches nonchalantly, saying sarcastically, oops, my bad, sorry. Nearby Ovo is lying on the ground with a tired and fed-up expression, groaning, Three lines of instructions appear. If you don't catch any fish, within a certain amount of time you will get a debuff that slows your movement. Ovo screams, why? Why would they even make this damn thing? Getting a debuff after sitting still for an hour? How does that make any sense? Sob Tin Can. Robot stands near the side of the boat, his two hands holding a net heavy with fish. He says with an annoyed attitude, this place is so outdated. Ovo pushes himself up and looks at him. He looks like he's enjoying this more than anyone else. Ovo decides to find an ally. He crawls over to Healthier and says, Healthier, hey, aren't you bored? But Healthier is still as innocent and sincere as ever. His face lights up with a bright smile. Ha! If fishing can raise my stats, then I'm all for it. Ovo sinks deeper into despair. He thinks, oh my god, what a saint. Oh my. Our newbie is enlightened, for fuck's sake. He thinks while looking at Healthier. How can he maintain that holy aura while participating in this team mission? Which is just incredibly boring fishing. At the back of the boat, two more figures are fishing. Dragonflame complains gloomily, for crying out loud, I was in the middle of a live stream when you dragged me onto this godforsaken deep-sea fishing boat. His live stream screen shows the scene of the boat drifting in the middle of the sea. Some people are commenting. Nickname Ondep Chi. What happened to Dragonflame? Another nicknamed Grilled Sausage. Did you get kidnapped? Further down is a nick named Boss Ramka. Just keep going. Suddenly, an icon of a fire-breathing dragon and a line of text appear below. Bon Misua has donated 10,001. You're a new streamer, so just try your best. The gloomy, bored expression from before suddenly vanishes, replaced by a radiant smile as he leans into the screen. "Oh, thank you, 10,001 for me." Dragonflame immediately glares furiously at Holiday Party again. "I'll never let this go." Holiday Party just smiles nonchalantly and says, "Just focus on catching grass clamfish, so I can give them to the merchant." Perhaps the merchant here is that crab-tute person. He placed an order with Holiday Party for grass clamfish. Holiday Party's eyes light up. "You got it, boss." Hip Disco stands by the boat's edge, shielding his eyes with one hand as he looks up at the seagulls circling around in the sky. They have the effect of increasing the chance of catching grass clamfish. Hip Disco says angrily, "You brought us here for hard labor, didn't you? Dream on there's no way things will go according to your plan?" Holiday Party. But Ovo is still whining. "Holiday Party, how could you do this to us? Sob, how could you kidnap your own teammates just because a merchant and is looking for that stupid grass clamfish?" Sob Holiday Party places both hands on his chest, a radiant aura glowing around him. "It's because you are all always distracted by the frivolous things around you that you find this so difficult." Holiday Party clasps his hands in front of his chest and says piously, "With just 3 hours of fishing, you will surely be reborn with a calm and pure soul." God of War mimics his pose. "Amen." Ovo witnessed the scene from behind. "What the hell are these demons doing? They've all gone completely mad." God of War. "My mind remains calm amidst the countless changes of life. How could mere mortals ever understand the words of the wise?" Ovo cried out. "What is he talking about now? Someone take him to the hospital." Suddenly, HX started zipping around like an illusion. Ovo, completely fed up, sighed. "Not you too. What are you doing?" After running for a while, HX was covered in sweat but far from being tired. Her face was actually bright and cheerful. She said excitedly, "Ah, the debuff you get on the ship is similar to the slowing debuff in PvP matches, heh." HX chuckled softly. "So I decided to use it for skill training, instead of just rotting away doing nothing here." In front of Ovo, two figures moved at a dizzying speed. Dragonflame, though panting, had eyes full of excitement. "Want to have a PvP match after we get off the boat?" HX looked thrilled. "Of course! We absolutely have to fight a match once we're off the ship." Hip Disco ran up to them, his jaw dropped. "Hey, wait a minute, since when was that a rule?" Ovo, utterly helpless and despairing, sobbed. "Everyone's gone completely mad." HX declared, her voice filled with passion and resolve. "We are all citizens of the Asta Empire. As its people, we must fulfill our duty by engaging in PvP." Ovo cried out, sobbing. "I refuse. I want to raid dungeons. I want to clear all the legendary dungeons. I miss you so much, Gia Sob." Healthy Now sat in a corner, flashing an incredibly cute smile. He said cheerfully, "Hee, me too." The ship drifted gently on the sea, carried by a pleasant breeze. The in-game notification board displayed a message, 38 minutes until liberation. Just then, Cha Hyun stretched his body all the way out. The sound of his bones cracking revealed how stiff he was from sitting so long. He let out a loud, "Ah!" Cha Hyun let out a sigh of relief, the corners of his lips turning up into a smile. He thought to himself, "Phew, at least I'm finally done with all this data." The cafe seemed emptier now. It looked like there was only one young man left at the counter ordering a drink. Cha Hyun sat there, lost in thought. "Now all I have to do is check the footnotes and references for this paper, and then submit it. After that, I'll finally be free from this damn group project." He glanced at his phone and wondered, "I wonder if I have any messages from Healthy Now." Ever since the two exchanged IDs, the Healthy Now sent Cha Hyun at least one message every day, mostly asking him to clarify things he saw in videos about priests. Is there a way to reduce a skill's cooldown time? In this video, between the 4:48 and 5:07 mark, the messages would pop up on Cha Hyun's phone. But occasionally, Healthy Now would also ask how Cha Hyun was doing. "The weather is beautiful today, isn't it? Have you eaten lunch yet?" Cha Hyun was the type of person who paid close attention to minor details and hated complications. But Healthy Now's messages were different. Every time he received a message from him, Cha Hyun would smile unconsciously. Honestly, he was like a perfect heaven-sent partner. He tapped on the messaging app, thinking, "I wonder what he'll ask this time. He must be training really hard." A new message from Choi Subin. "Healthy Now. He. I'm on a fishing boat." Along with the message was a picture of him smiling brightly and making a V sign on the deck. Cha Hyun was taken aback. "Huh." Subin's next message appeared. "I'm going to fish hard and raise my stats." His eyes widened as he stared at his phone, zooming in on the picture. In the background, Ovo was hugging a mast and crying pitifully. HX and Dragon were still fighting while Holiday Party and God of War were fishing. What the hell is this? His hands trembled as he muttered, an aura of pure fury igniting around him, as if he wanted to burn everything to the ground. What the hell are you people doing with my healer? Everyone in the cafe stared at him, shocked. He then gathered his things, storming out of the cafe, enveloped in a murderous aura. The game's notification board displayed a message. Giga has logged in. The whole group cried tears of joy, cheering in unison. He's here. Ova was so happy he sobbed. Hick, guild leader, we missed you so much, Chippeter exclaimed. It feels like we haven't seen you in a billion years. Giga flashed a wide smile, but it made the surrounding atmosphere freeze solid. In the faint light, a cold gleam reflected off his round glasses, hiding the suppressed fury in his eyes. All right, which one of you sons of bitches dragged Healthy Now onto this boat? Get over here and line up now. The tense atmosphere shattered in an instant when Healthy Now, the small boy with bright hair and an innocent smile, ran up to him. Ah, Giga, you're here. Hee hee. I'm here, Healthy Now. Just give me 1 second, okay? Ha ha. Though his voice was friendly behind that smile, there was still a lingering chill like a barely contained storm. Giga said angrily, I've heard the whole story. Holiday Party, come here. Before Holiday Party could react, 2 massive arms yanked him between them. On one side was a grinning Chipotter, and on the other was an extremely irritated Ovo. Let me go, damn it! Damn it! He cried out miserably as he was thrown hard onto the ground, his glasses flying off. Ah! Holiday Party knelt before Jigia, his voice trembling slightly. I didn't do anything wrong. Holiday Party quickly explained with glistening eyes. Everything I did was just lead the guild members to complete a merchant's request. I even paid 9,901 out of my own pocket. Up Disco interrupted. Cut the crap. I saw you use that emoji. Chiphour fell to the ground convulsing. Who asked you to? Why didn't you use that money to buy me fried chicken, instead of dragging us onto that stupid boat? Wasn't that 9,901 supposed to be for you? Hoxie picked his nose. To be honest, 9,901 isn't that much for an office worker. Ovala cried tragically. Boo-hoo, Guildmaster, please do something. Jigia, with a stone-cold face, looked down at him with a listless gaze. I don't care. Gigi crossed his arms and leaned down, a smirk on his face, but his eyes were as sharp as a knife. What I care about is why you brought Healthiger onto a fishing boat. If he quits the game because he got bored, will you take responsibility? The whole Holiday Party group flinched. Huge Tiger, standing to the side, laughed awkwardly. I can't believe he just said that. If you guys plan on taking Healthiger to boring events like the fishing boat in the future, wait until you have permission. Then you can take him, okay? Holiday Party and God of War could only press their lips together and nod repeatedly. HX spoke up. So what about PvP? Giga answered immediately. If Healthiger agrees, then it's not a problem. HX cheered happily. Yay. Seeing this, God of War was incredibly indignant. What the hell is the difference between PvP and fishing? Jigia stated firmly. Fishing is boring as hell. PvP is way more fun. HX was still laughing loudly. I knew you'd agree with me. Healthiger gently approached with a smile and said, Hello. Jigia said warmly, Hey there, Healthy. Seeing Healthiger hesitate as if he had something difficult to say, he prodded. What is it? Standing close to him, Jigia suddenly thought, The character I'm using is the tallest one in the game, and yet he's even taller than me. Jigia gently raised his hand and patted his head, feeling a little sentimental. All right. As long as I can pat his head, it's all good. Ao, standing opposite in the distance, saw everything. Clueless healer should have seen this. Holiday Party pointed angrily at Hector. It's not fair. Hector likes fishing too, you know, he improved. Quite a few of his stats on the boat. God of War added. That's right, Hector said innocently. He's right. I had a lot of fun, Jigia said firmly. Hellsider, you shouldn't say fishing is fun. They'll take a mile if you give them an inch. Holiday's eyes were burning with anger. Hellsider turned to look at Jigia, then said hesitantly, Jigia was curious. What's up? Hellsider blushed and said softly, I looked at the guide for the bitches raid. At first I didn't think I could do it today. But since you're here, if you're not too tired, could you go into the dungeon with me? Hearing Hellsider say that, Ovola and Holiday's jaws dropped in utter astonishment. Jigia was also startled by him. At that moment in the real world, Chahyun was just as surprised. He stared wide-eyed at his computer screen and thought, bitches. Did he just say bitches? Introduction. Bitches is the third boss in the legendary raids. Cha Hyun covered his mouth, smiling to himself, his cheeks flushing red. Narrator, that was truly insane. To this extent, it was actually terrifying. The legendary raids were not something to be taken lightly. Newcomers usually had to practice beforehand to even have a chance of clearing these difficult battles. The battle features a giant, ferocious boss that is incredibly difficult to defeat. It can easily knock a player out with a single punch, sending them flying out of the arena for an instant loss. See you later, narrator, but Healthiger had cleared the Edwin and Fendi raids as a healer on his very first try. Of course, the members of the other group also frequently participated in legendary raids. An image of Hellsider appeared with gentle blonde hair and a delicate smile. The scene returns to when Hellsider was healing Chiphour. Chiphour. Ow, ow, that hurts. He gave a smile as radiant as the morning sun, full of hopeful rays. But no matter how skilled the party members are, if the healer isn't competent enough, they can't clear the raid. Jigia looked at him tense and surprised, sweat trickling down his temple. He thought, I can't believe it. He cleared both raids on his first try, and now he plans to take on bitches. This is a bit much, isn't it? He's like the main character of some fantasy novel. The title would be The Newbie Who Hid His Skills. Jigia saw that beneath Hellsitter's fragile and gentle appearance was a mighty robust superhero who could defeat anyone. He clenched his hand into a fist, thinking, he's seriously top tier. Jigia put his hands on his hips, unable to hide his excitement. You want to fight bitches tonight? Of course we can. I can't believe he's my healer partner. Though he hasn't even been asked yet, he's already claiming him. The air was filled with Jigia's laughter and Hellsitter's applause. It was as if only the two of them existed in that space. Hellsitter asked softly, Then, can you lead the party today? Jigia was thrilled. Of course I can. I'll do it. Hellsitter smiled happily. Thank you. In the messaging app on Cha Hyun's screen, a green dot appeared. A system notification pops up on his avatar. Hitster Cha Hyun, eyes glued to the computer screen, excitedly calls Subin through his headset. Hello! Hello! Healthy, can you hear me? Subin replies, Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Oh. His eyes widened with a hint of surprise mixed with confusion. His heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought, So this is Healthy's voice. The dim light from the computer screen wasn't enough to illuminate Subin's face, but the corner of his mouth twitched upwards. The raid. For the bitches seems pretty tough, so I'll turn my mic on. The corners of his lips curved up slightly, though he didn't understand why he was smiling like that. But he was a little tense and thought to himself, his voice is actually really nice. Then he said softly, Well, the bitches' raid is indeed quite difficult, so we need to coordinate closely. The scene shifts into the game. Healthy is now flustered. Yes, I've looked through the guide, and I have an idea of how difficult it is. Giga gently encourages him. Don't worry, you'll do great. Back in reality, Cha Hyun was still thinking about Hellsider. As his fingers clicked away, he thought, I just assumed he didn't like using his mic. Narrator. There are some people who never turn on their mics in voice chat. Hyun, I thought Healthy was one of them. Jiggy looked at Hellsider standing there and smiled faintly, his lips curving gently as if to hide a bit of his inner turmoil. He thought, but surprisingly, he doesn't seem resistant to this at all. Healthy smiles. Good luck. Jigia is a little surprised. You too, narrator. All right then, let's conquer all the legendary raids and mythic dungeons together. 40 minutes earlier. The info panel shows the time. This was when Hellsider sent Jigia a photo taken on a boat. Cha Hyun, surprised, messaged back. Wait, hold on. Why are you on a fishing boat? Who took you there? Holiday Party replied to the message, To bring the whole party here. Cha Hyun thought to himself, I bet they were dragged along. He typed furiously on his keyboard. Stay put. I just have to submit my research paper and I'll be done. Hellsitter replied, Hey, okay. The word received appeared under the hey, okay message Subin had sent earlier. He looked at it and suddenly thought he still hasn't read my message. I guess he's on his way home right now. Meanwhile, Cha Hyun was indeed fuming on his way home. I'm gonna kill those bastards. I guessed right. Subin rested his phone against his chin, lost in thought. Sung Cha Hyun. A person who seems calm, but gets angry often. He's got a short fuse, too. The image of Cha Hyun that formed in his mind was of someone with high standards, and who pays attention to small details, but at the same time he can be quite careless. For example, in front of me, he always intentionally pretends to be a good person, swearing and cursing less. He pictured a cold face that still held a little warmth in those eyes. Subin remembered the time Jigia pretended to be an old man, Santa Claus, standing in front of him with a big smile. Jigia, hello? But Subin was still lost in memories of Jijia. Everyone knows about his personality. I'd heard about it before, too. And I saw it for myself in the guild chat over the past month. It seems like he cares about me, but only within the game. Outside of that, he becomes a completely different person. If I hadn't asked, he probably would have never given me his contact information. I guess it's because he didn't feel the need to. In any case, Sung Cha-hyun drew a clear line between himself and everyone around him. Gigi stood alone on one side, separated from everyone else. A glowing white strip, like an unbreakable boundary line. Narrator. Most people were afraid of getting kicked out of the guild, so they never dared to cross that line. Gigi stood silently alone, his back to everyone. That silhouette was so proud, yet so full of loneliness. But Choi Subin had no intention of acting like the others. Among the crowd that had their backs to Gigi, only Hellsider watched him with an expectant gaze. Slowly, carefully, his eyes wistfully followed Gigi. And then gradually, slowly, he crossed that line alone. Crossing that line, and pretending not to know anything. That's right, just act oblivious and then slowly get closer. Because waiting is what he does best. Narrator, October, the peak of autumn. It's the season for university festivals. In the middle of the crowded campus, Cha-hyun walked in a red jacket, his expression calm amidst the bustling crowd. Suddenly a voice called out, "Oh, Sunbae Cha-hyun, come over here. We have unlimited side dishes here." He remained cold, not responding, just waving his hand dismissively. Cha-hyun's inner thoughts. No, I'm long past the age of eating terrible pajeon and getting wasted on cheap booze during festival season. His expression darkened slightly, his eyes tired as he thought. How can a final-year student, a project team leader, no less leisurely go off to a festival when we still have a group meeting? He sat in front of the computer frantically typing to get his work done. Because of it, I had to rack my brain to finish all the assignments and group reports since yesterday. Preparing for the meeting whenever you see him, he's always got his eyes glued to the screen, typing and moving the mouse like a madman, practically at war with it. Late at night in a small coffee shop, a table is set with 3 different, rather fancy-looking drinks. Someone speaks up. "All right, shall we start the meeting?" "Okay." In a small corner, Cha-hyun and 2 others were deep in discussion. Gina spoke up. "I'm free on Wednesday and Thursday. What about you, Sunbae?" Cha-hyun looked up at her surprised, then looked at his phone screen. He thought for a moment. "I have an early class on Wednesday, so that won't work. Should I suggest Thursday then?" Suddenly it hit him. He froze. The last Thursday of this month falls on the 31st, which is Halloween. People on Halloween are usually divided into 2 types. The enthusiasts who love to dress up extravagantly and party hard on the streets of Itaewon and Hongdae, and the majority of everyone else who finds apprehensive about the holiday. Of course, Sung Cha-hyun belongs to the second group. You can tell just by looking at his face. So why would he care about Halloween? Because he's not an ordinary person. He's a true gamer. He picks up a keyboard and shoves it into his shirt. Gamers have their own schedules, and for these veteran gamers, Halloween is the perfect time to grind all the special in-game events. He stares intently at his phone screen. "Wednesday sounds fine. I'm busy on Thursday." Hearing this, Gina was a bit surprised. She asked in astonishment, "Whoa, are you going on a date?" Cha-hyun gave a forced, slightly flustered laugh. "Ha ha! No, not at all. Just hanging out with a friend." Park Min-jung spoke up. Are you planning to go celebrate Halloween in Itaewon?" Cha-hyun vaguely brushed it off. Something like that." He thought to himself, well, he's not exactly wrong. I'll just be in Redna Square instead of Itaewon. And they have a Halloween party there, too. The meeting ended. Cha-hyun said, "See you all on Wednesday." The other 2 replied in unison, "Yep, see you then." A game notification panel appeared. Jijia has logged in. Hip Disco said, "The Guildmaster is here." Dragon Flame. "Welcome, Guildmaster." "Hey." Cheese Powder crossed his arms and asked, "Hey, did you read the event announcement?" Gigi turned to smile at Healthier, then turned back with a straight face and replied, "Yeah, I did. These events are the same every year, aren't they?" Healthier. Hey there, Gigi. You're here too." "Hey, Healthier." Hip Disco's expression soured. "I've never heard you talk to us like that before." Ove whined, "The tone is just so different." Gigi gave Hip Disco's group a cursory greeting, "Hey!" then turned to talk to Healthier, completely ignoring the others as if they were air. Dragon Flame. Does he think adding a laugh will solve everything? Those guys had been cast aside by Gigi. They stood in a corner watching with judgmental eyes. Hip Disco. "I knew it." "Totally," Healthier said. Looks like this year's event is being held in Redna Square, hehe. Gigi cheerfully asked, "Have you picked a quest for yourself yet?" Healthier replied, "I have, but I haven't started yet." His eyes curved into crescents, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a brighter smile. "I need to defeat the event boss."
"But I want to do it with you."
He suddenly jumped, showing his delight. "That's why I was standing here waiting for you, hehe." Gigi thought to himself, Healthier seems especially happy today. It's probably because this is his first time participating in an event. They walked up to the lobby where a person with a pumpkin on their head was standing. Ding! A notification message appeared. Healthier has joined the party. Gigi turned back to look at him with a slight smile. He looked back, the corners of his own lips curving up unconsciously. Healthier said, "According to the guide, we need at least 4 people." Gigi replied, "You don't need to worry about that. Gigia has invited you to join the party." The notification text appeared above Cheese Powder and Dragon Flame, startling them. Huh. Cheese Powder has joined the party. Dragon Flame has joined the party. Cheese Powder wondered, what kind of party is this? Dragon Flame grumbled, "I hope we're not going fishing like last time." Healthier's expression darkened for a moment. He gave a chilly smile. "Is everyone ready to get stuck on a boat for an hour?" Dragon Flame exploded, yelling, "Hey! I'm live streaming right now." Gigi thought to himself, my newbie has really grown up. He even knows how to tease the other members. Gigi reassured them, "Don't worry, we're just going to defeat the event boss." Dragon Flame, still rattled, remained skeptical. "You're not going to suddenly rip a teleport scroll to that damn fishing boat, are you?" Cheese Powder said nervously. "I'm still traumatized from that." As the 4 of them prepared to teleport, Dragon Flame worried, "Are you sure we can beat it with just the 4 of us?" Gigi said, "Yup, I'm sure." Hearing that, Dragon Flame seemed much more confident. "Well, if the Guildmaster says so, then I guess we can do it." Shibader is still traumatized. "You promised we wouldn't go fishing. If we all showed up on a fishing boat, the scene would just shift to some strange place. But the pumpkins fashioned into glowing light bulbs hanging on strings looked a little creepy." The game notification board displayed Set Mundipia Halloween event boss has appeared. The event instance has been activated. Defeat the boss to receive limited-time event items. In front of them was a giant pumpkin boss surrounded by hovering ghosts. Shiboder looked over at Gigia and asked, "Should we just ignore the ghosts and attack the boss?" Gigia thought, if we take care of all the ghosts, we'll definitely get bonus points. Then he looked at Helstier with concern. But that might be a bit too hard for everyone. Can Helstier handle it? Helstier, seeming to sense Gigia's lack of faith and worry, flashed a bright smile and rallied everyone. "Let's take on all those ghosts together." Heh. Gigia smiled, a hint of pride in his eyes. "Helstier is really something else, just as I expected." Chiboder raised his fist and shouted, "AIE, let's go, priest!" Helstier began to cast, uttering God's blessing call of the wild. A force shaped like a swirling shield blew away the surrounding ghosts. Chiboder shouted in excitement, "The buffs from that blessing are insane! Did you see that?" Meanwhile, Gigia was tossing magic potions, completely ignoring the shouting around him. Healing potion, poison, burning breath. Dragon Flame looked back to see that all the smaller ghosts had been wiped out. He said wearily, "Well, time to take down the boss." Shiboder was still in awe. "Helstier's abilities are seriously impressive. I told you that you should train a priest, but you wouldn't listen." Gigia said a bit impatiently, "If you manage to train a paladin yourself, then I'll consider it." Chiboder replied playfully, "Pretend I never said anything." He then rushed towards the boss, pummeling its body with a barrage of punches. Suddenly, the boss started vomiting out gift boxes and pumpkin seeds. The entire group swarmed in, diligently picking everything up. Only Gigia was left standing there, bewildered. Gigia wondered, why isn't anyone picking up the items? "Are those seeds that expensive?" Dragon Flame explained, "The merchant told us to collect as many pumpkin seeds as possible for him." Chiboder added, "That's right, so I'm only taking 1 item. For the rest, I'm grabbing all the seeds." Hearing this, Gigia also bent down to pick them up, but still wondered, "What are these for anyway?" Dragon Flame said, "He told us that if you plant them, pumpkins will grow." Gigia replied, "That's great. I thought they'd grow cucumbers." Shiboder laughed loudly, "Haha, you're a real joker." Gigia remembered the merchant and thought, man, he really has a knack for finding valuable things. Anyway, this whole scene reminds me of farmers working in the fields. Watching the 3 of them, heads down, diligently picking up every single seed, they really did look the part. A while later, after the game ended, they had returned to the lobby where the sky was blue and peaceful. Helstier ran up and asked, "Hey, Gigia, do you want to keep collecting pumpkin seeds?" Jigia smiled faintly, thinking, I want to relax and keep playing with the newcomer. Back in reality, Cha-hyun was a complete wreck sitting listlessly in front of his computer screen. But if I don't stop now, I won't have time to sleep for the next 2 days. Jigia bowed his head apologetically. I have some projects I need to work on. Helstier gasped, covering his mouth. Helstier tilted his head, his voice tinged with regret. Oh, I understand. Well, then I hope your project goes well. Jigia chuckled softly, placing a reassuring hand on his friend's head. Once I'm done, I'll be online like before. I'll let you know when I'm finished. Helstier seemed a bit dazed, then nodded slowly, his warm gaze lingering on the moment. The blond boy gave a gentle smile, his eyes curving as he said, Heh, it's okay. I'll wait for you. Jigia smiled, his own gaze warm. His heart fluttered. He's so cute. Narrator Sung Chan-hyun thought his happy days with the newcomer would last forever. But life is never that simple, is it? Jigia's expression darkened, so cold and tense that the air seemed to freeze around him. His glasses slid down slightly, reflecting a sharp glint of light as he quietly gritted his teeth. A low, furious voice burst out, Jigia, fucking hell, Jigia, you goddamn animals! Behind him, his teammates froze. No one dared to speak. Only a simmering, murderous aura filled the air. Helstier could only stay silent, his worried eyes following. The back of the man who was slowly being consumed by rage. Jigia swore, Damn it! His face was twisted with fury, his brows furrowed. You goddamn animals! The whole group stared in shock as Jigia cursed. Hip Disco wondered, What's going on? Ovo answered, I don't know. The other person said nothing. Their face a mask of surprise, eyes wide, staring straight ahead. Eyebrows slightly raised, mouth agape with no trace of a smile or anger. Apologies to the members of Gion who don't understand what's happening. But Cha-hyun is in no state to answer you right now. He is lost in his own subconscious. I never imagined I'd run into these animals during a raid. Just 10 minutes ago, everything was completely normal. Merchants predicted that the value of Halloween pumpkin seeds would skyrocket. And just as they said, smashing a mature pumpkin would randomly grant you skins, limited edition versions, and various other items. The guild members were all busy enjoying the wealth these pumpkin seeds brought. Ovo looked at Healthy Now. Hey, did you get a new look? Healthy Now, beaming like a flower, said. That's right, Ovo exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that the newly released cape? I heard it costs a fortune. Gigi, standing behind him, told Healthy Now. Tell him it was cheap. Ovo raised a hand to scratch his head, embarrassed. Who would have thought the price would drop now? You look fucking amazing in it. Healthy Now smiled bashfully, his eyes crinkling. Heh, thanks. Jiggy stood in front of everyone and raised a hand. Hey, everyone. Hip Disco was the first to greet him back. Hey. Healthy Now, still happy from the compliment, also chimed in. Hee hello. Sung Cha-hyun had so much gold that a few pumpkin seeds were nothing to him. In everyone's imagination, he was incredibly rich and cool, wearing sunglasses with a pipe in his mouth. His arms were crossed, but the adorable newbie had collected quite a few pumpkin seeds and offered them to Cha-hyun. Healthy Now happily presented them with both hands. Smiling with crinkled eyes, he grabbed Gigi's hand. I gathered a few extra to give to you. Thank you for gifting me the skin and equipment. I'm really so happy to be in your guild, Mr. Cha-hyun. How could someone with a conscience accept something for doing nothing in return? So Sung Cha-hyun sold the pumpkin seeds Healthy gave him for an exorbitant price, added a bit more gold, and bought a newly released cape from a random event box to send to Healthy. Healthy Now looked so good wearing it, he was practically glowing. The tail of this cape could puff up and a dazzling golden light effect was activated by certain skills. Jiggy watched Healthy Now happily holding his scepter and thought, maybe it's because he looks like a talented healer, but that cape really suits him. Gigi covered his mouth and chuckled. Heh. He was extremely satisfied. This was completely worth it. Later that day, Ovo waved to Healthy Now, calling out to him. Hey, Healthy Now. Ovo, who was on a selection screen looking at capes, asked for his opinion. What do you think of this one? Healthy Now replied, They're all beautiful. Ovo praised him. You've got a good eye. You can get them at Zedro. Do you want to go with me? Hip Disco darted over from out of nowhere. Me too. I want to go to Zedro too. I'll curse you to only get trash from your random boxes if you dare leave me behind. Hax came up beside Healthy Now and grabbed his shoulders from behind, coaxing, I need to stock up on enhancement stones too. Hey, Healthy Now, let's all go together. Dragonflame chimed in as well. Our party has just enough room for 2 healers. Tin Can Robot agreed. If you 2 join, we'll go too. Healthy Now opened his control panel and said, Wait a minute, I still haven't read the guide. Ovo tried to dissuade him. Since you're going with the guild, you don't need to know everything. Hey, Healthy. Now don't push yourself too hard. Gigi watched him from behind. Healthy Now looked so serious. Gigi thought, they're right. With Healthy Now's basic skills and game knowledge, he's more than capable of beating it. Ding. A message sound. It was from Healthy Now. Excuse me. Gigi thought, why is he apologizing to me? Healthy Now stood opposite him and said shyly, even though I've read the guide, could you please help direct the raid? At some point, Gigi had put his hands on his hips. Healthy Now had started asking him Song Cha-hyun for guidance. He knew this raid wasn't even that difficult. Could it be that his mistake during the raid with Frank was still haunting him? With a cheerful look in his eyes, Gigi replied, sure, no problem at all. Well, since it was Healthy Now asking for help, he had no intention of refusing. Cha-hyun raised a hand to adjust his headphones and said, can you hear me clearly? Healthy Now replied, loud and clear, sir. A notification popped up, matchmaking successful, entering match. Gigi thought, we're in. Before Gigi was an empty space with a skull effect. Behind it, the entire enemy team appeared. Gigi frowned, thinking, wait, aren't those the bastards from the Abyss Guild? Gigi gritted his teeth and cursed, fuck, Tin Can Robot spoke up. Damn, they're so shameless. Have they no decency? What can you expect from animals with their supporters egging them on? How the hell could they ever quit being such pathetic losers? Seeing this, Hax laughed. Ha ha, why haven't those losers left yet? Haven't they heard the saying, get out of the way, dog? Or are they too stupid to know which way is out? Hip Disco added. Ovo asked, what's going on? While Healthy Now just stood behind them looking clueless. Tin Can Robot said, what now? Those damn merchants followed us all the way here. Kwatuyop crossed his arms and said, they must be here to farm gear before the new weapon update. Dragon Flame, turn on your recording mode. Dragon Flame grinned. Way ahead of you, I've had it on this whole time. I knew this would be useful. Hax reminded him, make sure you save the audio recording this time too. Hit Disco looking panicked. Hey, Hip Disco. I heard Guild Boss is back and they're aiming for the #1 spot. It's them, right? Check's looking unconcerned. Yep, that's them. But do you also remember how those guys cried and ran for their lives? After we crushed them in the Guild War, Shibotter said, thinking our main rivals. So it's them. Is this what people are calling an event? Ovo asks, seeing Gigi's annoyed face. What's the big deal? Is it a military secret or something? Gigi leads the team down the stairs. Let's get started. Gigi thinks, gritting his teeth in frustration. There are a total of 9 groups waiting. Why the hell did we get paired with those animals? Game explanation. This map is basically divided into 2 parallel paths. Each team takes one path and deals with the monsters that appear on it. Killing these monsters will grant items that can be used to unlock the door to the next area. Chiboder, launch an all-out attack. If Guild Boss gets a higher score, it's like admitting we don't deserve the #1 rank. A swarm of monsters appears before the team. Tin Can Robot speaks up. Oh, I agree. HX agrees. Of course. If those animals score higher than us, we might as well quit the game. Gigi throws 2 glass bottles of different colors. Buff effect number 5. A light flashes in front of his teammates. HX yells. Thunderstorm, only the screams of the monsters are heard. Eek-ah! And in the end, only gears are left behind. Gigi stands up and collects the gears. He inserts a gear into the device to open the exit for the other team. Game explanation. This raid, with a total of 18 people, requires cooperation between the 2 sides. The structure is intentionally designed for that purpose. Dragonflame leans against the wall and sighs. Hey, boss. When are you guys over there gonna finish up? Ovo whines. This waiting is boring as hell. Holiday Party is still over there spinning and dancing. I've still got to go fishing, you know. Ovo is sprawled on the floor. Tin Can Robot, propping himself up on his hands and looking bored, kicks a leg up. Those guys on the other side suck at this game, ha-ha. Holiday Party, with their face planted on the ground, has an incredulous expression. Shiboder is shocked as he watches their rivals rush through the gate. He gasps. Those bastards went through without even fucking opening the door for us. They even turned back to laugh, ha ha ha. A question mark appears over Tin Can Robot's head. Everyone is frozen, their mouths agape. Dragonflame curses. What the fuck? Ovo speaks up. What the hell is going on? Gigi is furious. Grrr! As he sees the notification. Master Craftsman Loy's plaza will be sealed for 20 seconds. Those ill-mannered animals, Cha-hyun is enraged. His 2 trembling, clenched hands slam on the keyboard. At this rate, I'm just going to waste time here, and they'll be leisurely racking up damage points. His 2 hands are still clenched in anger. I won't be able to get any enhancement potions, but that's not what I'm most worried about. His eyes are furious, his brow furrowed. The biggest problem here is that those sons of bitches from Guild Boss created this whole mess. A teammate's voice comes through. Hey, Gigi, are you okay? It's Health User with an open mic. Damn it, I was so angry I forgot my mic was on. Health User is cowering, looking fearfully at Gigi. He speaks up. I'm fine, it's nothing. Those guys are famous for being scumbags anyway. We already defeated them. Gigi laughs. He means that members of Guild Boss have been defeated before and quit the game. It seems they've returned, but the relationship between the two sides was never good to begin with. Health User relaxes a bit. Oh. Gigi turns away and says, just chalk it up to bad luck today. We don't normally run into those animals anyway. As for the enhancement potions, I'll buy them for you. Health User stands still and replies, yes, okay. Gigi reassures himself. Calm down. It's fine. I can't let Health User get dragged into this, but Ovo sees the door open and says, it's open. Hit Disco runs through the gate. It's finally time. Health User holding his staff says to Gigi, I will use Healing Spring. Gigi looks back at him and says, all right, I'll monitor the tank's status, so you don't have to worry. Health User looks a little sad and says quietly, but I can do that too. Bang, bang, the sound of monsters being attacked. HX says, looks like you guys really need those enhancement potions, huh? So busy, you even forgot to put the component into the device. HX laughs, mocking her opponent. If you had just told me earlier that you guys were so destitute, my side would have given you some of the leftover potions in our guild's storage as charity. The battles between keyboard warriors often start with a or a hey, and they end with such light and friendly terms as you damn dog, animal, or you little shit. HX's face looks furious, but the thing about HX is she's perfectly capable of smiling while mocking others. Plus, her opponent is the type who specializes in spreading false rumors. Of course, she can't let her opponent get the upper hand. More importantly, she's been bottling this up for way too long, so she needs to vent. HX watches her rivals struggling with the monsters. Holiday Party wearing heart-shaped glasses points at them and says, I'll give you a good price. 100 sea grapes in exchange for 10 enhancement potions. Okay? Hip Disco announces, System. Hip Disco has dropped 10 enhancement potions. He laughs happily. Ha. And Ovo also chimes in. But leaving without opening the door for others is really rude, you know? How pitiful. I had no idea you guys were orphans. If you're going to act like a decent person, at least play fair. Or is your team just too noob to play dirty? Chibaudere and his teammates looked at the giant monster, then said to their rivals, with an attitude and skill level like that, you guys aren't qualified to join a mythic raid. Ha. Healthy Hour turns to him and says, Jigia, I'll heal myself during the next attack. He says nothing, his expression blank. Seeing he wasn't responding, Healthy continued, I'll handle the poison damage too. Without turning to look at Healthy, Jigia said, I'll deal with it. Deal with. He started to feel guilty, thinking, no matter how talented Isabin is, he can't manage all the poison damage while also keeping an eye on the tank's status. Healthy retracts his enthusiastic expression, becoming timid again. Okay then. His demeanor gives Gigi a pause. He turns back to look at Healthy and thinks, was I too harsh with him? He speaks up, actually, I wasn't upset. Axley chimes in, sorry about that. It's been a while since I've played, so I'm a bit rusty. Hope you can understand. A player from the other team, Dem Online, speaks up. Why is everyone so worried? Is the game too hard for you? Or are you just scared to lose, ha? Giga remains silent, his expression unreadable. A hand grabs his rising arm. You pieces of trash. A frightened Oppo says, whoa, hey, Gigia. Hit Disco also holds Ua back. Calm down. HX tries to reassure Gigia. Hey, are you all right? As HX was trying to talk him down, a fearful dragon flame stood beside him and whispered, don't give them an excuse to report you. You understand, right? Shibauder, with the arrogance of a god, says, oh, guild leader, try closing your eyes and picturing a big tree. It's so lush and beautiful, isn't it? Jigia, his eyes like ice, retorts, it's fucking red. The whole damn tree is red. Shibauder scratches his head and laughs to Hip Disco. Wow, I didn't see that answer coming. Hip Disco is also laughing so hard he's crying. Ah, ha, Ovo says. That's just going to make him even angrier. Don't you guys know it's autumn right now? Every single leaf is turning bright orange. Sniffle. Cha Hyun was still furious. Is he pretending not to know because he just started playing again? Of course, that's possible. Even if the item's name completely covers the gear on the screen when you reach the wall where the item is supposed to go, A prompt appears saying, "This device is missing a component. It appears it will function if an item is inserted." Nod. If a player really sucked that damn much, maybe they wouldn't think to put the gear there. Cha Hyun's fists trembled with rage. However, that logic couldn't possibly apply to the guild boss. Back when the game first launched, the Gilberto's guild had clashed with Hater. To claim the top rank, they were the ones who discovered and monopolized a zone with an insane item drop rate. The entire Gilberto's team was laughing in Jigia's face. The thought made Jigia even more furious. There was no way that scum wouldn't know how to place the item after seeing the prompt. He hissed in anger. "Like hell they don't!" Standing behind him, Healthy's eyes went wide with surprise. "What?" Jigia turned to look at Healthy. "Huh?" Healthy shook his head and said, "Oh, nothing. It's just that a moment ago." Healthy Hour asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Giga replied, "Oh, no." Healthy Hour said, all right." Cha Hyun was seething. His face twisted as he gritted his teeth. "I don't get why the devs disabled PvP in raid zones. If this were PvP, I would have already wiped the floor with them." "Yep," Ovo laughed. "I did the best I could, but I don't think I'll be getting any enhancement potions out of this." Dragonflame and HX sighed. "This is beyond humiliating." Ovo said, "I'm so disappointed in myself." A character named Can Robot holding a shield to block the blood spatter said, "Don't beat yourself up. We have better gear than they do, but at this rate we still can't deal any more damage. It's hopeless." Standing before the giant monster, Shibodare spoke up. "Those goddamn bastards," HX sighed. "Or maybe detonate. I will destroy you." A flash of light erupted from the monster. The boss was preparing for its final attack. Jigia stood assessing the situation. Under normal circumstances, this fight would be a piece of cake. But right now, even if they launched an all-out assault, he wasn't sure they would succeed. A status effect appeared along with a blinding light. Because they hadn't been able to attack for so long, the Hater Guild members' damage output was now significantly reduced. HX and the others stood watching. Healthy Hour asked Jigia, "Should I keep focusing on healing?" He answered, "No. Only heal when absolutely necessary. Focus on dealing damage." Jigia said, no matter what, do not let any of our party members die." Gripping his scepter tightly, Healthy Hour said, "Got it." He cast the skill, Blessing of Revival. The monster boss roared, "I will turn you all to ash." A thought suddenly struck Jigia. Wait a second. Why is it launching its final attack? GGA startles Subin with a shout, "Subin, attack!" From the middle of that pillar of light, a giant celestial maiden with brilliant wings appears, radiating a divine aura. Feathers fall, each one carrying a shimmering light like a star. Below, Hudi stands with his eyes wide, his face filled with determination. He raises his staff high, his voice echoing, "Angel's Advent." His attacks continuously fly towards the boss. Tin Can Robot charges forward, sword in hand. "Now unleash everything you've got." Hip Disco also charges forward. He yells, "Ha!" Lightning sparks around the boss. It cries out, "Gah!" It seems they've defeated the boss, as it has disappeared. Holiday Party sighs in relief. "That was a close one." HX adds, "The only time I get this nervous is during ranked PvP matches." Tin Can Robot says, "This feels just like my first legendary raid." Cheese Boot frowns, his voice low. "I disagree. If that were true, Hip Disco would have died 3 times over by now." Hip Disco says angrily, "If I were a mage, I would have wiped them out in one shot." Hip Disco frowns slightly. His gaze serious, his voice firm. You know, honest man mode, Disco from Asta Chronicles. He imagines a faceless person in a black cloak holding a long spear. Cheese Boot is surprised. "Oh, that impressive Dragonflame laughs. Ovo adds mockingly, "Good one, Joker. I admit you're good. Too bad your computer is fucking terrible." A huge chest pops open with a sound. Ovo looks at it a bit curious and confused. Hip Disco leans forward, his eyes peeking over the edge of the chest. His gaze is filled with anticipation. Inside the chest are glittering gold, silver, and gems and a brown scroll. HX says regretfully, "No enhancement stones at all." Hip Disco is utterly disappointed. "This sucks." HX and Hip Disco hang their heads, their eyes downcast, their faces pathetically sad and disappointed. Meanwhile, a cheerful voice from behind shatters the atmosphere. It's Ovo. "I finally got the boots of speed." Tears on one side, extreme joy on the other. A scene of complete discord after the end of the battle. The atmosphere gradually grows quiet. A light breeze drifts by, carrying the smell of bones and the sound of bells chiming from the ancient church in the distance. GGA's cheerful voice says, Everyone did a great job. HX says excitedly, great game. Dragonflame glances over and asks, can I post the video of Gilda Boss playing dirty? No. Tin Can Robot says hurriedly, don't rush into it. Contact customer support to fix the bug before you post it. Hip Disco crosses his arms, frowns, and sighs. That's right. If you post it now, other guilds will try to copy that bullshit exploit. Gigi speaks up. I agree. Let's post it later. Dragonflame sighs regretfully. Damn it, this video would have gotten so many views. Gigi stands before a large staircase, his thoughtful gaze fixed on the distance. A light breeze blows, making the hem of his clothes flutter slightly. He suddenly thinks, Zedro has been out for a long time, but for some reason, this bug was never discovered. Maybe it's because no other players are as scummy as those Gilda Boss guys. His expression darkens for a moment. His face shows his bitterness. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. Suddenly, Healthizer speaks up from behind. Hey, Gigi, you played really well today. Gigi is surprised, but turns back with a slight smile. Thanks for handling all the healing by yourself. But Healthizer says sadly, but everyone seems so angry, even you. Gigi looks at him, the corners of his mouth turning up as he thinks to himself. Compared to how angry I was last time, this is nothing. Gigi tilts his head, wondering, that's strange. Why am I not that furious this time? Has playing this game for 2 years made me more easygoing, or am I just getting old? Healthizer stands there, his head bowed slightly, hands clasped together looking a bit shy but sincere. Gigi looks at him and thinks, Healthizer. He's kind, thoughtful, very skilled, and quick on his feet. That gentle and cute smile is still on Healthizer's face. Gigi feels a little moved. He offered to handle the healing on his own before I even had to ask. And even though he rarely uses his mic, he turned it on today to check if I was okay. Gigi rests his chin on his hand, his head tilted slightly. His gaze towards Healthizer grows warmer. Instead of getting pissed off about those Gilda Boss guys, maybe I should focus on training. Healthizer. Then he smiles and says, I'm fine, really. Besides, it's a lot easier to play when we're both on mic, isn't it? Healthizer is a little surprised. He says softly, oh, yes, it is. Gigi says, I recommend you keep using it. Healthizer smiles, okay, I will. Ovo's light blue eyes narrow slightly, his gaze trembling for a moment. He raises both hands and looks up at the sky, screaming internally, who the hell are those Gilda Boss people anyway? And who the heck are you? He thinks he could just ask in the guild chat, but he can't. He thinks to himself even Tin Can Robot and QTUIOP, the nicest and kindest people in the guild, got pissed off by Gilda Boss. Besides, Gilda Boss pulled a dirty trick like that before they left. There's no way I can ask. He's bewildered. Ovo scratches his head, standing in front of Gigi. A Tin Can Robot and QTUIOP with an awkward smile on his face. So what's the deal with Gilda Boss and you? He suddenly thinks, what if I do this? Then guild leader Gigi might suddenly lose his mind and decide to charge in and wipe out Gilda Boss regardless of the consequences. His figure appears in a blinding light, a brilliant smile on his face, but one that sends a chill down your spine. Then he suddenly shakes his head, his face worried and terrified. No, that can't happen. The legendary raid is about to start. I can't let Gil's name be posted on the report board. He started typing Asta Chronicosa A while looking at the glowing screen floating in front of him. Ovo angrily, so what the hell is A anyway? It looks like the search results aren't very promising. Then Ovo frantically started typing on the keyboard again. I'll just make a post myself. Hey everyone, what is A? User Ovo. Title. The title says it all. Here's what happened. I joined the Zero raid with my guild and our whole party ran into the guild boss. My guild master was furious and I think it has something to do with A. But what in the world is A? Please someone explain it to me. Is this some kind of top secret information or something? This was Ovo's entire post. As Ovo stood in front of the bulletin board displaying his article, a huge crowd was jostling behind him. One person in the crowd said, the guild boss is back. They're fucking crazy. They've been back for a month now. Damn, what are the chances Hater and Boss got matched against each other? They continued to buzz with discussion. Now I get why the members of Hater suddenly logged off. Wow, so that's what it led to. But in that case, wouldn't Hater's guild master be pissed off too? You bet he is. Even if it's not. The guild boss, he'd still get mad as usual. The man Ovo nervously said, it's not just GGA who's angry. Even Tinkin Robot and Qtiop are too. What the hell? A man nearby asked. Isn't Qtiop the boss? Another person answered, not at all. He was commenting on the forums just last month. Ovo added, what's more, my guildmaster has already found a new partner. and now he's become even more easygoing than before. A blue-haired girl who heard this was very surprised. Her eyes widened as she asked Ovo, "What? He found a partner?" The red-haired girl next to her couldn't help but be impressed. "Someone actually passed Gigi's interview." Everyone was still confused. But did he really become more easygoing after recruiting a new healer? Or is it just that your moral standards aren't normal? A mocking voice rang out. "Gia, nice. Yeah, right. Saying J97 won't abandon his kid is more believable." After a while of commotion, Ovo clenched his fists, veins popping on his forehead. He yelled, "Everyone, what the hell is A?" After all that talk, still no one would tell him what A was. They just whispered and gossiped about GGA. Suddenly, a piece of paper appeared on the ground. A guiding voice rang out, "Here, take it. A summary of the Gil the Boss incident." Event A. Ovo held the paper, his surprised and curious gaze fixed on it. He exclaimed, "This must be it. Contents of the paper. Reliable source. The following is a summary of the Gil the Boss incident. User King Star Wagon. This is an overview of the Gil the Boss A event. There's a summary in the last 3 lines. Narrator. About 4 hours ago, after the game officially launched, the guild system and equipment enhancement stones were released. All the major guilds like Boss, Hater, and Genesis were all established during that time. 2 weeks after the update, a guild ranking battle began. Narrator, Hater, and Boss continuously surpassed each other to claim the top spot in the rankings. Narrator. But then one day, Guild Boss suddenly seized the top spot and stayed there. Narrator. Anyway, this season, a new update was introduced that allowed players to upgrade their existing equipment to make it stronger. Narrator. The material needed for this upgrade process is known as Sunset Glow, abbreviated as A. A brilliant pink light burst forth, illuminating the entire space. Sharp crystal fragments reflected off one another, creating countless shimmering lights like tiny stars dancing in the air. Ovo's mouth hung open. So, this is A. Narrator. But the drop rate for A was terrifyingly low. It was incredibly hard to get. Narrator. Even 2 or 3 people with swords grinding until they were exhausted would have a hard time getting A. What happens when the drop rate is that low? Of course, it becomes extremely expensive. At that time, everyone was focused on hunting for A. Narrator. While everyone was frantically searching for A, the Guildmaster of Guild Boss Axili posted an article. Narrator. In short, he said the chance of finding A in the fields was as low as winning the lottery, so he suggested everyone head into the dungeons instead. The man slightly raised an eyebrow. His lips curled into a smug smile, the light reflecting in his cold gray eyes, sparkling with the pride of someone at the pinnacle of glory, the master of the strongest guild. He just had to say the word and everyone would immediately listen. Narrator. Because he was the guild master of the top-ranking guild, everyone believed him. From that moment on, people stopped hunting for A and started going into the dungeons. Narrator. Until one day, Axili's face was dark, his eyes hardened, his lips pressed into a thin line with dark lines sketched around his head, as if symbolizing darkness and conspiracy. A post appeared on the bulletin board exposing the wrongdoings of Guild Boss, User Hope. Narrator Hope, an assassin player, posted an article. Ovo was surprised. He thought to himself, Hope the assassin, huh? Narrator. That's right. He's a famous player in the PvP community. Narrator below is a screenshot of a conversation. On a forest path dappled with the shadows of trees, 4 people stood in a circle as if in a serious negotiation. A virtual screen floated between them, casting a soft glow in the misty air. Axili said smugly, "This game is so easy, it's awesome." Overpower continued. "It really is, ha ha ha." 4 Demon, Lai spoke up. "How much A did you sell today?" Overpower, holding a brown bag, looked into it and replied excitedly, 8. "But there are at least 20 of them in here." Emily crossed her arms and laughed. "It's time to rake in the gold," Demon Lai exclaimed excitedly. "At this rate, we could each buy a new car," Emily said smugly. "I told you so. This is the best spot for farming items." They were so busy talking, they didn't notice a figure in the distance wearing a hood that completely covered their head and face watching them. Demon Lai said, "Anyway, it's my turn. If anyone gets close, just kill them." "Okay," Overpower said enthusiastically. The mysterious person was still hiding behind a nearby rock, quietly listening in on their conversation. Narrator. This is a screenshot of the chat. As you can see, they are all members of the Boss Guild. This person has been collecting and tracking all of their recent in-game IDs, so I discovered that they weren't running dungeons or doing any PvP. I went into stealth mode and followed them for a few days. These photos were taken in a normal area on Channel 2 of Frozen Hope's village in the Caban mountain range. The game map has a red oval circled on it. They farm a lot of dusklight here, but it seems this area wasn't mentioned in any of the Boss Guild's information-sharing posts. The Boss Guild must be having a great time monopolizing information like this, huh? I demand an explanation. It seems some important information was posted on the notice board because a large crowd of players was gathered in front of it, buzzing with conversation. Narrator: Hope used stealth to shadow the members of the Boss Guild, exposing their monopoly on the dusklight. It's rumored they made a huge amount of gold and cash from it. By selling the dusklight, which is incredibly valuable, they were able to shorten their completion times. This made it much easier for them to accumulate guild points. So while other guilds were struggling, the Boss Guild effortlessly remained in first place. The screen displays the game's hottest search trends. Hot, exposing the Boss Guild's misconduct. Hot Boss Guild Incident Summary. Hot, the Boss Guild's dusklight monopoly. Narrator: Thanks to this article, public opinion turned strongly against the Boss Guild. Hater June and Genesis also posted their own testimonies and evidence, adding fuel to the fire. The Boss Guild's emblem is pierced by a sword. It was a sign of their impending purge and collapse. Although Hope was just the name of a single assassin player, this incident made him incredibly famous. However, no one would ever see him again because Hope was permanently banned for exploiting a game bug. Hope is likely a character dressed in all black, with a black hood pulled low obscuring half his face. Narrator: Meanwhile, the Boss Guild was only suspended for 2 months and had their gold confiscated. It was clear that Hope's punishment was far more severe. Ha ha ha! Ovo looked at the paper in his hand and exclaimed, "No way!" The narrator's voice rang out again. No one knows exactly what bug he exploited, but rumor has it that the Boss Guild was the one who reported him. By the way, do you ever have a hard time using enhancement stones? I tried using dusklight, and it was a piece of cake. A piece of paper appears on screen with 3 summary points written on it. 1. The Boss Guild manipulated public opinion and monopolized dusklight. 2. The assassin Hope exposed them using stealth and was permanently banned. 3. No more struggling with enhancement stones. 4. Amidst the bustling crowd, someone spoke up. Hey, why does it end there? Where's the part where Gigia goes berserk? The person next to him laughed mockingly. You can't just leave that part out. Ovo stood nearby. He was completely surprised to hear them say that. Something with a strange shape fell to the ground, and then someone's voice called out, "Ah, here it is!" A comment reads, "Top comment, Hope is a real scumbag in PvP. He totally deserved that ban." Gigia saw the comment appeared right then and said, "Hello there, my friend. I'm a frequent PvP player, and I often fought against Hope." He walked over and casually put his arm around the top commenter's shoulder. He shrugged and explained, "In my experience, Hope was only a pain to his teammates when their skills were so trash they were dragging the whole party down. In fact, when he partied with me, he never laid a finger on my teammates or caused them any harm." The other guy looked confused and wary. Gigi chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing in the dim light. "I'm getting really angry just writing this." His smile seemed gentle, but it sent a shiver down the other person's spine. A chill filled the air. A long comment is displayed. It's unclear who wrote it. Why are you complaining about the person who pointed out your mistakes instead of blaming your own weak skills? Do you enjoy showing everyone how pathetic you are? Or are you just trying to get attention? Aren't you ashamed of letting other people see your own ignorance? Instead of standing here whining about how trash you are, you should just go home. Go practice your skills before you come back here to talk. 2 people in the distance were still chatting excitedly. This is exactly what I was looking for. Ovo was still staring at the paper, his body shaking uncontrollably. Cold sweat streamed down his tense, panicked face. The black-haired man forced a slight smile, but his eyes showed his awkwardness. "Hope, the pride of us assassins. We miss you." Next to him was a man with silver hair. He frowned slightly, tears streaming down his cheeks with a hint of helplessness, the corner of his mouth twitching. Hope took the stealth skill to a whole new level. Then another man with purple hair appeared. He was standing next to the other 2. They all commented animatedly. "Considering the scale of this whole incident, this is exactly why I love this game. It's because of this. Its ranking on the trending chart is going up too. This is seriously the best game I've ever known. Not even novels are this explosive. In fact, it's even more dramatic than a TV series. Hearing their words, Ovo's face was extremely troubled, his eyes filled with sadness and helplessness. He was angry at himself, because there was nothing he could do right now. Ovo suddenly thought to himself, even though I didn't see it happen directly, and for some reason, I can vividly imagine the scene of the guildmaster flying into a rage and wiping out the members of the boss guild. Then he told himself, we're really lucky to have Healthy Nim with us. Under the silent night sky, red flags fluttered gently in the wind, making a steady swish sound in the vast expanse. Under the moonlight, the Guild Jun building stood imposing, cold, yet strangely familiar. I used to be a member of Guild Jun, the narrator said, but now I'm just the top-ranked assassin on the PvP leaderboard. A Potato on Onion have been wondering about something lately. This man with his brown hair and bright, handsome face was hiding behind a tree, secretly observing and investigating something. He frowned, sweat beading on his forehead. Who is the person constantly PKing the Boss Guild members? He narrated. Ever since I heard that the Boss Guild had returned, I've been tracking and ambushing them every chance I get. Of course, because that's me. He ambushed and eliminated everyone else. Guild June had once competed with Boss Hater and Genesis in the guild rankings, but the leaderboard showed June in the lowest position. Narrator. Ever since his exclusive event was exposed, most of Guild June's members, unable to withstand the harsh pressure of reality, quit the game. They threw themselves into drinking and despair. But many believe the bond between the guild's founders and developers was stronger than they thought. In the end, I was left all alone in this damn game, Asta Chronicle. Tears streamed down Potato on Fried Onion's face. Remembering my comrades who quit the game because of the Boss Guild, the PvP blood in my veins starts to boil again. He clenched his fists. He continued his narration. So I attacked every member of the Boss Guild the moment I saw them. Seeing them avoid the PK-enabled zones after being killed so many times made me feel extremely satisfied. But then one day, as he was casually strolling around, he suddenly froze, his face horrified as if he'd seen something terrifying in front of him. He narrated, someone else had started PKing the Boss Guild members I had marked before I could even make a move. At first, this wounded my pride. Who is this guy stealing the only pleasure in my life? He was furious, his eyes showing both annoyance and curiosity. He continued, but then it happened again 3 more times. Then 5 times. Too many people were eliminated. He saw so many accounts being logged out and was extremely surprised. He narrated, I started getting curious about the identity of this swift player. Back in the present, after his story, he was standing hidden behind a tree. It was already midnight. In stealth mode, he constantly looked at the watch on his wrist. He peeked out, revealing only half an eye, quietly observing the area ahead. It's about time for him to show up, he thought to himself. In front of him, a man was walking when suddenly a wire wrapped tightly around his ankle. Someone had used the wire to trip him, causing him to fall flat on the ground. Demon Lai cried out in alarm, What the hell? It's him! A figure in a black cloak appeared, hand tightly gripping the rope, their decisive movements carrying a terrifying aura. Hiding behind the tree, he shuddered slightly. He gulped and whispered through his lips, It's him. Potato on Fried Onion was surprised. He's here. No guild, no title, and the character name is Umatissacin. He exclaimed in his head, What kind of lame name is that? Wait a minute. Is he crazy? This guy must be a whale. He's equipped with high-end PvP items with a speed buff attached. Normally, people would choose to increase their power, or increase their critical hit rate. He mused. The black-cloaked figure moved past as fast as a cold wind. Before the other man could realize what was happening, a cold blade was pressed against his neck. He froze. His eyes widened, sweat poured down his forehead. A hand gripped his shoulder tightly. The blade finished him off decisively. So that's how he becomes a warrior. Invincibly strong, agile, and insane. The stalker who had been in stealth and watching the whole thing marveled in his head, Holy crap, that's insane. If he's an assassin that's agile and has skills, that good I'd willingly give up my life to him too. Demon Lai, hope you have a fun time with the ultimate assassin, he thought with glee. Suddenly a knife flew towards him, stabbing him right in the stomach. A poisoned dagger. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. His eyes went wide. Huh? Sweat beaded on his forehead. He jumped his heart, feeling like it was about to leap out of his chest. Wait. But I'm clearly in stealth mode. In front of him, the black-cloaked person stepped silently out from the shadows. A notification window popped up. Ultimate assassin bows to fried potato with onion. That black-cloaked person really did walk closer, and bowed to him. He cautiously stepped back, a look of bewilderment on his face. A blinding blue light appeared. He stood there, wondering, how did he know where I was? And how did he even hit me? Just then, the black-cloaked person vanished along with that flash of light, leaving the freshly killed person and fried potato with onion, who was stunned and lost in confusion over what had just happened. Ultimate Assassin. Who in the world are you? Bonus. He walked over to Demon Lie's corpse and kicked his butt a few more times. In the game lobby, Ovo's group was gathered, chatting lively. Tinkerobot suddenly cleared his throat. Ahem, he announced loudly. Listen up, everyone. The reason I've gathered you all here today is because... Hip Disco cut in with a mischievous look. Because you're lonely. Tin Can Robot said angrily, Do you want me to kick you out of the guild? Tin Can Robot continued. Right now, the final candidates for the attack squad are on their way to our location. Ovo wondered. Ah, is this about that whole recruiting thing, right? Chi Powder spoke up. How many? Tin Can Robot replied, 3 people. Dragonflame was surprised. Why so many? They're here. Powerful beams of light shone down on the ground and 3 people appeared. They said in unison, Hello, everyone. Hamster the War Guardian. Killator the Dual Swordsman. 7 Wonder the Spearman. Everyone cheered and welcomed them enthusiastically. Dragonflame. Hello, Chi Powder. Welcome, Lita, yo guys. Tin Can Robot said, We're very honored to meet you here. Chi Powder asked, Those requirements were pretty tough, weren't they? An aura of fire seemed to radiate from 7 Wonder, his eyes sharp as ice. Not as hard as the healer's requirements, I bet. Dragonflame agreed. Damn right. Lita laughed loudly. Tin Can Robot's voice turned serious. Stop joking around, you bastards. This is serious. Chibata chuckled and said, But hey, we've already found a new healer. Hearing this, Hamster was utterly surprised. What which holy saint is it? Huge Tiger appeared, his gentle smile as bright as sunshine. Hello, that would be me. Hamster walked over and knelt at his feet. My condolences. Dragonflame burst out laughing, ha ha ha, and Ovo also laughed out loud. Lita said, I feel so bad for Healthier now. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a chilling presence stood behind them, making them stop laughing instantly. It was Jigia. Hamster immediately dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. He hurriedly explained to Jigia. I just wanted to offer my condolences to those who couldn't become your partner, Gigi. Gigi said sternly. Hamster, you're disqualified. Hamster cried, But why? Gigi flatly refused. I don't like your appearance. Hearing this, Tin Can Robot was furious. Maybe we should kick Gigi out of the attack team. Maybe it's because your appearance is quite similar to Hamster's. Gigi pointed a finger at him and said, Or maybe I'll kick you out of the guild. Hamster fidgeted for a long while. Then he reappeared with a new look, wearing a mouse mask and a yellow pajama set. Hamster said, Look, I've changed. Gigi leaned in and whispered in Healthier's ear, What do you think we should do? Healthier looked dazed. Heh. Healthier's eyes turned sharp, and though his smile was gentle, it sent a shiver down one's spine. If you take off your hat, we might give you another chance. Hamster clutched his head in despair. No, please not the hat! Tin Can Robot cut through the comical atmosphere. Stop messing around. The interview will now begin. Killer spoke up. I'm suddenly so nervous. Hamster said enthusiastically, I'm ready. 7 Wonder added, me too. The man Ovo frowned, pondering, what should we ask? God of War crossed his arms and said softly, try asking why they applied to join. Dragonflame asked, what's the point of asking that our guild isn't a company? God of War leaned in and asked, then why are we even holding this interview? Dragonflame said, fair point. Tin Can Robot said, if no one else is going to ask, I'll go first. Lita replied, yeah, go for it. The 3 interviewees looked very nervous and tense. Chibauder said, good luck. Tin Can Robot's expression darkened. Does anyone here smoke? Ovo exclaimed, what kind of question is that? Tin Can Robot quickly explained, this is very important. Smokers often take breaks in the middle of a battle. Gigi spoke up. I agree, smoking is a waste of time. Dragonflame immediately asked, but Lita and God of War smoke too, don't they? God of War said, I've quit. Lita, for real, you traitor. Hamster said cheerfully, I don't smoke, but I don't mind if others do. Killator said, I quit. 7 Wonder said, I don't smoke either. It seemed they all passed the first question with ease. Tin Can Robot spoke up. Anyone else, you can ask anything. Lita, you go first. Lita asked, do you have any regrets about applying? Lita started asking questions that weren't exactly on point, but his expression was very serious. What's your zodiac sign? Hearing this, Tin Can Robot couldn't take it. He said, "That's the stupidest question I've ever heard." God of War said, "This isn't your blind date." Chi Powder grumbled, "Who even asks for someone's zodiac sign on a blind date? Weird as hell." Ovo asked, "Is that stuff really outdated now?" Lita didn't change his question at all. He said, "I'm serious. Playing games together can lead to arguments. What we need is compatibility." Ovo wondered, "Then why don't you ask about their blood type?" Lita asked, "What's your blood type?" Killator immediately answered, "I'm a Taurus blood type A. Hamster, I'm a Gemini blood type O." Lita announced, "You're disqualified." Hamster collapsed, tears streaming down his face. Again, "Why is Letta standing with his hands on his hips?" Biko said, "Our blood types aren't compatible." The hamster looked so tired and sad. "Who is Biko anyway?" Latai came by, but then he left. Healthy now tilts his head and asks Gigi, "Hey, what's your blood type?" Gigi happily replies, "Mine's the same as Pico." Healthy now flashes a V sign and a mischievous grin. Hamster, a Tin Can Robot type, rushes over, kicks Lita a few times, and says, "Just drop it. Don't ask any more questions." Even while being kicked, Letta bursts out laughing, teasing him. 77 Wonders speaks up. "Is the interview over yet?" The Tin Can Robot apologizes, flustered. "I didn't expect things to turn out like this." "Damn it," Kill later chuckles. "It's fine." Hamster's lips curve into a shy smile. "I had a lot of fun." Tin Can Robot announces, "I will send an email after we've made our decision." "Thank you." The three of them disappear in a flash of light. The Tin Can Robot turns his head confused and asks, "So who should we choose now?" Chibutter thinks for a moment, then says, "If we want someone who can deal a lot of damage, I think it's the Killer Swordsman. Of course, they're all good, but the Dual Swordsman is stronger." Dragonflame speaks up. "The Dual Swordsman is definitely strong, but we already have a fighter in the back. Does that matter?" Over nods and says, "That's true." Jigia asks, "Does the Lancer's ability depend on the map type?" Tin Can Robot replies, "It does." Jigia offers his opinion. "Right now, we still don't know what kind of map the Mythic Raid will be. Bringing a Lancer seems a bit risky." Ovo adds, "That's right, that's right." Lata says, "Besides, it is actually pretty hard to sync up with a Dual Swordsman." God of War continues, "All right, that's our problem. Chibutter will play like we did at the holiday party, fighting with us." Tin Can Robot gets angry. "Hey, I'm suddenly getting pissed off." The whole group bursts out laughing. An aura around Tin Can Robot seemed to burst into flames, wanting to burn everything. "Why weren't you guys this serious just now?" Chi Powder says, "My bad." Dragonflame adds, "Don't be mad." Ovo speaks up, "Healthy, what do you think?" Healthy is surprised. Letta asks, "Bro, who do you like the most?" Healthy says, "I like Hamster." Tin Can Robot asks, "Why?" Gigi, standing beside them, also seems curious, but his face remains calm. Healthy lets out a laugh, blushing, "Because he's pretty cute." The whole group crowds around Healthy. Chibutter says, "I really didn't expect that answer." Ovo chimes in, "Well, the hamster is pretty cute." Dragonflame adds, "Cuteness is important, you know." Lita says, "I agree." Gigi and Tin Can Robot stand in the back without saying anything, just watching them quietly. Both seem to be lost in their own thoughts. Gigi quietly takes a sip of water. His gaze was distant yet deep. "That newcomer," he mumbled with a mix of curiosity and caution. He narrowed his eyes, observing more closely as if trying to read the other person, just from his posture and the way he talks. Over there, Healthy is smiling brightly amidst the crowd, a smile so radiant it warms anyone who sees it. It feels like he's adapting to the guild. A little too quickly, doesn't it? He thought, half joking, but a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. The atmosphere was still cheerful, with loud laughter echoing through the hall. But amidst that lively scene, someone was watching in secret, their eyes holding an unreadable thought. Lin Lin appears smiling cheerfully while holding a microphone. He announces, "Hello everyone, I am GM Lin Lin of Asta Chronicles, the game that always brings new adventures to everyone. A few days ago on October 21st, tickets for the fall exhibition went on sale. Thanks to the overwhelming support from the player community, all tickets were sold out within 20 minutes. The screen displays all tickets sold out." Director Kwang was very happy to hear that the tickets were all gone. He was grinning from ear to ear with a look of satisfaction. You'll get to experience exclusive events like the Championship Crown Tournament for PvP players. A male player is wearing wired headphones. He's sitting in a chair wearing a long red and black shirt. Over here is a woman with short hair wearing headphones and a white and black shirt. and you can enjoy special offers limited to this event only. We also have a preview of the upcoming update that you've all been eagerly waiting for. Let's take a quick look at the notable things in this winter's update. Enjoy all of this at the Asta Chronicles Fall Exhibition. Chibater says excitedly, "The exhibition info has been announced." Chibater holds up 2 tickets in his hands and asks Ovo and Hip Disco. Everyone got their tickets right. Hip Disco looks furious, scowling. "So the announcement is out now, huh? I'm definitely going to file a complaint with the publisher." Biko asks, looking puzzled, "Is there a bug?" Dragonflame, looking eager for gossip, says, "Isn't it obvious? Of course he's going to complain about the necromancer again." At that moment, Ovo stands with his arms crossed looking at her. The number of times Hip Disco has filed reports is enough to write a book. "So please fix the necromancer's effects." Chi Powder, standing next to Ovo, raises a hand to scratch his head. "When is Hip Disco going to upgrade that lame swordsman of his? Good heavens." God of War speaks up to help while her expression remains a mix of sighs, anger, and helplessness. "Do you want me to help you upgrade your computer?" Ever since Hip Disco temporarily set aside his necromancer character due to a game bug, he has fallen into a state of deep frustration. An image of his necromancer appears looking mysterious and graceful. The swordsman he's currently using is strong, but it's just a subclass that swings a sword all over the place. The image of a child holding a sword looks ridiculous. It's really not as appealing as playing the necromancer, even though the game lags when using the necromancer's skills, commanding tens, even hundreds of skeletons. It still gets me super hyped. The Dark Knight effect with skeletons running around is so damn cool. Hip Disco angrily changes the colors back. One hand clenched, the other pointing to the sky as she complains, "Please just add a simplify effects option." An image shows 2 hands frantically typing on a keyboard. It's the same thing every day. Hip Disco also reported this in the game's feedback section. She received an incredibly polite response. Of course it was an automated reply. An image of Lin Lin appears smiling from ear to ear. "Hello, dear warrior Hip Disco. I am GM Lin Lin, the GM who works hard every day to ensure our warriors have the best gaming experience. Your feedback has been successfully submitted." An image of Lin Lin smiling with her eyes closed, but her hand is pointing towards a trash can. It's always the same feedback, so here's the same response. "I have forwarded the feedback. Your valuable feedback to the development department. Please wait for the upcoming fixes and updates. It's been forwarded, but who knows when that'll be. So I don't give a damn anymore." She's fuming, grinding her teeth and growling, "Grrr! I'm so sick and tired of this swordsman class." Suddenly, a notification bell chimes on the screen. Empa Chamber has logged in. Hip Disco is surprised. "Huh. OVO," rubs their eyes, a question mark, hovering over their head. Chibalder speaks up. "Are my eyes deceiving me?" Jigia looks confused. Pico is also confused. Tin Can Robot says, "I thought that ID got hacked." Hip Disco speaks up. "If she unequips everything and heads straight for the auction house, then it's 100% a hack." Ovo looks scared. "Should I post something in the guild chat?" Empa Chaman speaks up. "No need to do that." With a gun slung over her shoulder, she says with a bright smile, "Because that's me." HX walks over to her. "Oh my god, you're finally online." Empa Chaman reaches out and pats HX on the head, smiling. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Pico laughs happily. "Did you finally escape from that mountain of work?" Empa Shaman sighs. "You have no idea how much I had to get done just to log in today." She makes a bang-bang finger gun gesture towards OVO. "Let's go time for some PvP." Ovo, still looking a little scared, says, "You're really suggesting PvP the second you log in?" Empa Shaman gives a helpless sigh and a smile. "I made it to the semifinals of the tournament. So now I need to practice." Tin Can Robot speaks up, sounding impressed. "Wow, you were working overtime and competing in the Emperor's Tournament qualifiers at the same time." God of War chimes in, "Oh my god, for real." Empa Chaman, gun slung over her shoulder, laughs. "I almost lost my account over this." Character intro. Empa Chaman is short for Society for the Preservation and Promotion of Artillerists. As you can tell by the name, she is a solo player who chose the path of the artillerist in Asta Chronicles, a class abandoned by the game developers. Her face is steely, unlike other classes that get buffed and fixed with every update. However, Empa Chaman stubbornly continues to play PvP as an artillerist, becoming a legend in the PvP community, thanks to her incredible control and high kill counts. In every match, she is a heroic figure, gun in hand, standing over fallen enemies as her teammates watch in awe. Anyone who watches her play might mistakenly think the artillerist is an overpowered meta class for PvP. Of course, that's completely wrong. The artillerist is an absolutely terrible class. She's at a huge disadvantage while her enemies have it easy. She manipulates them, luring her enemies into her kill zone. It's easy, trust me. It's just that Empa is exceptionally good at overcoming the class's weaknesses. Gigia makes an introduction. This is the new member Tin Can Robot invited to our guild. He is... Gigia hesitates, not knowing what to say next. Gigia pats him on the shoulder and says, "My favorite newbie." Ovo and Hip Disco are completely stunned, thinking, did Gigia just stop himself from saying Healthier is his partner? But he stopped. He hasn't even asked if Healthier wants to be his partner yet. Empa cheerfully walks up to him. "Nice to meet you, Healthier. Want a PvP with me?" Ovo looks surprised. "That's the most unique welcome I've ever heard." Healthier flashes a radiant, angelic smile. "Of course I'd love to." Dragonflame is shocked. "I can't believe he agreed right away." Empa pats him on the shoulder as Gigia watches with an indescribable look in his eyes. "You really know how to enjoy this game." He laughs. "Ha ha ha! How does our newbie survive in such harsh conditions without learning how to say no?" Gigia closes his eyes, stroking his chin, thinking, but I guess if he wants to try PvP, this is the best chance to experience it to the fullest. Empa speaks up. "Hero battle is usually 3 versus 3. Since we have a newbie, let's go with an 8 versus 8 to make it easier, okay?" Ovo says, "Healthier, you saved us." HX looks at his watch. "It's 8 p.m. There will be a lot of Smurfs online." "Which is even better for us." Shibata turns to HX and says, "Let's go stomp some Smurfs." Explanation. Smurf is a term for when a high-skilled player creates a new account to dominate inexperienced new players. Ovo is surprised for real, for there are still that many Smurfs. Hip Disco sighs, "Yeah, a crap ton of them." HX standing opposite Hip Disco says, "The lower the level, the more Smurfs you'll find." So annoying. Dragonflame gives a sly grin while Hip Disco shakes her head in disgust. "I hate people who use Smurf accounts." Pico says, "Whatever, just ignore them and let's play." Gigia announces, "Let's get in the game." Empa agrees. "Give me a minute to create the room." Suddenly, a ding sound goes off. It's a private message from Sung Jae-hyun. Healthier messages. Gigia. He rests his chin on his hand, thinking it's Healthier. Gigia messages back, "Do you want to voice chat with me?" On the other end, Healthier, sitting in a dimly lit room, replies, Gigia thinks, well, this is his first time doing PvP. He speaks into his mic. "Can you hear me?" Healthy's audio is coming in loud and clear now. He says he's not sure about the rules. Gigi, it'll be easier for him if I just explain it. Here's how the game plays out. The map screen is up in front of him. He says, "I was thinking we should all have our mics on. Anyone have a problem with that?" Gigi speaks up. "All right, that's fine." Everyone in the live chat excitedly says, "Ooh, is the captain planning to lead the charge today?" Everyone huddled together, whispering back and forth, leaving him standing alone, rooted to the spot. Gigi, thinks to himself, maybe it's because it's been so long since I've played PvP with this many people. The level of tension is just right. Everything's ready. All right, let's go. Entering the Conquest Battle. Entering the Conquest Battle. A bright light envelops everyone's bodies. The strategy meeting is now underway. 3 people are listening intently as Sung Cha-Huin speaks. I'm sure most of you already know the rules. But since this is Healthy's first time, I'll give a brief explanation. Conquest Battle is an 8 versus 8 mode with 3 capture points, which we'll just call North. Center and South. As he spoke, he pointed to the map. Pointing to a blue location on the map, he said, "We're starting from the southern point, so the south capture point will be closer to us here." Then he pointed to a red spot on the map and continued, "The north capture point will be closer to the enemy team." He pointed to a circled location on the map. The center capture point is located between the enemy base and ours. So, in the early phase, the center point is where the most intense battles will take place. Everyone started discussing excitedly. Healthy said, "Okay, I get it." Shibata voiced his opinion. "The fight at center is the best part." Ovo added, "But it's no fun if the other team has an assassin or a mage. Those classes are super strong in this type of conquest battle, so it's a real headache if we run into them." HX said proudly, "But don't we have an exceptionally talented mage on our side?" Me, Hip Disco standing next to him, could only sigh. "If I were a necromancer, I wouldn't be scared of a single soul out there." And Ovo spoke up to comfort Hip Disco. "It's all right. A necromancer's skills can make the enemy's game lag out before they can even use their skills to attack us." Dragonflame teased, "Ovo's really running his mouth today, huh?" Hip Disco, with an angry expression, grabbed Ovo. You want to bet I won't log on my necromancer right now? Are you messing with me? Ovo stood frozen, staring right at her. Well, that'd be fine, I guess. If your potato PC can even run it. Hip Disco, furious, threw her hands up and yelled, "Oh, for the love of God, please! Just fix the skill effects." Sung Cha-Huin, with an unconcerned expression, continued explaining the battle plan. Normally, one person stays behind to defend the capture point, and the remaining 7 will advance to the center to fight the enemy team. Healthy spoke up. I get it. He then had a thought and said hesitantly, but what if the enemy team has an assassin or a dual blader? Sung Cha-Huin looked at him and analyzed. They could head straight for our point and attack. Us. Healthy understood. Sung Cha-Huin advised him, there are special PvP health potions here, so healing isn't too difficult, but you should remember, a ranged DPS usually target the healer first. Plus, the fight at the center is pretty intense, so it might be a bit tough at the start. Healthy grinned and replied to him, Hey, no problem. At this, Dragonflame excitedly raised his hand with a suggestion, so who's going to be the one to stay behind and defend the point? After speaking, he froze, as a dead silence fell over them. Surprisingly, no one answered. Dragonflame was speechless, still holding the same pose, his hand raised to the sky, eyes welling up with tears. Dragonflame gave a double thumbs-up, tears still streaming down his face. Of course, the person who moves the fastest should be in charge of defense. You guys were going to say that because I ride a dragon, I should stay behind and guard the point right. Shiboder laughed. Ha ha, you read my mind. Ovo, standing beside him, put a hand to his chin and grinned. Fighters are fast too, you know. But I can't miss out on the fight at the center. Shiboder, center rush ambush, or the usual daily roleplay. All right, then. Everyone get ready! Sung Cha-Huin's voice rang out. Everyone except Dragonflame sped towards the central area. He stood next to his dragon, waving to everyone. Bye-bye. Sung Cha-Huin gave HX his assignment. Once we arrive, immediately create a path of ice at the enemy's entrance. HX looked at him and said, Leave it to me. I'll kill them all. Ovo went, whoa. He continued assigning roles. Healthy and I will stay in the back. Chabater and Hip Disco will fight up front. Healthy hugged his scepter. He turned to look at him and laughed. Sounds good. And so the conquest battle began. The scene was a blue sky with an observation tower. He rallied everyone. Let's move out. In Asta Chronicles, teams are matched based on their victory points. They are depicted as 2 blue game pieces. This system is intended to prevent high-level players from slaughtering. Regular players. High-level players are shown in red and regular players in blue. However, because matches are made based on the team's average score, some players deliberately use low-score alts to get matched against even lower-scoring teams with the goal of getting an easy win, also known as a free win. Supreme Paladin stood there, covering his mouth as he yawned. Man, today's matches have been way too easy. Didn't even have to do anything. Bueller was thoroughly enjoying himself, leaning against a tree with his hands behind his head. I know, right? It's so easy, it's boring. Makes me so damn sleepy. They gather low-score alts into one team and stomp on newbie teams to farm PvP points. Although this behavior is deplorable, catching these kinds of trashy players in a match is even harder than in a dungeon. So if you play dirty just enough, you can still get away with it even if the other side reports you. Rapper laughed cheerfully. Ha ha ha. I bet this round will be just as easy as the last ones. Supreme Paladin stood by, laughing in support. That's right, ha 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 ha. With a stern, cold expression, HX cast her spell just as they had planned. A huge block of ice materialized, splitting the 2 teams. Supreme Paladin stared in surprise and yelled, What the fuck is this? Bariel Rapper leaned against the ice wall, crying with laughter. Ha 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 ha! Whoever put up this ice wall is a fucking idiot. Bowhealer, standing beside him, laughed so hard he cried too. What do you expect from a bunch of noobs? Burial Rapper's eyes went wide as he saw a red dot appear on his head, making him freeze mid-laugh. Ah ha ha. Huh. Click. It was the sound of Empachaman readying her weapon. She aimed at him, asking her target, heard this one before. Bang! A gunshot rang out, sending Burial Rapper flying backward, blood splattering everywhere. He didn't even have time to speak. Bowhealer stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock as he watched him fall. Bowhealer, his face contorted with rage, spun around and yelled, What the fuck? Who the hell was that? How could one shot just waste him like that? Burial Rapper, lying on the ground and clutching his stomach, groaned, What the hell is going on? HX and Empachaman high-fived. Burial Rapper yelled, Who the hell killed me? Kelvathane was speaking when suddenly, with a splat, he also collapsed. Wait, hold on for 2 seconds. I don't give a damn, they're too strong. Kelvathane's sudden fall left Boo Healer utterly speechless. A notification popped up. Gigi has killed Kelvathane. Boo Healer broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale with fear. Gigi? An image of Sung Cha-hyun appeared in his mind. That wasn't a fake Gigi. It was the real one. He had a mysterious expression and wore a monocle. In his hand were 3 potions, each a different color. Why would the real Gigi be playing in a 1,300-point match? Supreme Paladin charged forward, shouting, "Everyone attack now!" A scream of "Ah!" echoed out. Another notification appeared. Chip Powder has killed Supreme Paladin. B Healer stood frozen, frowning at the message. He broke out in a cold sweat. Chi Powder. With that ridiculous yellow skin. Then something clicked. B Healer's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking in terror. No, it can't be. An image of a group of people flashed through his mind. Could they be the haters? Another notification. Empachaman has killed Steelmaster. Then another, Ovo has killed Zemis. He collapsed to his knees, his face a mask of sheer panic. The haters playing in a 1,300-point match. An announcement rang out. The blue team has captured the central point. Another followed. Conquest progress has increased. A fist smashed into Boo Healer's face. He spat out a broken tooth. The notification flashed again. Reclaim the central point before the enemy fills their progress bar. An angry growl escaped his lips. How the hell are we supposed to take it back from those damn bastards? Empachaman stood with her hands clasped behind her head, saying cheerfully, Since this is Healthizer's first time in PvP, we'll probably run into some weak opponents. HX, standing next to Sung Ja-hyun, also spoke up. Let's just chill and enjoy it. This will be good practice for Healthizer. Ovo sat on the ground, smiling happily. HX brought a hand to her mouth, looking puzzled as she read the notifications. But... HX turned to her teammates, pointing at the screen. But Healer, Supreme Paladin, those scumbags are clones. Sung Ja-hyun smiled. Oh, is that so in that case? The whole team got fired up. Let's teach those bastards a lesson so they never dare use clones again. I dragon flame him at home, crying his eyes out at the sight of the team fighting. Everyone, I want to live stream you punishing those dogs. Please, I'm begging you. Healthizer, standing behind him, smiled and touched Dragonflame's shoulder. Let me switch with you. He stopped crying instantly, his expression one of pure shock, as he mounted his dragon and flew off. Dragonflame shouted, Healthizer, you're a literal angel. Oh? I love you, man, he yelled, leaving Healthizer to wave goodbye with a ha-ha-ha. After he was gone, Healthizer stood for a moment in the silence, hands clasped. Then he sat, rested his chin in his hands, and gazed into the distance. He said nothing. In the distance, someone was watching. As they drew closer, they accidentally stepped on a dry twig. Crack! His gaze turned sharp as he looked toward the sound. Voom. An aura enveloped him. In the distance, he could make out a faint silhouette. Seeing it, his expression hardened. He cast his spell, light glowing between his hands. Angel's Advent. The intruder was instantly bound tight, gritting their teeth, unable to speak, their face a mask of shocked silence. He walked closer to the man who was bound in ropes of faint golden light. With a calm expression, he thought, look at the shock on his face. He continued his thought process, scepter in hand. He should have tried to teleport or attack the moment his stealth broke, but he didn't do anything useful at all, just let himself get trapped like that. Healthizer struck him with his scepter. You're unworthy of the title assassin. Ding. A notification appeared. Healthizer has killed Style Master. Meanwhile, in the real world, Sung Ja-hyun was surprised. Huh! In the game, Giga turned towards DNAG's position. Wait a minute, wasn't there an assassin over there? Giga asked Healthizer with concern, hey, are you okay? He was just standing over Style Master's body in silence. Snapping out of it, Healthizer replied cheerfully, I'm fine. He must have been a new player judging by his approach. He came at me without even using stealth, so it was an easy kill. Gigi sighed in relief, thinking that was lucky. Ovo exclaimed in admiration, Healthizer, you're a genius. A notification appeared. The blue team has collected enough conquest points. Congratulations to the blue team on their victory in the conquest battle. Another notification followed. You have earned 100 PvP points. The members of DNAG gathered around a campfire as night fell. Teaching those guys a lesson today was a blast, Hip Disco said. Empachaman smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. I'm in such a good mood, so why don't we play another PvP match? Ovo wasn't in the mood. HX turned and asked Emma Chamberlain, "Hey, are you planning to join the ranked PvP competition tonight?" Emma Chamberlain replied to HX, "We'll see." HX moved closer, hugged her arm, and said, "Awesome, let's play together. There are a few people you have to meet." Empashaman asked HX, "Who is it?" HX said, "Out of nowhere, there's a new player in the nightly ranked PvP competition." Tin Can Robot spoke up. "But aren't all the players at that hour total pros?" HX replied, "Exactly. Sounds like a ghost story." Biko asked in surprise, "A ghost story?" Ovo hugged his knees and said, "I hate ghost stories." Chibadair said teasingly, "Come on, Ovo, don't tell me you're scared, you little scaredy cat." HX laughed, trying to mediate. "The story might be a little spooky, but ghosts don't play video games, so you don't need to be afraid." Ovo, looking frightened, said, "Even if it were a real ghost, I bet you'd still be thrilled if it knew how to play." HX spoke up. "Whoa, what if it's the ghost of someone who died while playing PvP? Playing against it would be so much fun." Empashaman laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha!" Chibata stood up to leave. "I'll go get some popcorn." Hip Disco ran after him. "We have to get soda too." HX continued the story. "You guys know I play ranked matches pretty often, right? But this season I've seen a really skilled assassin playing late at night." Gigi's face grew pensive as HX spoke. Tin Can Robot asked, "But don't you know all the players in your region who play at that hour?" The sky was dark now, revealing the stars and a crescent moon. HX replied, "I know, that's what I thought too. That's why I was so surprised when I saw an ID I'd never seen before," Hip Disco said while chewing on popcorn. "Maybe it's someone's alt account." Chibata, holding a bag of popcorn and wearing red and blue 3D glasses, chimed in, "It could also be someone who changed their ID." With a distant expression, HX said, "I don't think it's an alt account. Or that someone changed their ID. Their playstyle is completely unique. That's why I asked all the high rankers, but none of them had ever seen him before." Empachiman looked at HX in surprise. "That's interesting. Maybe it's a retired player who's come back." But Ovo, who had been sitting quietly, spoke up. "What's his ID?" HX replied. "Oh, his ID is a little funny. It's like something straight out of 2003. HX put a hand to her chin, thinking, "What was it again? Ultimate Assassin?" Hearing this, Kwatuyop spoke up. "Oh, it's that guy." HX turned to look at him and asked, "You know who he is?" Kwatuyop replied, "He's been buying a ton of gold recently. 2 billion gold at a time, in fact." Ovo shifted his position, saying in surprise, 2 billion, isn't that around 2 million won? "What if he's a scammer?" Hip Disco said, stuffing popcorn into his mouth. He continued, "Not at all. He even pays a really good price for that gold. That's why I remembered that funny ID HX mentioned. Ultimate Assassin." Gigi and Health are now sitting together, turned to listen in. Chibata spoke up. "Who even uses an ID like that these days?" The fire continued to crackle. "I know, right," Ovo said. Hip Disco turned to Health with a curious look and asked, "Oh, by the way, Health, are you going to the exhibition?" Chibata remarked. That was a fast topic change. Health said calmly, "Oh, the exhibition in Ulsan, right?" HX said, "That's right, it's in Ulsan." Dragonflame added, "Don't be scared, we won't bite." Ovo also chimed in, "I really want you to go." Health chuckled. Gigi was watching his expressions closely. Health looked up at the starry sky and the crescent moon and said, "I live really far from Ulsan." Lida pushed up their glasses, eyes wide, and asked, "Do you live down south?" Health smiled, his eyes crinkling. "No, I'm in Seoul, but..." Meanwhile, outside the game, Sung Cha-hyun put a hand to his chin, thinking it seemed he was avoiding the exhibition because he felt uncomfortable meeting the members of Hyun. His gaze grew distant. Normally, he wouldn't care who showed up and who didn't, or if someone was just too shy to come. But since Healthizer was his partner healer, Gigi put a hand on his shoulder, turning to look him straight in the eye. "Hey, Healthizer, I live in Seoul too. What part of Seoul are you in?" Healthizer replied, "I live in Seongbuk-dong." Gigi's eyes widened in surprise. He thought, Seongbuk-dong for real. My partner healer so close. So kind and skilled, and he lives in the same neighborhood as me. His avatar's face seemed to flush slightly. "Holy crap," Gigi said out loud. "I live in Seongbuk-dong too. Godofwar is giving me a ride." "I'll ask him if he can take you too. What do you say?" Healthizer placed a hand on his own arm. "Oh, what a coincidence," he said hesitantly, "but I don't want to be a bother. And besides, I don't have a ticket." Your answer left Gigi speechless. Gigi seriously asked everyone, Does anyone have a spare ticket for the exhibition? Meanwhile, he looked embarrassed, waving his hands as if he didn't want to be a bother. Empashaman raised her hand and said, I have one. I got a free pass because I was able to get into the affiliate sales room, and now I don't need it anymore. A delighted Gigi asked, Can you give it to someone else? Empashaman laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, of course I can. Gigi said, Thanks a lot. Gigi turned to Healthizer and said, Empashaman has a spare ticket and she's willing to give it to you. Healthizer, still looking shy, asked, Are you sure it's okay? Gigi sat closer to him and said, Everyone just wants to get to know you better. Let's go together, okay, Healthizer? Healthizer looked at Gigi and agreed. A message notification chimed. It was Healthizer texting Gigi. Hey! Looking at the computer screen, he asked. Healthizer smiled, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Please let me pay for the gas. Gigi patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry about it, just showing up is enough. Your problem is that you're just too nice. The phone screen displayed a message conversation between him and God of War. Healthizer said he lives in Shangbukdong. Can you give him a ride? Sure, thanks. He was sitting there when his phone rang, making him say, Yeah. Sitting in front of his computer, he picked up his phone to read the message. The text appeared on the screen. Does anyone want to run the Azure Dragon Dungeon with me? Oh, Ovo excitedly messaged the group. Anyone want to run the Azure Dragon Dungeon with me? Gigi sighed and said, You seem to have a lot of free time this morning. Ovo laughed sheepishly. I decided to skip class today. Anyone want to join? Join? Gigi turned Ovo down. Can't. I'm at a cafe. Hip Disco teased. Probably working on a research paper, right? Tin Can Robot shook his head. Tisk, tisk. Chibauder walked up, clapping her hands, clap, clap. Attention, everyone! Starting today, discount coupons will be available at gaming cafes. Chibauder continued. A tip from me. As a gaming cafe employee, she said. Hip Disco looked surprised. Oh, it starts today. Ovo looked thrilled. What's the reward for this gaming cafe coupon event? The sky was clear blue. Chibauder continued talking about the coupons. Someone already posted about this. Ah, here it is, on this forum. This is it. An image appeared of a cool-looking person in a Black Rider jacket. I bet Pico and Holiday Party will do anything to get it. The dragon flame looks so badass. HX also came closer. I don't know what it'll look like in-game, but the picture on the coupon looks pretty cool. I'm gonna get it. Kochwi UI spoke up. If you hoard these coupons, they'll become valuable. Ovo's eyes lit up. Awesome, I'll try to collect as many as I can. Tin Can Robot said, looks like I'll have to visit more gaming cafes. Holiday Party with hearts in her eyes said, I'll have to go there after work. God of War told Tay Ryan with determination, I guess I'll be having lunch? At a gaming cafe today. Pachamon started to cry, Wah, I'm away on a business trip. HX stood behind her and laughed, Ha ha, I'll get one for you. Pachamon came closer and grabbed HX's shoulders like he was her savior. Thank you so much, Vico said regretfully. I don't have time to go to a gaming cafe. Chibauder asked, Hey Vico, are you working overtime again today? Vico replied wearily, Overtime tomorrow and overtime the day after tomorrow. Pachamon comforted him. We're in the same boat. That makes me feel less lonely. Vico looked at her helplessly. I'd rather be lonely and have less work. How about we make that our goal? Oh, please, Pachamon said. Letta laughed, ha, and told Pico, I'll get those for you, Pico. Hearing that, Ovo immediately patted Letta's shoulder and said, Get some for me too. Letta pushed Ovo's hand off his shoulder and said, And who are you? I don't know you. I'll get those for you. Get some for me too. And who are you? I don't know you. He sat looking at his phone screen, wondering why there were so many messages. He was still staring intently at his phone screen. It seems today was the release day for the gaming cafe coupons. Jigia stood leaning against a pillar, listening to everyone talk. They're texting so much. They've already moved on from the discount coupons to the settings for the random loot boxes. I really want to join in, but Sung Cha-hyun can't possibly read all the messages in the group chat. Sung Cha-hyun puts his phone down on the table. He asks himself, why? Sung Cha-hyun asks and answers himself, because he still has research to do. Dragonflame laughs while typing, staying home on a day off like this? He'd definitely just start playing Asta Chronicles. He opens a door. That's why he took his laptop and textbook to a cafe to work. He chooses a quiet spot with a view. With his years of experience, he picked a table right by a sun-drenched window. Gigi, Gibbon, they're still talking. File a complaint about the random box drop rates for me, then post it on the report board. Giga can explode in front of his laptop screen, but I'm going to finish my research. As he's focusing, a message notification suddenly dings. An exclamation point appears. A message from Healthizer. The phone screen lights up with a message from Jigia. Did you get the gaming cafe coupon yet? Jigia with flames of rage burning in his eyes. I don't even have time. Is he deliberately trying to drive me crazy? He has to be. No. He tries to calm himself down. Calm down, Sung Cha-hyun. I can't get mad. I can't get mad. He texts Healthizer back. Not yet, I still have research to do. I don't have time to go to the gaming cafe. Healthizer looks at his phone speechless. An ellipsis appears. Choi Subin sends a comforting cat sticker. Another message notification rings. Choi Subin texts, I was planning on heading over there to grab some coupons. Would you like me to get some for you? Sung Cha-hyun, who was staring at his computer screen, reads the message. An exclamation point appears. A smug look appears on his face. I knew it. My newbie. He always knows the perfect thing to say. He replies to him right away. Oh, if you could do that, that would be amazing. I'll definitely send you some gift vouchers. Choi Subin texts back, haha, it's no problem. I'll be sure to grab some for you. He doesn't forget to drop a sticker of a running bear. Sung Cha-hyun sends back a bear sticker, making a heart. He keeps an eye on his phone, only seeing the read receipt. With expectant eyes, he waits for a message from him, thinking, he's probably on his way now. To get the gaming cafe coupons? Sung Cha-hyun goes back to focusing. All right. Now I'll focus on my research. An hour later, he's no longer in front of his computer screen, but flipping through the pages of a book. He's flipping through a book. Suddenly, his phone buzzes, making him go, huh. 2 messages from Choi Subin. Jigia, where are you right now? He looks at his phone, wondering, why is he asking where I am? He texts back 3 question marks. I'm at a cafe doing my assignment. Choi Subin continues texting, I got the coupons. He hesitantly asks the reason. I'm asking because... Choi Subin texts back, because I want to give them to you in person. Hehe. He has a shocked, panicked expression. His mind races question mark, exclamation point. His eyes are tense. In person means he wants to meet me in real life. He wants to meet in person and hand them to me. He sits there holding his phone with both hands. He could have just taken a picture of the QR code on the coupon and sent it to me. So why would he want to meet me in person? He keeps his tense expression. The only thing I can think of is if he's actually an extrovert. He's still lost in his thoughts. Could it be that Choi Subin is a super extrovert? Choi Subin Healthizer looks confused. Does meeting in person make him uncomfortable? That cold but slightly tense face. Yep, that's him all right. Choi Subin Healthizer looks confused. Does meeting in person make him uncomfortable? That cold yet slightly tense expression. Yep, that's him all right. Healthizer looked at Gigi with a flustered expression. I'm sorry. He thought, there's nothing to be sorry about, is there? Healthizer said, flustered. I went to so many places, but I couldn't find them. Wait a second. Gigi looked at him and said, besides, we live in the same neighborhood. He thought, why did his voice suddenly sound so down? Healthizer said with a disappointed look. That's why I was so excited to give it to you. Gigi was surprised. Why does he look so dejected? Gigi comforted Healthizer. You shouldn't lack confidence like this. You're the one who should be making other people feel insecure. How on earth did you survive in this harsh world with that gloomy look? Gigi thought about Healthizer. Our cute newbie. Healthizer has excellent skills and a fantastic personality, but he tends to lack self-confidence. Gigi put a hand to his chin, thinking, could it be because I only ever praised him during his training? But he did so well on his own that I couldn't bring myself to criticize him. He sat holding his phone next to a cup of coffee, thinking, he must have traveled a lot to get this coupon for me. He tried to estimate the distance between the cafes. The gaming cafes in this area are all pretty far apart, almost as if there's an unwritten agreement between the owners. He held his phone in his hands. So Healthizer must have walked a lot to find this coupon. He held his phone with both hands. The coupon he brought me, is sold for 5,000 to 10,000 won on the exchange sites, but he got it for me completely free. The least I can do is meet him. Maybe I should have offered to buy him coffee too. He had a pensive look on his face. It's not like I'm trying to hide my true self. I've already met most of the guild members. Besides, I'm going to meet Choi Subin at the exhibition hall anyway. Yes, Sung Cha-hyun was still sitting in one spot. I can do group projects with people I've just met for the first time. So why? Can I meet my future partner? He texted back, no, it's fine. We're going to see each other at the exhibition hall anyway, right? Healthizer texted while walking. I'm on the second floor of the Starbucks in front of the subway station. Do you know where it is? Healthizer read his message. Of course, I'm nearby. He replied to him, I'll be right there, along with a sticker of a running bear. Healthizer smiled, reading the message, humming to himself as he walked down the street. He put his phone down. I have an appointment now. He turned back, holding his coffee and flipping a page in his book. I should finish this up quickly. The cafe was so quiet. The light from the lamp reflected on the window pane. With a pensive look, he read a few pages of his book. He laughed, ha ha, then raised a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, looking tired. Staring at these tiny letters all day is really straining my eyes. As he was pinching the bridge of his nose with his head down, the guy arrived and sat across from him without a word. He looked up, surprised to see him. The two of them sat facing each other. Sung Cha-hyun looked at him and thought, what is he doing? He stared blankly at the person across from him. There are so many empty tables here. So why did he sit at my table? Sung Cha-hyun kept staring at him, which made the other guy startle. Is he trying to preach to me or something? Or something like that. Healthizer smiled at him with a kind expression. He still hadn't realized it was Healthizer. His eyes widened in surprise, and Sung Cha-hyun's surprise quickly turned to fear. Why did he suddenly smile? Sung Cha-hyun was still lost in his own questions. Who is this guy who's practically beaming? I mean, he's good-looking, sure, but that's a different issue. Why is he sitting at my table? Healthizer spoke up. You seemed really focused, he continued, so I didn't want to disturb you. His eyes widened in surprise as he thought, this voice! Healthizer chuckled. Sorry if I startled you. I should have said something first. Sung Cha-hyun was still stunned, unable to process what was happening. I recognized that voice. Images of his in-game avatar and his real-life self appeared. Healthizer, Sung Cha-hyun thought, flustered. I guess it would be a little weird to call him by his game ID in a public place like this. He spoke up to introduce himself. I'm Choi Subin. He also introduced himself, and I'm Sung Cha-hyun. Choi Subin seemed a bit embarrassed. Sorry for suddenly suggesting that we meet up like this. No, it's fine, he said. He looks completely different when he smiles. He continued the conversation. Anyway, you got here faster than I imagined. It's probably been about 10 minutes since I last messaged you, right? He replied, Choi Subin raised his arm to look at his watch. Actually, it's been a little over 40 minutes. He exclaimed in astonishment, what for real? Choi Subin folded his arms on the table and said with a smile, I guess you're the type of person who loses track of time when you're concentrating on something. He continued, but I hope you didn't have to wait for me for too long after you got here. Choi Subin denied it. Ah, no. He guessed, you must have gone to a lot of gaming cafes to find that coupon. He put a hand to his chin thoughtfully. I think I went to 3 locations, Choi Subin continued. I don't think 3 is a lot. Some other people had to go to 4 or 5 different spots. Sung Cha-hyun looked displeased. Well, never mind them. I don't care. Choi Subin laughed, ha ha ha. He sipped his drink and said, 3 is already a lot, you know. There you go, imagining distances again. Choi Subin was gone. The gaming cafes in this area are all pretty far apart. It's not too bad, though, he said with a nonchalant wave of his hand, adding casually, the weather's cool. It makes me feel like I'm just out having fun. Sung Cha-hyun watched him while drinking his water, thinking, he's so dazzling. After finishing the glass, he set it down on the table and asked, by the way, how did you recognize me? I never mentioned what I was wearing, he said. Ah, Call replied. I just looked for the person buried in research papers, and that's how I found you. Hearing the answer, he froze for 5 seconds. What? Choi Subin burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Was I that obvious? This made Sung Cha-hyun scowl in frustration. Grrr! As he spoke, he handed him the slip. Here's the discount coupon. Thanks. Sung Cha-hyun asked him, do you want to get some coffee? He rested his chin on one hand, placed the other on the table, and said with a smile, I already ordered it. What are you surprised? He stood up and said, it should be ready by now. I'll go get it. Watching him, Cha-hyun thought, he's so tall. Choi Subin bashfully brushed back his bangs and said, also I ordered a slice of cake for myself too. Do you like sweets? With his hands clasped on the table, Sung Cha-hyun looked up at him and said, no, not really. He thought, but I can't just tell him that. With a flustered expression, he thought about his smile. Because when Choi Subin smiled, it was like he could become a wonderful therapist. A plate of cake and a hot cup of coffee were set neatly on a small tray. Suddenly, a stainless steel fork appeared, held neatly in a pale hand. Its appearance right in front of him made him jump. Choi Subin, with a bright, radiant smile, sat down opposite him, naturally his hand still holding the stainless steel fork out towards him. He smiled brightly and said, "Here, this is your fork. Go on, take it." After a moment of surprise, he took the fork. He awkwardly tried a bite of cake. Looking at the person across from him, he said, "Thanks," then lowered his eyes to hide his pensive expression. How did I not notice someone like him sitting right in front of me? Could he really be an assassin or something similar? Choi Subin, unaware of his thoughts, propped his chin on his hand, his eyes curving into happy crescents as he spoke with sincerity. "Go on and eat. If it is not enough, I'll buy another one." Sung Cha-hyun, who had been silent, finally asked with suspicion, "Wait a minute, if anyone's buying it should be me, right?" After saying that he was once again lost in thought. He went to 3 different gaming cafes just to get a discount coupon and then came to the cafe where I'm sitting. Shouldn't I be the one buying him cake and coffee? Hearing this, Choi Subin's hands, which were on the table, clasped together as he shyly confessed, "You've already helped me so much. This is the least I can do for you." Flustered, he asked the young man across from him, "What did I do for you?" Choi Subin quickly replied, as if it were obvious, "You did this and that and the other thing and all sorts of other stuff." What exactly was it? It was that. After a brief debate, Cha-hyun touched his chin out of habit, musing, "Let's see. What did I do for him anyway?" The first thought that came to mind was, I gave him some expensive clothes, but the other guild members gave him things too. I gave him clothes and other members gave him equipment as well. I've taken him around, but that was mostly during raids, while other members have taken him to many different places. He continued to ponder with a bewildered expression. I haven't really done anything special for him. He cut off his own thoughts and returned to the present, finding the kid across from him looking up at him. He was smiling with such an adoring expression that Cha-hyun couldn't help but break out in a sweat. "Oh God, don't smile at me like that. I'm not as good a person as you think I am." Lost in thought, he felt a gentle touch on the hand holding his fork. Looking down, he saw the kid across from him was using his hand to take the fork from his. He glanced down, startled by the bold action as the other's hand casually wrapped around his own. The way he smoothly took the stainless steel fork left him mesmerized. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I need my personal space. I'm 100% sure he's an extrovert. He's definitely an E in the MBTI. The thought made him feel flustered, a blush showing clearly on his face. Choi Subin was casually holding the fork that Cha-hyun had just used. Holding the cake in his left hand, he nonchalantly used that fork to eat it, glancing at him as he chewed. Then suddenly, thinking of something happy, he broke into a radiant smile. It was that familiar, overwhelmingly cute smile. Cha-hyun, sitting across from him, was shocked by it. He unconsciously clenched his right fist. Good heavens, he looks just like that kind therapist. So gentle. Subin parted his thin lips slightly and said in a near whisper, "You've already done so much for me." After a moment, Cha-hyun composed himself, leisurely took a bite of cake, and answered honestly, "To be honest, I don't think I've really done that much for you." Not wanting him to deny it any further, Subin pretended to change the subject. "Anyway, it seemed like you don't really like sweets, so I chose something that wasn't too sweet. Is the cheesecake okay?" "I don't remember telling you that I don't like sweets," he replied, thinking, "You're more stubborn than I thought when you answered me after I asked you if you like sweets." His expression changed slightly. He continued to eat his cake with relish, but as he ate, he thought, "This is weird. Why is this cake so delicious today?" Subin continued to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Do you have any plans after you finish your research paper?" He answered matter-of-factly, "I've finished the assignment I needed to submit, so I'm just going to head home. If I leave too late, I'll get stuck in rush hour." At that moment, Subin boldly made a suggestion, unable to hide his blushing cheeks. "I see. Do you want to walk to the subway station together? You take the subway home, too." Subin playfully rested his arms on the table, leaning forward with a teasing smile as he replied, "Nope, I take the bus that stops in front of the subway station." Cha-hyun watched the seamless movement. His face grew puzzled as he thought, "This guy, does he just show off that gentle, handsome face everywhere he goes? Why do you keep aiming that incredible beauty at me? I mean, I like looking at it, but..." Before he could continue his thought, Subin cut in, "All right then, so let's walk to the station together. God of War will pick us up to go to the exhibition. Where do you want to meet?" Subin began to think, stroking his chin out of habit, then answered seriously, "I want to meet you somewhere closer to your place." He continued his calculations in that same serious tone. "So how about the subway station?" "I think that's the most convenient option for you." Hearing this, Cha-hyun agreed it made sense and took out his phone to type. "You're right. I should text God of War before I forget." Suddenly, Subin hastily grabbed the tray that had been on the table. He stood up and turned away cheerfully, startling Cha-hyun. He said happily, "All right, I should clean up now. Let me get this." Cha-hyun watched his swift movements. He quietly marveled to himself, "He's so fast." In the distance, the river was calm and peaceful. Next to it stood the modern subway station entrance amidst a bustling scene. Cha-hyun, dressed in a stylish brown trench coat and holding a briefcase, stood straight and watched Subin, who was whispering, "I'm so glad I got to see you today." What was that? Hearing him, Cha-hyun also looked pleased as he replied, "Me too." After his response, Subin seemed to gain courage, smiling as he replied softly, "I've really wanted to meet you in person." Against the sunset, even with the light at his back, Subin's face seemed to illuminate the entire area. He could only swallow the words in his heart, "I'm so happy that I finally got to do this." Cha-hyun was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. As if to hide his embarrassment, he said, "Ah, well, we were going to see each other anyway, and on the day of the exhibition. Ah, well, by then I would have been mentally prepared to meet you." Cha-hyun seemed to press him intentionally. "So you weren't today?" Hearing the question, Subin didn't know how to answer. No. His answer seemed to be outside of Cha-hyun's expectations. He stood there dumbfounded, wondering, what is this? Even I wasn't mentally prepared at all, but I had no idea he felt the same way. But wasn't he the one who said he wanted us to meet? To break the awkward atmosphere. Subin, still standing with his arms crossed, reminded him, "You should get going. You need to avoid rush hour after all." "Right." Subin bowed a full 90 degrees and said his farewell. "See you on the day of the exhibition." Cha-hyun turned towards the entrance but didn't forget to say back, "See you then." Subin remained in the same spot, his eyes following Cha-hyun's figure as he walked down the steps. There were many people around, but in his eyes there was only him. As if sensing something was off, Cha-hyun slowly glanced back. When he turned to look behind him, he was suddenly surprised. That kid still hadn't left. His hands were clasped as he looked toward him. It was that same smiling face, still beautiful as it was bathed in the evening glow. He gave a small smile in return one last time, then turned and walked away. The hand on the steering wheel made a turn. The hand's owner complained, "I already told you. You don't need to pay me back for gas." Hearing that, Cha-hyun, sitting fashionably dressed in the passenger seat, answered casually without looking at the complaining expression of the dapper young man. He had a scholarly air about him with a pair of glasses on his face. "You gave me a ride, so of course I have to pay for gas. Anyway, is it true that you really quit smoking?" It turned out the driver was God of War Lim Tae-hyun, a member of the Haste Guild. He answered firmly, but didn't forget to glance at Cha-hyun in the passenger seat. "That's right, I quit. It's so good that the car doesn't smell like smoke anymore. This is amazing. Hyun, I hope you quit smoking for the rest of your life." Hearing this, Lin Tae-hyun laughed teasingly and shot the person next to him a warning glance. "It's all part of the plan. What about you? Why did I quit?" This question caught me off guard. Am I just stalling for time by asking him back? I tried to catch my breath, my face still a bit guilty. But I hid my thoughts. I don't want to tell him I quit because I already told the guild members that if I started smoking again, I would have to apologize to the entire guild. And the boss? Well, so I'm just doing it. You know what they say, where there's a will, there's a way. Tae-hyun laughed out loud as if he'd just heard a joke. Ha, ha, ha. The car kept moving down the road for a while as their conversation continued. Cha-hyun now said, "So where is he?" Cha-hyun was staring intently at his phone, but he still kept up with Tae-hyun's rhythm. "Hold on, I just got a message saying he's ready." On Cha-hyun's phone screen was his chat with Subin. "I just left my house. I'll be there in about 5 minutes." "Okay, we're almost there too." After reading the message, he looked out the window trying to spot Subin. He didn't forget to mumble, "So where is he?" "He's in front of the cafe near the station." It didn't take long to find Subin waiting there. He pointed him out to Tae-hyun. "There he is, the one in the black pants and brown jacket." Today, Subin was wearing a black turtleneck with a brown jacket over it. He was focused on his phone while he waited, a patient expression on his face. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. "Subin." That voice was like a switch, and Subin immediately lit up with a smile as bright as a flower, turning toward the sound. "Hey, Zizya Godagua. Good morning." Cha-hyun was mesmerized by Subin's smile and replied with a gentle laugh. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun in the driver's seat didn't forget to give a friendly wave.
"Good morning. It's nice to meet you."
As Subin neatly got into the back seat, Cha-hyun couldn't help but think to himself, "He really is our talented healer, our gentle one." Just then, as if he realized something, he asked Tae-hyun next to him, "Did you change the air filter in the car?" "No." "Why?" Hearing the denial. Cha-hyun looked suspicious as he voiced his thoughts. It smells really nice. As he mumbled, he glanced in the rearview mirror. He suddenly cursed in his head. In the mirror was the image of Subin in the back seat, smiling like a blooming flower. What a beauty. Looking at that radiant smile, Cha-hyun couldn't help but wonder, with a face full of doubt, why does he always look at me and give me that sunny smile? After picking up Subin, the car continued its journey and finally arrived. Large groups of people were gathered in front of the main gate. The three of them, Cha-hyun, Subin, and Tae-hyun, got out of the car. With his hand still on the car door, Tae-hyun watched Cha-hyun, who was focused on his phone, and Subin, who was standing quietly beside him.
Is everyone here already?
Hearing Tae-hyun's question, Cha-hyun updated him. According to the group chat, Dragonflame is going to be live streaming, so he's doing his own thing. The rest of them are all here except for Hip Disco. Why isn't he here? Cha-hyun looked annoyed. Busy sleeping. Tae-hyun gave a wry smile at the answer and shook his head as if this was all too familiar. But not forgetting Subin was there, he turned to him. Although he was still looking at his phone, he asked with concern, "Hey, you have the e-ticket that Pachamon sent you, right?" Subin's face lit up that Cha-hyun was concerned about him. He smiled brightly as he answered, holding up his phone screen to show the e-ticket he mentioned. "Of course, is this it?" "That's the one." The three of them stood in front of the gate looking at the bustling scene around them with doubt and said, I really thought we got here early, but I never expected it to be this crowded." Cha-hyun felt a light touch on his arm and waist. He looked down, startled to see a frightened Subin wrapping both hands around his right arm. He couldn't help but be surprised by the contact. What is happening right now? He saw the worried look on Subin's face as he glanced around nervously and suddenly understood. This must be his first time at an event like this. And I'm the only person he's met here, so if I were him, I'd be nervous too. Cha-hyun's face filled with serious sympathy. His eyes were full of pity, but then a key point came to mind and he paused. But Subin is a grown man. Still, when he saw Subin's pathetic face, which had lost all its usual cheerfulness, he silently scolded himself. Stop thinking such nonsense and just look at his face. I have to be understanding. Just then, Tae-hyun, who had been quiet, suddenly held up his phone to signal them and said, "I need to go meet the merchant and give him a few items. I'll call you later, okay?" After Tae-hyun left, the atmosphere between the remaining two suddenly became awkward. Only one thing hadn't changed. Subin was still clinging to his arm. As if to break the atmosphere, he quickly suggested, "Do you want to go meet the other guild members?" Hearing Cha-hyun's suggestion, Subin suddenly smiled and cheerfully pointed off in the distance. "Hey, there's a Q&A booth over there. Do you want to go check it out?" Seeing this, for some reason, Cha-hyun felt a sense of pride and replied, "Subin is really good at ignoring what I say and inserting what he wants instead. It seems his stance is pretty firm. Oh, sure, let's go." Just then, from the direction Subin wanted to go, the voice of a staff member from the Q&A booth rang out, starting the program. She looked bright and cheerful in a dynamic red and green outfit. It went really well with her green hair. "Welcome, dear warriors." As Cha-hyun and Subin approached hand in hand, they heard her explain the rules. Please write down your server name and character ID, along with any questions or comments you have about Asta Chronicles. After the PvP event, we'll have a drawing, and Director Gwang will personally give detailed answers to your questions. Even Subin noticed the subtle change in Cha-hyun. He glanced at him knowingly. Hearing about the program, Cha-hyun suddenly found it interesting and walked straight to the registration desk with Subin thinking to himself, "This sounds interesting. I've got to ask him to add more slots to the block list." As he thought this, he picked up a pen at the registration desk and began filling out his information, still thinking, if my question gets picked, at least I won't get an automated response. Like always. At that moment, seeing his seamless movements, Subin asked seriously, "Hey, Jija, what are you going to ask?" Subin's voice made him freeze. He stammered, trying to hide it. Well, I can't just say something like, "The block list is limited to only 300 people, which is way too few, so please increase it," in front of an innocent newcomer. He decided to keep it a secret, but that didn't seem to disappoint Subin much. "This is a secret, you're so mean." He folded the question with both hands, but didn't forget to ask Subin in return. "What about you?" As if to retaliate, Subin playfully held up his neatly folded paper with both hands, winked, and replied, "It's a secret." Cha-hyun couldn't help but scoff. Is he trying to play games with me? But ignoring Cha-hyun's sulky face, he casually dropped the paper into the box. After they were done, Cha-hyun looked around and decided, "Come on, let me introduce you to..." But before he could finish, Subin excitedly cut him off. "I want to try that..." "What?" Subin pointed his finger straight towards the photo booth area, in the distance. His voice was filled with excitement. Taking pictures. Seeing his happy expression, he couldn't help but smile and accept. He likes taking pictures or something, all right, fine. He looked up at the sky as if lamenting, if my face were that good looking, I'd love taking pictures too. Subin was sitting on a giant white duck. It had a pink bow and hat on its head and neck, looking very cute, but Subin's cuteness was even more overwhelming. He sat tilted to one side, holding his face as he posed with a bright smile. Then he looked at Cha-hyun, who was acting as his photographer, and asked eagerly, "How do I look?" Cha-hyun, holding the phone in his hand, snapped photo after photo. Looking at the screen, he said, "You look amazing. You'd look good even if you were just lying on the floor." Like a dedicated photographer, Cha-hyun stood up, then sat down, changing angles to get the best shots. His dedication made Subin smile even brighter. Ah ha ha. Subin held the left side of his face and asked curiously, Do you think I'm handsome?" Cha-hyun watched Subin get off the giant duck and answered firmly, "Huh, of course you are. Why would he even ask that? A guy that good-looking would obviously take good pictures." Suddenly, a powerful voice shouted from the distance, making the two of them pause their conversation. "Jija!" The two turned and walked towards the crowd as the voice continued to call out, "Sung Cha-hyun." It was Chibauder's voice. Cha-hyun anxiously scanned the crowd, but couldn't find the person who was calling him. "But there are so many people here, so I can't see her." After a while of not being noticed in the crowd, Cha-hyeon's face fell. It looked like she'd made up her mind. "I really don't want to do this at all." She clenched both hands into fists and raised them high. As if gathering all her strength, she yelled loudly into the crowd, "Sung Cha-hyun!" That over-the-top action finally allowed Cha-hyun to spot her. He looked stunned to hear her shouting his name like that. But Subin was even more curious. He stood behind him, his eyes wide. After shouting, her face was contorted in anger, and she clenched her teeth. She rushed over, fuming. Her fists still clenched, she asked in a loud voice, "Where are your eyes? What took you so long to find me, huh?" Cha-hyun wasn't about to back down. He put his hands on his hips and retorted, "This place is packed. How was I supposed to find you right away?" Unable to argue back, remembering what she had just seen, Hyerin quickly asked, her expression softening quite a bit. "What were you doing over there? The photo booth? What were you doing there?" As if used to this temperament, he didn't answer, instead looking towards Subin as if to introduce Healthy Now. Following his gesture, Hyerin finally noticed someone was behind him. She looked over curiously as he pulled, a beaming Subin forward, and introduced him. "This is Chibauder." As if recognizing the name, Hyerin asked in a high voice, "You're healthy now." "Chibauder, it's great to meet you." She cheerfully returned the greeting, "Nice to meet you, Healthy Now." But just as she thought of something, stomping her foot and waving her arms, she yelled, "Wait a minute! Have you been hogging Gigi this entire time?" Cha-hyun stood with his arms crossed, watching her familiar antics, and replied, "I don't give a damn. Shut your trap." But as if used to his attitude, Hyerin's cheerful mood returned. She clasped her hands together and said happily, "Anyway, let's hurry up." This state of hers made Cha-hyun and Subin curious. He asked suspiciously, "Where to?" She looked towards a large screen in the distance, the glowing LED centerpiece of the event, surrounded by a dense crowd. As if delivering great news, she announced cheerfully, "The PvP tournament event is about to start. We have to go cheer for Empire and HX. Besides, they're also giving out discount coupons. Is it already time for the event to start?" A loud announcement boomed from the speakers, drawing the attention of everyone there. "Attention, please. The Emperor's tournament will begin shortly in the main hall area." Hyerin cheerfully waved toward the center, unable to stop herself from turning in that direction. She didn't forget to urge them on. "See? Did you hear that? Hurry. Hurry up." But as if fearing something bad might happen, she paused, her cheerful face looking back at the two of them as she explained, "There are a lot of people here, so let's stick close together just to be safe." Cha-hyun assessed the situation and slowly replied, "All right." Just as he was about to follow Hyerin, he felt a very light tug on his right sleeve. Startled, he looked down doubtfully at the hand clutching his shirt. His gaze traveled from the hand up to Subin's impossibly innocent face, and he wondered what he was doing. "Is he trying to get my attention?" Ignoring his stunned expression, Subin smiled freely and said, "This is a pretty weird way to get someone's attention, isn't it? Gigi, let's go, okay?" The two of them quickly followed Hyerin's figure as she walked with powerful and decisive steps. He thought to himself, "She's so decisive, just as you'd expect from the main tank of our assault team." From behind, Cha-hyun still couldn't help but feel skeptical. He asked Hyerin quietly, "Do you even know where it is?" She answered confidently, It's a little far. That area is huge. Cha Hyun still wanted more information and pressed on. What about the other members? Have you met up with them yet? Without breaking her stride, Hyerin casually replied, They're all gathered where we're going except for Hip Disco. Hearing that name, he just sighed and chuckled in resignation. The last I heard, he was sleeping. Don't tell me he still hasn't gotten out of bed yet. It was as if Hyerin had expected Cha Hyun to react that way. Trying to make excuses for Hip Disco, she said, He's here, but he's at the Q&A booth. You know how he is. He's going to keep submitting questions until they add an option to lower the skill effect levels for necromancers. But Cha Hyun, as expected, just let out a breath. That's just like him. Hyerin suddenly stopped, turned her head and asked the two behind her, Wait, have you submitted your question yet? Everyone else has already submitted theirs? Hearing that, Cha Hyun grew curious and asked, What did you write in yours? Hyerin's face took on a mischievous look. She narrowed her eyes, smiled slyly, and answered, Buff warriors. Someone nearby said, Are you serious? As this happened, she moved closer to an automatic water dispenser. But their conversation continued uninterrupted, despite the many people standing around. Why warriors are the weakest class among the tanks? Everyone complains about the class they're playing and demands a buff. Even the dual wielders whine that their class is ridiculously weak. By that logic, shouldn't alchemists be pretty strong too? Alchemists are actually really weak, you know. Beside them, Subin couldn't hide his smile as he listened to their conversation. Hyerin crossed her arms, narrowed her eyes with a knowing look, and smirked. Let me guess. I bet you asked them to buff the alchemist class, didn't you? Seeing Hyerin's all-knowing expression, he could only give a wry smile. Why would I ask for a buff for the alchemist class? The reason I chose that class is because nobody else wanted to use it. But as if he couldn't stand her naivete any longer, he used his height advantage to poke her on the forehead, chiding her non-stop. She struggled to fight back in vain. Completely wrong. You know what you're terrible at, using your brain. This is so frustrating. Seeing this scene, Subin, who had been behind them the whole time, suddenly stepped forward, catching Cha Hyun's attention and making him turn to look. Gigi, what is it? Subin used his hand to gently take his. He tried to explain, There are so many people here, I'm worried I'll get separated from you. Can I hold your hand as we walk? Watching Subin's bold yet natural gesture, Cha Hyun just stood there frozen, staring at his face. But he couldn't find any fault in that smile. He resolutely answered, Okay, let's go. He tried to stay calm, but inside he was screaming. Don't smile like that anymore. If you keep it up, I might actually start to like it one day after that moment of distraction. They looked around at the sea of unfamiliar faces and exclaimed in alarm, Crap, we lost her. Subin looked at him alarmed, but didn't let go of his hand. He calmly reassured him, It's okay. I think I know where she is. Subin grew pensive, touching his chin out of habit. But I think it was inevitable that we'd miss a match. I heard the qualifying rounds are starting with a 3-on-3 match. Subin glanced at Cha Hyun, who was listening happily, and added, That one will probably be over fast. That's very likely. The two continued walking as they talked. Yeah, that's right. I'm guessing you've seen a qualifying match before. You've looked into this before, haven't you? Yeah, I heard this tournament was single elimination style, so I watched some videos. Subin said casually, a nostalgic look on his face. I also saw a few of your videos. At this, Cha Hyun jumped and asked, My videos, I didn't even know I had any videos out there. But Subin didn't seem to care much as he tried to explain, making Cha Hyun realize the truth. They're pretty old, though. It's a video of you HX with some assassin. The video was uploaded by someone on their team. Even though it's from the opponent's perspective, the match is really fun to watch. Subin quietly listened to him speak silently, moving to hold his wrist. Are you talking about the video from when I was teamed up with Hope? But in a moment they arrived at the tournament venue they were looking for. Above them, 2 MCs were starting the show with rows of seats packed full of spectators. The scene took them by surprise. The first Asta Chronicles Emperor Tournament. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final match. They looked around and said with certainty, It's really loud. Looks like we're in the right place. Looking up at the stage where the 2 MCs were still trying to hype up the atmosphere, they noticed something and asked without thinking, What's on the commentators' heads? Aren't those star-shaped headbands? Cha Hyun's face froze, his eyes growing colder by the second. According to his theory, wait, are they wearing star headbands because Asta sounds like star? But Subin didn't notice the change in the person next to him, his eyes focused on the object. He said excitedly, Those headbands look so cute! His opinion made Cha Hyun flinch, his jaw dropping. What you think those are cute? Ignoring his question, he continued to gush, I think they're selling those at the shop. Do you want to wear one? His face grew even more rigid as he answered, Me wear that. Subin could tell from his expression that he was refusing, so he lowered his gaze and said, If you don't want to, I can wear it. Hearing this, Cha Hyun crossed his arms, imagining Subin's face wearing the incredibly cute hairpin, and thought, That doesn't sound so bad. The atmosphere around them was electric. The voices of the two MCs on stage continued to ring out. Starting with the brutal qualifying rounds, two teams have defeated countless warriors to make it to today's match. The entire audience showed their excitement at every word. They all listened intently. But only one team can claim the true throne of champions. On the stage were three incredibly fashionable people, each with their own style. A petite pink-haired girl stood in the center. To her right was a green-haired girl with a powerful style. And on the left stood a very chic man with his arms crossed in a yellow outfit. Then the MC's voice rang out, Introducing the Red Team Bomb English. They looked up at the big screen listening as the two MCs commented on the team that had just appeared. They're so impressive. Just at a glance, you can tell the Red Team's name really hits home for a lot of office workers. They continued to introduce the members of the team in detail. Team Bomb, Injivik, Summoner, Dimsum, Ice, and Light Battle Mage, 3-3 IOKID, Priest Pudding. The spotlight returned to the two MCs who continued expertly. Now let's move on to the blue team. Along with the introduction came the grand entrance of the next three people. A girl with long, curly silver hair and blue eyes stood confidently in the center. To her right was a girl in a playful vest winking. On the left was a man with long hair tied back neatly. Team Hater. This appearance made everyone in the audience absolutely erupt. They screamed their heads off, some even covering their mouths to yell louder. Amidst this explosive atmosphere, Cha Hyun kept a bored expression as he thought to himself, Team Hater Gunner, Empachaman Ice Battle Mage Set Oracle HX Stone Master. As the two MCs narrated, HX shot an annoyed look at the smug person, who had just been mentioned next to her. A gunner. In reality, having a gunner participate in a PvP match can be considered a major event. Not noticing her annoyance, the two MCs cheerfully continued their expert commentary. The gunner who had been smug just moments ago suddenly looked dejected as the MCs went on. Beside her, HX didn't forget her duty as a teammate. She gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. That's right. According to the meta, a lineup of two ranged DPS and a healer has an advantage, but it's very unusual for a team to choose a gunner for ranged damage like this. The MC continued to the next introduction. The screen showed a magnificent white coliseum highlighted by 4 tall, flaming pillars. The map for this match will be the Coliseum of the Fallen Hero. Cha Hyun, who had been silent this whole time, said with certainty no. This prompted Hiren beside him to turn and ask, Is Empachaman really going to win? He looked toward the person in question. She was confidently looking down at the crowd, lightly tugging the brim of her hat with a smirk. He continued to explain, hiding and sniping enemies is her specialty. Her in-game FPS is also high. The two MCS powerful voices boomed out at the same time as the 6 members of both teams moved quickly. The match begins. A solid ice wall was erected between the two teams, and with that came the expert commentary. Both teams have put up an ice wall at the same time. That's right, it's probably because both sides have a mage. The crowd in the stands roared with excitement, but they didn't forget to keep their eyes on the live feed. The best strategy is to use long-range characters, so the most important thing is positioning. Plus, you absolutely cannot let the enemy know where you're hiding. 2 members are hiding behind a pillar, remaining vigilant. The player from Team Bomb NG5GC is hiding behind one of the pillars on the west side. Next, we have HX and Empachaman cleverly taking cover behind pillars with their guns. The MCS's voices continued to ring out. The DPS players from Team HTE are each hiding behind the pillars on the east side. Suddenly, the two MCs' voices turned to shock, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. What is this? What's going on? Along with their startled voices, the figure of a girl from one of the teams appeared. She was standing calmly right in the center, not even trying to hide. Stone Master. She's just standing in the middle of the map. Stone Master stood firm in the center of the arena. Ignoring everyone's continuous confused exclamations about what was going on, this strange sight quickly caught the attention of Cha Hyun. Subin guessed curiously while Cha Hyun, with his arms crossed, looked on nonchalantly as if he already had the answer. Could Stone Master's computer be bugged? Just then, the screen showed the sudden attack of a green dragon. Whoa! It flew forward quickly, letting out growls amidst the surrounding chaos. As various skills were unleashed, Stone Master maintained her composure. The two MCs' voices kept rising. The players from Team Bomb Eng VDC are all attacking Stonemaster at once. Dragon's breath sound of the soul. Just then, a loud explosion erupted with a flash of fire right next to the ferocious green dragon. It suddenly stopped standing still amidst the smoke, its ferocious expression gone. Stonemaster stood calmly amidst the smoke, her face showing no fear, as if everything was going as planned. The commentators were in absolute shock. What in the world is going on? They kept shouting, "What, she still has so much health?" The screen showing Stonemaster's health bar stunned everyone, leading to speculation. Did the player Dim Sum equip the wrong gear? How did Stonemaster tank a full dragon's breath and only lose 20% of her health? Dim Sum, standing under the dragon's wing, looked completely baffled. She should have lost half her health from that attack. At that moment, Stonemaster was still standing there. She used a skill, a bright aura appeared around her, and her health bar quickly recovered. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Cha Hyun seemed to have it all figured out silently, deducing based on the small amount of damage she took. He confidently explained his theory, making Subin even more curious. She definitely has a defensive item equipped, but it's not tank gear. He calmly explained in detail, drawing from his own experience. Subin's face showed her surprise at the answer. That's right. It looks like she socketed a stamina gem into her defensive gear. Meanwhile, after recovering, Dim Sum mounted her green dragon again. She cast a skill, sending damaging gusts of wind toward Stonemaster below. Stonemaster calmly raised her left hand using a damage reflection skill. However, that only startled the dragon for a moment before it recovered. Wrath of the Soul. Just then, when no one was looking, Park Hemin, who had been in position for a while, skillfully took aim and fired. A loud shot rang out. Headshot. Caught by the surprise attack, Dim Sum fell with a look of utter disbelief on her face. Park Hemin has killed Dim Sum, and the green dragon fell limply to the arena floor. After that precise shot, Park Hemin stood with her hands on her hips and slung her gun over her shoulder. Her face was filled with triumphant pride. The commentator roared, analyzing the situation. Look at the sharpshooter. Park Hemin took down the summoner in just 2 attacks. The audience in the stands was buzzing with conversation, their faces full of bewilderment. I had no idea the sharpshooter class was that powerful. They didn't even give Pudding Chung time to heal his teammate. The commentator continued with his in-depth analysis while the sharpshooter and Stonemaster celebrated their victory and interacted with the camera. Stonemaster used a buff to increase the sharpshooter's damage output. The sharpshooter's attack speed is slow, but each shot packs a massive punch. On top of that, Dim Sum was only wearing DPS gear and didn't have any stamina gems socketed. That was amazing teamwork from the members of Team HTE. At that moment, Stonemaster suddenly sped up, running full tilt in one direction as the commentator continued. Stonemaster is charging towards the enemy's pillar. She's so courageous. It feels like we're watching a tank fight. But it was as if she was waiting for this exact moment. HX, who was behind this pillar, suddenly stepped out. She began to cast a spell and a bright icy aura surrounded her. The commentator got excited. HX is summoning an ice javelin. The casting time is long, but it's a guaranteed 100% freeze on the opponent. Stonemaster advanced on the pillar where the pink-haired girl was hiding, so forcing her to turn her attention, her face filled with annoyance. The MC shouted excitedly, 33 IOKID is forced to cancel her skill. She's flustered while dealing with Stonemaster. An ice cage appeared, trapping Stonemaster and catching her by surprise, immobilizing her. The crowd screamed. Ice cage as the commentator analyzed the play. 33 IOKID has finally locked down Stonemaster. Now she's climbing to the top of the ice wall. As the commentator spoke, the screen showed that player 33 IOKID had reached the summit. She kept jumping higher and higher. Seeing the tide turning against her, HX used both hands to channel her spell, the light growing more and more intense. The commentator screamed, "Ice Javelin!" Others chimed in regretfully. It's too late, there's no way out of this one. But then suddenly, the ice javelin that HX had cast suddenly changed its course. The skill shot straight towards a formidable-looking figure in yellow. HX snapped her fingers. Thunderbolt, and the man in yellow was struck. He was trapped by HX's lightning, unable to fight back. The arena screen flashed the result. HX has killed Pudding Chung. The commentator's voice rang out, "Oh no!" Pudding Chung, the priest who doesn't have much mobility, is now eliminated. 33 Iokid stood atop the ice wall, observing everything from above. She couldn't hide her anger over her teammates' defeat, clutching the miniature ice cage that imprisoned Stonemaster was ecstatic. Now the red team was down to a single member, 33 IO Kid. Could she possibly take on all three of them and turn the tables right now? HX and Empa were both focusing their attention on 33 Io Kid on the ice wall. Since this was the Emperor's tournament, it was very possible for one player to fight against three at once. Along with the commentary, the screen reflected the contrast between 33 Io Kid's tension and HX's calm demeanor, but Cha Hyun remained completely focused on the match. He suddenly had a theory. No, that's impossible. The display on screen was relentless, and everyone was anxiously waiting to see what happened next. If she could just kill HX or Empa first, then she might have a slight chance of winning. 33 Io Kid was in a direct confrontation with HX. It all depended on who could freeze the other first. As if she had calculated everything, 33 Io Kid suddenly leaped down from the ice wall. Clutching the miniature cage, she accelerated toward HX. She powerfully activated a skill measuring the distance. Not to be outdone, HX quickly cast a counter-skill Cry of the Soul. Meanwhile, Empa got into position, raised her gun to do her job, and took aim. After the shot rang out, 33 Io Kid's body fell in pain. The screen displayed Empa has killed 33 Io Kid. But as long as those two were alive, her chances of winning were 0. A cheerful HX ran over, throwing his arm around Empa shoulders and jumping up and down on her in celebration. She was already quite used to this. She even flashed a peace sign at the camera. The commentator paused, then continued, "Congratulations to Team Hater on their victory." The stadium seemed to erupt after the result was announced. The crowd was incredibly excited, cheering and roaring. On stage, the two commentators were still animatedly discussing the match. I bet the opposing team never saw it coming. Stone Master standing in the middle of the arena wearing tank gear. What a fantastic strategy. You're right. First off, isn't taking out the healer first in PvP an unwritten rule? The losing team's disappointment was palpable. They were heavily damaged and raised the white flag in surrender. The commentary continued, the energy never fading. With Stone Master standing brazenly in the heart of the enemy's formation, it was obvious the opponents would charge in to attack. But Stone Master proved she was no pushover. Hard as a rock is more like it. Stone Master's face was full of confidence as she listened to everyone's praise. HX and Empa also cheered enthusiastically for their teammate from behind, clapping non-stop and giving thumbs-ups. Stone Master is a PvP specialist healer from the Genesis Guild. I hear she's quite close with Empa and HX. It seems they formed a team to participate in the tournament together. They continued their analysis. The more they analyzed, the more Stone Master seemed to be on cloud 9. Even though her health bar had dropped quite a bit, she was able to recover it quickly. After all, Stone Master is at her core a healer. The LED screen showed the stats panel from the match. The two commentators delved into a deeper technical analysis. All right, let's take a look at Stone Master's equipment, everyone. Defensive rune, plus 15 recovery. Rune, plus 15, defensive rune, plus 15, recovery rune, plus 15, defensive rune, plus 15. Recovery rune, plus 15. Their voices grew higher and louder with disbelief. In time with their exclamations, the LED screen zoomed in on the stats panel as they continued their non-stop analysis. Down in the audience, people were laughing at the absurdity. She even combined defensive runes with recovery runes. She must have spent a fortune to upgrade all of that. Stone Master really poured her heart and soul into winning this tournament. The LED screen replayed the last highlight. It was the moment Stone Master stood resiliently before the blue dragon. They continued to analyze. When they were attacking the Oracle, they must have wondered, 33's entire team. Io Kid's team had the same question about Stone Master, the commentator said, posing the question himself. Why didn't she die? Why did her health bar barely move when they attacked with their full power? And while the opponent was in a state of panic, the replay showed the comical scene of HX and the Gunner joining forces to crush their opponents and protect Stone Master. Accompanied by the MC's analysis, Gunner Empa and Battle Mage HX took them down one by one. Team Hater successfully struck their opponent's weak point. Hearing this, Cha Hyun, standing in the audience, had a grim expression as he thought, "These guys." He helplessly brought a hand to his forehead, his face showing complete exasperation as he concluded, "What a dirty way to play." The three members of Team HX were joyfully raising the trophy together, posing for the camera. The commentator was also roaring, "The winner of this Emperor's tournament is Hater." The LED screen captured their moment of victory. The two MCs also watched emotionally and hyped them up more. Hater is not only the first team to clear the dungeons, but they've also won first place in the official PvP tournament. The atmosphere in the stands was electric. Everyone's eyes were glued to the stage listening to the two MCs. Moving on to our next segment. Let's get an interview with today's winning team, shall we? Could you please enlarge the chat screen? We'll be asking questions through the mic and the winners can answer through the chat screen. The images of the three of them appeared on the LED screen. They were trying to look serious as they waited for the signal but couldn't contain their earlier joy. Stone Master, Empachaman and HX, it's great to see you. Congratulations on your spectacular victory at the first Emperor's Tournament. Could you share your feelings after the match?
Of course.
With his friendly personality, HX grinned from ear to ear after hearing the question, raising his hands in his signature celebratory pose. HX, I'm just really happy. Hater is always number one. When it was Stone Master's turn, she remained calm, holding a cute souvenir as she shared. Stone Master, I want to thank Q2 IHOP, who spent a large sum of money on the Noshi server to sponsor my equipment upgrades. As for Empachaman, she just held up her gunner's emblem and got straight to the point. Empachaman, please buff the gunner class. I won this tournament just to say this. At this, the male commentator seemed to seize the opportunity. He asked, by the way, Empachaman, I've always been curious. What does the EMPA stand for? I only knew the M was for musketeer. The screen showed a dangerously contemplative expression, but the explanation was that MPA stands for Musketeer Promotion Association, the Association for the Preservation and Promotion of Musketeers. Hearing their teammate's explanation, the other two members couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey, Director, you have to upgrade the Musketeer class now! But as the conversation continued, Cha-hyun and Subin kept their eyes fixed on the stage. So MPA really did stand for the Association for the Preservation and Promotion of Musketeers. Wow, how amazing. Just look at her. You can see just how serious she is. Alongside that, a serious image of a musketeer was shown on screen. Everyone in the audience chuckled at the two commentators' humor. To be honest, playing PvP as a musketeer is anything but normal. Saying you won the tournament just to demand an upgrade is probably not a joke. However, Cha-hyun in the audience could only stand there and shut his eyes enduring the commentator's recent remark. It wasn't just him. The other members had the same expression. Sung Jae-hyun and the members of the Hater Guild couldn't bring themselves to laugh. Empachaman, however, looked unconcerned, her serious expression unchanging because they knew she was dead serious. The main screen suddenly switched to a different interface. It had the words Q and A on it. Subin stood up straight, lightly clenching his hands as he focused on the screen. He stood timidly next to a serious-looking Cha-hyun who had his arms crossed. They listened to the commentator's words. Greetings, warriors of Asta Chronicles. On the main stage, appearing from out of nowhere, were a large round table and two chairs. An MC stood in the center, excitedly announcing, "Welcome everyone to the Asta Autumn Exhibition." Chronicles. It's wonderful to see so many of you at our first offline event. His face was beaming, creating a cheerful atmosphere as always. Are you all having fun? Yes. He grinned, his eyes crinkling as if what was coming next was very exciting. And now for the segment our warriors have been waiting for most. The Q&A session. All questions will be drawn directly from this box. He gestured elegantly with his left hand towards the wings of the stage. A politely dressed, middle-aged man was walking onto the stage with a sheepish smile, scratching his head in embarrassment. Please give a warm round of applause to welcome Director Gwang. The audience suddenly erupted. The two sat in chairs facing each other. A cardboard box with Q&A taped on it was placed on the table. It was tilted towards the MC. The middle-aged man's shy voice followed. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Director Gwang. Everyone's attention was fixed on the box on the table. Inside was a jumble of neatly folded pieces of paper. The MC introduced it. There are over 600 questions sent in by our warriors, Director Gwang. How do you feel about this? Director Gwang answered frankly, and his reply unexpectedly silenced the audience. I'm a little nervous. I didn't expect everyone to have so many questions. To ask me, I really wasn't expecting this. The MC tried to pick up the pace, getting straight to the point. This segment will be broadcast live without any editing, so you'll have to answer every question truth. Oh, fully. At that moment, Cha-hyun remained silent, pretending to be focused. But inside, he was praying, please pick mine, pick mine, pick mine. I need more space on my block list. Not keeping everyone waiting long, the MC randomly picked a piece of paper from the box. He read the contents of the first paper out loud and clear. And now we'll get to our first question. The first question is from Hip Disco on the Nochi server. Suddenly, in a corner of the audience, a black-haired girl eagerly shot her hand up, but the guy behind her was sweating bullets trying to contain her enthusiasm. With his height advantage, Subin recognized Hyerin. He leaned in, covered his mouth, and whispered to Cha-hyun next to him, "Is that hip disco?" "Yep. And the one pulling her back is Oval." But as if she'd been waiting for this moment, she raised her voice powerfully and shouted, her face full of resentment and indignation. Her hands clenched as if on fire as she screamed, "The necromancer's summon skeletons skill is really impressive. The problem is, yeah, it's cool, but it makes the game lag so damn much. Don't you people know that? If you don't, then let me tell you." After that, she treated the audience area like her own personal stage, and as the main character expertly collapsed onto the floor. Her mouth never stopped wailing, "Nobody wants to party with a necromancer anymore." 2 rivers of tears streamed down her face as she continued to pour out her frustrations. Every time I join a party, they say, "Sorry," and kick me out. All because every time I summon my skeletons, my party members all disconnect. And then, with a resolute expression, she demanded, "So when are you guys going to add an option to simplify the summoning effects, huh?" After that Oscar-worthy performance, Director Gwang, sitting on stage, tried his best to stay calm. He gave a strained laugh and explained, "Many Necromancer players have given us feedback. On this matter, it's true." But he still tried to sound encouraging as he continued, "What I can tell you right now is that our development team is working hard to implement this. So do you have any idea when this feature will be added?" Hearing that sharp question, he calmly replied while looking towards the wings behind him, "I'll pass that question on to our GM, Ling Ling." Hearing that name, Cha-hyun's expression suddenly changed as if in disbelief. "Ling Ling, the Lord of Automated Responses." He glanced over at his 2 friends on the other side. By now, they were a chaotic mob of Ovo faces desperately trying to hold Jisoo back with both hands. Her face was bright red as if she were about to actually explode. Seeing this, he could only pray silently, "Hey Ovos, now's not the time to be holding her hands, you have to restrain her." The 2 stars on Lin Lin's head lit up. He held the mic with a bright smile and announced, "Greetings, dear warriors, I am GM Lin Lin, the one who works hard every day to ensure our warriors have the best gaming experience." At that moment, Jisoo and the Ovos had calmed down, looking up at the stage as if completely drained of energy. "Your feedback has been successfully submitted." She stood on stage with her arms crossed, her eyes squinted in a smug smile as she made her declaration of success. "I will forward your valuable feedback to the development department. Please look forward to the upcoming patch and update." As soon as she finished speaking, she stood perfectly still. She professionally threw both her hands in the air, making a statement that made Jisoo explode even more violently. "There, it's all settled, everyone. Fuck you like hell it is." Before anyone could react, she turned and ran off as if escaping into the wings. Cha-hyun watched this with a look of displeasure, thinking, how can she just drop a bomb on stage and leave so easily? This was really happening. The MC continued with the program. He picked up another piece of paper and read loudly into the mic. "Now we will move on to the second question. This question comes from Panda Panzer on the Athens server." A calm voice rang out. "Lately I've gotten really into fishing, especially deep-sea fishing. It's really fun." At that moment, a memory from the game surfaced in Panda Panzer's mind. Holiday Party had knocked down Chibaudere with a fishing rod. It was a painful fall, causing him to scream right in his face. "What the hell was that? Are you crazy?" Chibaudere offered a sincere apology, but his eyes were still fixed on Ovo, who was sleeping on the sand. "Oops, my bad. Sorry." Panda Panzer's question continued. "Do you have any plans to develop other features like deep-sea fishing boats?" he asked slowly. "If not, please create a new one." Director Kwong answered the question with interest. "Deep-sea fishing boats, huh? We received a lot of criticism after developing it, but it seems that no matter what the feature is, it will always have its fans." Cha-hyun and Subin were still listening intently, their expressions unchanging as they looked toward the stage. The simple answer is yes. We do have plans to create more similar features. He continued to explain, "I once received a proposal for a mining and excavation feature." At this point, a small doubt began to grow in Cha-hyun's mind as the director described a mine tunnel. 2 players are trying to complete a quest. He didn't forget to add, "If the project is developed, you'll be able to drive a minecart around the mine. Everything will give you the feeling that you're in a real mine." The crowd seemed pleased and excited about this idea. They chattered endlessly. "Minecarts. That sounds like so much fun. It would be amazing if you could develop it quickly." As for Cha Hyun, the thought of that prospect made him involuntarily shudder and shut his eyes in fear. If the mining feature is released, I'm sure the merchant will force the guild members to mine to death. Subin sensed the change in him and asked with concern, "Are you cold?" "No, I'm just a little worried." The audience listened intently as the MC read the next question. The third question is from player Ngoi Chao A on the Gracio server. This player also mentioned an upgrade. Taunting shouts began to rise from the audience. They expressed their anger. Some gave a thumbs down, others stuck out their tongues in reaction to the MC's words. His voice rang out. "This player says that the dual swordsman is weak as hell. Please give it a buff." But Director Kwang just smiled calmly and began his explanation. "It seems now is a good time to talk about game balance." He calmly continued with his topic, and the audience gradually quieted down to listen. "Currently, we are discussing adjustments for some of the classes in the game." The crowd grew even more interested. For example, the cannoneer who just performed very well in the Emperor's Tournament. An image of a cannoneer holding a gun was projected on the screen. He said confidently, "Everyone knows this is a weak class, but after watching today's match, I think it's actually quite strong." As his last words rang out, a few people looked as if they couldn't take it anymore. "So it's making me reconsider the modifications." As if he didn't notice, he continued with his answer, "The dual swordsman is also under consideration." Cha Hyun's expression turned cold again as he listened to the man ramble on from the stage. "I can't say exactly in which direction it will be adjusted, but it is definitely being worked on, so please look forward to the upcoming updates." A thought entered his mind, a blonde character wearing heart-shaped glasses. He was happily holding a fish. It seems like they plan to nerf the dual swordsman. If Director Kwang was going to buff it, he would have been bragging about it a long time ago. In that case, Holiday Party, a retired dual swordsman who became a fisherman, might be the real winner here. The MC also chimed in cheerfully. "I'm getting excited too. I'm a fire and earth battle mage. I wonder if my class will get a buff." This subtle question created a light-hearted atmosphere between the two on stage. He replied cheerfully, "Please check the update announcements." "All right, due to time constraints, we will now move on to our final question." Many voices from the audience called out in disappointment. "No, more please," Director Kwang reassured everyone. He said cheerfully, "Although the Q&A session will end after one more question, we will post additional answers to the remaining questions on the official website later." The MC played along perfectly, not missing a beat. "And all of you here need to eat dinner after the event, after all." "Right. So this is the final question. This question comes from player Axeli on the Nochi server." Hearing this name, Cha Hyun's expression suddenly changed, his mind racing. "Axeli, the guild master of the boss guild. That son of a bitch came to the conference too." Just thinking about it made Cha Hyun instantly furious. The anger radiated from him, and Subin glanced over. But the MC continued, "It seems this player is being PK'd. This person asks, does the publisher have any plans to limit indiscriminate PKing?" Cha Hyun mused, "It seems like someone is intentionally tracking the members of the boss guild and PKing them, just like I used to do." He thought smugly, if they don't want to be killed, their only option is to change their IDs and guild names when they return. Thinking about Axeli's team, they give off such a cruel and sinister vibe that it disgusts him. Weren't they so proud of their guild and their so-called character? What the hell are they complaining about? He suddenly blurted out, making Subin guess his thoughts. "You seem pretty pleased with yourself, don't you?" He crossed his arms and replied sullenly. Subin fell silent for a few seconds, looking at his expression. There's no way it was me. But someone is ambushing the members of the Gilbert Guild. Unsure of what to think, he suddenly became shy and bashful like a girl, but it was very cute. On stage, Mr. Kwang addressed the previous question. PK is a system created to attract and stimulate players. However, I understand it can be frustrating for some people. The two of them continued to listen intently to the information being provided. While we can't specifically restrict the PK feature, as it's a core part of the game's system, we will consider some ways to prevent it. The issue of players being harassed by the PK mechanic where one person is constantly marked and killed, that's probably what they deserve. Hearing this, he suddenly showed a look of discontent, thinking, that's probably what they deserve. The MC raised his voice to bid everyone farewell. Mr. Kwang stood in the center and bowed a full 90 degrees, while his assistant Lin Lin waved goodbye enthusiastically. And that concludes our Q&A session. Thank you for your time. There isn't much time left, but we hope you enjoy the rest of your time at the Asta Chronicles Autumn Exhibition. The crowd below the stage was also buzzing with activity. Goodbye. Farewell, everyone. After the program ended. At that moment, people were bustling as they began to leave. Cha-hyun took out his phone to check it and was stunned. He stared at the screen, shocked to see 300 messages displayed. Why so many messages? He tapped on the most recent message. Cha-hyun, you and Heathy, where the hell are you guys?